once again, let me start with a recap. I'll start right here. So once again, just to familiarize yourself with Zoom, you were sent a Zoom meeting invite. They don't call these classes, they call them meetings. All right. So you had to register for the meeting, and then Zoom sent you a confirmation email. All right. You could use that confirmation link every day to log in, or you could just open up the Zoom app, sign in, and after today, because you're already in the meeting, this meeting should be in your drop-down list so that you could just select it and join the meeting. All right. If it ever asks you, if it ever asks you for a passcode, it's Realtor. All right. It's there in your emails as well. The passcode would be Realtor in all lowercase letters. Now, once again, you got that microphone button if you ever want to talk. You just unmute yourself, and you got dogs barking, babies crying, and all kinds of World War III going on around you. Just mute that, just hit that mute button and silence it so that we don't disturb the whole class, okay? And once again, when we go on break, you don't have to log out. You just leave it logged in and just mute your mic and stop the video, or you could just stop the video. I'm going to mute everybody's mic during breaks anyway. All right. So does everybody here have a book or an ebook or one of the other variants? Book or ebook? Everybody got one?
Yes.
I don't have.
Huh? You don't have one?
I don't have mine, sir.
Okay, so you're gonna need to get your book.
I believe I spoke to you this morning, and you.
Okay, we made arrangements already. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, just want to make sure everybody here's got their book. Okay. Once again, we're expecting 21 people right now. There's 14 here, including me. So let's see. So just pay attention. I got slideshows that I'm going to go over. I'm going to be sharing screens and stuff. So you can just take some notes of things. So just have yourself a piece of paper ready, unless you're doing it typing. I'm not sure how you're going to be doing it.
I got my book. Yeah.
All right, there you go. Because in the book, I have you highlight stuff, but I have you write notes as well, because this book ain't exactly perfect, you know, far from it. So I'll be giving you guys notes, and check this out. The slideshows that I'm using here are going to be available to you as well. Hold on one second. Let me open up another screen in the background. So you can't see what I'm doing right this moment, but I'm going to open up a Google Drive. Somebody just logged in. We're out. All right. So I'm going to open up a shared Google Drive, and I'm going to show you. This is the link that I sent you. Okay, hold on. All right. So as you can see, I'm going to be sharing screens with you like I am right now. Whoop. There you go. So this is the shared Google Drive, okay? It'll take you into this. When you click on that shared Google Drive that I emailed to everybody, that link will take you into here. I know this is the 14th edition book, but don't use these 14th edition slides. I did not customize them. These 13th quizzes, oh, wait. I rename it? Okay, yeah, this is it. Slideshows and links used in class, okay? When you look at them, they're listed as, they're named 13th edition book, but they're not, they're far from it. They're highly customized. It doesn't even resemble what the book manufacturer made, okay? These are the slides that I use in class. So basically all these notes that I'm giving you and stuff, you could find them right here in this slideshow. So if we open this up, you can see all the slideshows in here. You see it says 13E for 13th edition, chapter 21, chapter 22, you know, chapter 11, you know, so 13th edition book, and then it has the chapter. So you guys can download all these things. I made them available to you, and those are, you could use them as notes to study from as well, and then customize them. I have a class links document here. This is a Word document. In that Word document, I got all kinds of links that I share with you guys throughout the class, as well as some other goodies. So this is that class links document. Some of this stuff I emailed to you. These are the playlists of previous classes that I had recorded that I make available to you guys. So I'm going to be making one available to you for your class too. So I'm just going to add the title in here already. All right, it's SPD for the day class, salesperson day class, and it is 03/01/2021. So there will be a link there when I eventually add those videos, okay, that you guys can then study from. And if you need to listen again to hear what I said, you need the lesson again, boom, you get it. If you miss a day, you can make it up, the content right there. So I make that available to you guys. So that's pretty cool. You just can't make up more than 15 hours. So that's 2 days max that you can miss without having to make it up by sitting in a class, all right? Now, I got all kinds of other stuff in here, links to audio recordings, which I'm going to be also making these audio recordings available somehow too, maybe upload them to the shared Google Drive as well. But I have some older audio recordings here, a link for a cram for the exam, where most of the stuff is still valid. There's only, I think the thing with the license types is different here, but this is an audio recording of me just doing dialogue with people, asking them questions and getting answers. A lot of students find that audio recording helpful when studying for class as well, and a bunch of bonus materials and another shared drive link here you guys can check out. Okay, here's our links for our social media. Blah, 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 blah. Like us, love us, share us with the world. All right. Oh, by the way, if you do like our Facebook page and our other media pages there, I do pick out random people that like us, and I do give free giveaways every now and then. I give in everything from Amazon Fire TV sticks, loaded with Cody, to C Street dinner cruises, you know. So I do periodically give away stuff to even the little Bluetooth speakers and such. All right. So here's the study resources bunch, tons and tons of links that I share with you guys of good resources, tips and tricks and all kinds of goodies that I share with you guys. Well, guess what? I got it right here for you too. All right. Look at that. Lovely stuff. Plenty of stuff. Lot of stuff, lot of links. Okay. And then, but I even share a health insurance plan, but although I'm going to change this because I upgraded my plan. So, but sometimes people ask me, what do you do for health insurance? Because you're going to be self-employed, you know? Well, there's a lot of plans that you could join. Maybe your office has a plan or whatever, you know? But I have another provider I have here. I have practically no deductible on mine, no limit on it, and it's what am I paying? I think $390 a month. So it's pretty damn good and pretty affordable health insurance. So I just shared that with people because sometimes they ask for it, so I share it. Okay, and then all the way down the bottom, it says state exam topics and questions by category. So when you take your state exam, if you fail, they give you a result sheet that shows you what the different topics were and how many questions on each topic and how many you got correct. So you could see what your weak areas were. And these are the titles of each of those areas. And it shows you how many questions on each topic. Well, I broke it down and told you what chapters that you would need to study in order to brush up on that info. Valuable information for you right there. You're welcome. All right. So as you can see, there's the topic and then all the things that are covered within that subtopic and the chapters. You could find that information in. General principles of agency, 13 questions on that. Property ownership, 8 questions on that. Land use controls, 5, you know, and on and on and on. So basically, we're going to be going over a lot of stuff, right? In this 2 weeks, this 75 hours. I like to refer to it as this. Now, remember, I'm saying this right now. I like to refer to it as this. You guys are going to be learning a new language in 75 hours. Not too difficult of a task, right? All right. So this is pretty dry material. I'm going to try to make it not so dry so that you guys stay engaged and entertained by the class at least, okay? And hopefully you get the most out of it and learn something. Learn enough to pass your exams. Don't expect you to memorize everything, but enough to pass those exams, okay? And it is a lot of information. So it does require you to study, not just pay attention in class, but maybe review your notes every day. You know, don't take it as a joke. You're not going to just be able to sit here in class and then pass the exam at the end of the day. It ain't gonna happen. Okay, it's a lot of stuff. Unless you got an endemic memory, you know, the photographic memory. It's good luck, you know. So it does require your paying attention. It does require you to study and review notes and take notes and such. Okay, so not trying to scare anybody, I'm just trying to tell you, you know, it requires a little bit of commitment. If you paid for school, you know, don't, you know, study, pay attention, engage, you know. Like I said, it's dry material. I'm going to try to make it engaging. But when I ask questions, don't just stare at me like a deer in the headlights. Somebody try to answer me, okay? Okay, I could fall asleep in this class just as easy as you guys. All right, so keep me awake, okay? All right. All right. So whoever's here is here. The important people are here, right? So we're going to get started like this. They pull the book out. Everybody got this book. If you don't, you're going to get it, right? All right. So this is the Essentials in New Jersey Real Estate. This one is the 14th edition. We're already working on a 15th edition. And actually, I'm supposed to be helping them edit it because the other version sucked. So I'm already behind in that deadline now. So let's see if I get my edits in. Anyway, it's a thick book, right? But you could probably cut that book in half because in the back of the book, you got your glossary back here. By the way, don't use that to make you know, the study cards. Some of these definitions stink. And then in the back of the book, there's also answer keys, because at the end of every chapter, there's quizzes and there's key terms to review. Well, you got all those answers here in the back of the book, starting on page 589. You want to possibly make note of that. Answers on page 589. Okay. Then we got the rules and regulations, or the administrative code. It says Title 11, Chapter 5 here, printed in the back of the book. 11:5. That's pronounced Title 11, Chapter 5. These are the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission. They're the ones that give us our licenses. And you can see rules and rules and rules and rules. A lot of rules, right? Rules. Just a few more rules. Okay, there we go. And that's the administrative code. And then we have the real estate law, which we also have to follow those rules. The law, Title 45, Chapter 15, that's the law. Laws. All right. And then we have a listing of contacts and informations of people in the Real Estate Commission. And then there is, the Realtor's Code of Ethics, printed on page 416. That's the 2020 version of the Realtor's Code of Ethics, because this book just came out in 2020, even though they're working on a new version already. All right. So the Realtor's Code of Ethics, it's the standard of how we should treat each other as a professional, and how we should treat each other and how we should treat the public. Okay. So these are those written guidelines here. They also have this as a live document on realtor.org, realtor.org. That's a resource for you guys, realtor.org, okay? We all know realtor.com, right? Realtor.com is the public's website to search for houses, and I got resources there. Realtor.org, that's for us, for licensees. There's all kinds of stuff. Now, some information on the website may require logins, which you're not going to have because you're not a member of the Realtor Association yet, but there's a lot of information that you guys can have access to now that doesn't. Okay, so just remember, guys, if you got noise going on in the background, mute yourselves. I'm going to mute everybody right now. Okay, boom, so we don't have that background noise there. But let's take a look. All right, so realtor.org is for everybody. All right. And let's see, and then there's 2 full sample exams, chapters, what is it? 23 and 24 are full sample exams for you guys, practice exams. Chapter 22 is all about math. Guess what? We ain't doing that chapter. We're going to do math as we come across math. All right. I don't want you guys playing hooky the last day because you don't want to do your math, right? I know some people, they get nervous, they start sweating and having panic attacks when I say the word math. Okay. So we're going to do math problems as we come across them instead of having one day of math. All right. And then when all is said and done, we're only doing up to chapter 21. So look at that. We almost cut the book in half. Feel better yet? Yeah? No? Okay. All right. Now, if we just crack open the cover of the book, just crack open the cover of the book here. If you crack open the cover of the book, in the top left-hand corner of the page, it shows you, I have you highlight something there that says, how many feet in an acre? Actually, let me open up my whiteboard too. Give me a second here. Microsoft takes forever for that thing to open. Sorry, just waiting for my whiteboard to open. I got a million screens open on my computer. You guys can't even see it right now. Surprised the thing's not choking out on me. All right. I got to sometimes open it, close it, try to open it again, and it opens right up. Microsoft. Big bloatware. All right, we got 16 people now. Okay, so we gained another person. All right, so that number you need to memorize. You guys need to write that down. You need to highlight it, add it to your notes, whatever. You will get a problem on school exam, on state exam. You will get a math problem that you need to know this number, and it's not given to you. You need to memorize how many square feet in an acre. 43,560 square feet in an acre. And there's an easy way to remember it. All right. Now, there's a lot of songs that go like this. There's a country song. There's a Beyonce song. There's a lot of songs out there, you know, that go to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. Okay. So the way that I'm going to have you guys remember this is by doing this. Let me pull out my drawing tablet here. And that whiteboard open yet? Come on, come on. Check it, check it. You could do it. You could do it. You could do it. Open, open, open. Share that screen with you. Microsoft Whiteboard. There we go. It's white, but it's not open yet. Well, Microsoft, I got to shut you down, reopen you. I think I do. Shut down, reopen. But in the meantime, while that thing is reopening, let me share with you the, let's go back to that shared Google Drive again for a second. So we have all these class slideshows in that slideshow folder. But in the shared drive, I also have something called a folder here called supplemental materials. If we go into that supplemental material folder, it has the new student package, which I'm about to go over with you. And it has some upgraded documents that even this latest version of the book, they've been updated, like the Attorney General's memorandum. Well, here's the PSI testing booklet. But I have the information that PSI test booklet has on our, in that Word document. I break it down a little bit better, showing you the what questions, how many questions on each topic, and what chapters you could find them in for this book, okay? Got a sample sales contract here, a blank one, sample exam here. I got some goodies in here for you guys. Oh, and I got this math how-to study guide. Okay, it's a step-by-step for just about every math problem that we're going to get. Shows you how to do it. But the slideshows have been updated, so the slideshows have a lot of that info in it too. Let's see if this whiteboard is open yet. Microsoft didn't even attempt to open. Microsoft. All right. All right, so let me just show you some of these things while that's opening. We've got the that math how-to study guide. I could open that up for you, show you a peek at that. Math problems. Another window I'm opening on my computer. Got a lot of memory, but I need more. All right, so this is the math how-to study guide. It looks like this when you open it up. It shows you all the different types of problems and how to work them out step by step. I put together this for instructors because some instructors don't know math. They don't know how to teach it either. So I put together a math how-to study guide for them. And you guys can use the same thing because if they could learn from it to teach from it, you guys can learn from it as well. But I think some of these things I have updated on the slideshow even better. So, but either way, we got the study guide. I make this available to you guys. I put this together. See, I give you a lot of extra goodies that other schools don't, by the way. Hope you guys appreciate it. All these walkthroughs. Other schools say, take the notes when I'm talking to you. If you don't get it then, you're screwed, right? So I put together these, or they try selling you additional stuff. So I make all this stuff available to you guys, okay? How to compare just two loans. I break it down step by step. I got all kinds of goodies in here. All right. Now on your school exam, you get 4 math problems. On the state exam, how many is it on the state? On a state exam, I think it's 8 that you get, okay? I mean, you can really get them all wrong, technically. Not that I want you to, you should, I'm gonna teach it to you so that you'll be able to get them right, but just to relax you, you could technically get them all wrong and still pass and get your license, okay? When we really break it down, eventually that Microsoft slideshow will open. Oh, there it is. All right, it's open, but I'm gonna put that off to the side just for now. I'll open it in a moment. We're gonna go back to the class, the new student package, okay? So here's the new student package that's in that shared Google Drive folder. A lot of information here. Some pertains to the classroom, which doesn't, parking and food and snacks and all that stuff. We could skip over all that crap. Let's go down to here. You see in number 18 here, passing the school exam. You're required to pass a school exam. You're required to pass a state exam after you complete this course. This is a 75-hour course. You're required to complete at least 80% of the classroom time. So like I said, you can miss up to 15 hours without having to make it up. That should not be your goal, but it's possible. So sometimes people ask those questions. What if I miss a class? All right, so you're required to pass a school exam and a state exam with a minimum passing score of 70%. 70% is the minimum passing score requirement out of 110 questions, okay? Now on state exam though, they give you 120 questions, but they only grade 110 questions, okay? Now with the school exam, we have moved our exams to online now, so we pay a service to administer the exam. So therefore, there is that fee of $20 for 2 tries, for every 2 tries with no limit on tries to take in the school exam, okay? But you must complete and pass your school exam within 6 months, okay? So finish your hours, take and pass a school exam within 6 months. That's very generous. If you go beyond that, See, I got to update this. If you go beyond that, we do allow a one-time 6-month extension. However, it's another $100 for us to be able to certify your hours and your exam with the state. And then you can take the state exam. Now, once you pass a school exam, it's considered that you've completed your education requirement. And from the day that you passed the school exam and completed your education requirement, the Real Estate Commission gives you 1 year to get your license. Not 1 year to pass the state exam or to take the state exam. They give you 1 year to get your license. Well, what's required to get your license? Well, from the day that you pass the school exam, you have to take and pass a state exam, get fingerprinted, find a broker to hang your license with, to affiliate with, to work under, and send all that paperwork into the state along with a broker's check or a money order, no personal checks, made out to the state treasurer for $160 to get your license for the first time. And you have a year to get all that done now. You have a year from the day that you pass the school exam to get all that stuff done. All right. Now, where are we? We're in March right now. Okay, depending on how long you procrastinate, if you get your license now, go get your license now. But everybody's license renews on June 30th of odd years, which we're in an odd year right now. And it costs $100 every 2 years or every June 30th of odd years to renew your license. So depending on how long you wait, if you're getting closer to June, then I would, depending on how close you are, you may want to just hold off on sending the paperwork in. You know, take the state exam, get the fingerprinted, affiliate with a broker. Just don't send the paperwork in until after June 30th, if you're getting close to that. Okay, we got plenty of time now for you guys to get started in there in the industry and start making some money. So I wouldn't worry about it just yet. But as classes get closer to that period, or if you procrastinate a bit, you may want to wait a little while before sending that paperwork into the state. All right, so how long do you have to get your license from the date you pass the school exam? That requires an answer.
1 year.
1 year. A year is a year is a year. What does that mean? Not a day more. Real Estate Commission don't want to hear about your excuses. Although I've seen them turn people away where they're like, oh, I just need a little bit of an extension. I had cancer and I was undergoing chemotherapy treatment. And they were like, the whole time you didn't have a day that you could break away, take the exam. Like, they're unforgiving with that. However, right now, because of the COVID thing, they were shut down for a while, the testing centers, the state. So they're giving people a little bit of leeway because they were shut down for a while. But don't expect that they're ending that. I believe that extension period has already ended for those people. But so remember, a year is a year is a year, not a day more, to get your license, not just to take the state exam. How long do you have to pass a school exam?
Six months.
6 months. You got 6 months from the start date, from today, right? And then we allow that one-time 6-month extension up to a year, where we'll still certify your hours, but it's going to cost you another $100. Listen, you shouldn't get to that point. While it's fresh in your head, cram, take the exam. Now, to take the exam online, let me pull that up. I'm going to show you where exactly you need to go. Now, I'm going to email this to everybody as well. I'm going to email you guys this information as well, but let me just pull it up here and I could show you. If you go to the calendar page of our website, I know it's busy right now, we're redoing the website, but this is the calendar page. You see careerpathacademy.com/calendar, and you scroll about halfway down the page, you get to the schedules here, okay? Above the schedules, it says enroll for the online exam. So you click there. It just shows you the formats that you need to write certain things in this form. But here's the online enrollment form. You fill out all this information. You come back to this page, and then you could click on this link to the exam payment. $20 for that, or you can pay by Zelle or PayPal or cash or however you want to do it for the exam. And that gives you 2 attempts at the school exam, and then you could take it online. So once you pay for it and you enroll for it, you can't take it right away. I need to still verify that you completed the hours and that you paid for the initial school, that you attended school and all that. Once I verified everything, then I enter your email address into our exam system through that third-party service. And then I'll send you the link again to start the exam. Because even though you'll have the link to start the exam, it won't work for you because you're not in the system until I enter you in there. I have to manually enter you into there, okay? So that's what's going to happen at the end of this course. And then once I send you that link, you could take the exam whenever you want. 3 in the morning if you wanted to, okay? You don't have to schedule an appointment for the exam with me, okay? Everybody got that? All right, I'm gonna be emailing it to you at the end of the course again anyway, but I'm just walking you through the process of what we do right now. All right. All righty. All right.
One quick question about the test.
Sure.
On average, how long does it take to do the test? A couple of hours, 3 hours? Is
Okay.
it like a 8-hour thing?
You are given 4 hours to take the exam. Both the school exam and the state exam gives you 4 hours to take the exam. If it takes you anywhere near 4 hours, you need to study. Okay. It's just as simple as that. Look, most of my students, not to brag or anything, but most of my students can complete this exam in under an hour. All right. On average, students throughout the state, I would say take about 2.5 to 3 hours to take it. But I think that's, unless you've got a serious language barrier where English is not your first language and you're just learning it, like it's a serious barrier for you. Then I could see maybe taking 2.5 hours to 3 max to take this exam. And that's like if you barely understand, you're trying to grasp the English language, okay? But otherwise, if you're studying, you're paying attention, listen, an hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours, okay? But beyond that, if you're taking more than that, you need to study, okay? I'll just tell you outright, that's how it is. Now, state exam, I can understand it takes a little bit longer because state exam questions are it's the same content, but they're a little more scenario based. And because they're a little bit scenario based, that it makes you think a little bit. They could be kind of tricky, okay, in that regard. But look, if you understand the content, it doesn't matter how they word it. You guys should be able to get it right, because all you got to do is process of elimination when you take these exams. Process of elimination, okay? You read the question, break it down into edible chunks so that you could understand what the hell it is that they're asking of you. Put it in your own words if you need to, so that you understand the questions, if they're wordy, and then try to formulate an answer in your head before you ever look at the answer options that they have. A lot of times you could figure out the answer before you ever look at the answer options, or at least you'll get an idea. And then you start looking at the answer options they have and you do process of elimination. Nope, that's definitely not the answer. Nope, that's definitely not. At least you could narrow it down to maybe at least 2 options. And now it's a 50-50. So even if you need to guess, hey, your odds are a lot better now, 50-50, right? So that's the strategy that you should take when taking these exams. Process of elimination, my friends, all right? Okay, sure. And you wanna know how not to get a headache while taking an exam? Look, your minds are supercomputers. They could process a real estate exam or any exam, people in college or whatever. You take exams, and a lot of times you get these migraines and whatnot. That comes from your vision, your eyes, because you're so intensely staring at the paper or the screen. And you get this little crinkle right here, these wrinkles between your eyes because you're like, because you're staring at the screen so much. Listen, every 10, 15 minutes while taking an exam, do this. Look away at something. Focus on something at a distance, whether it's a spot on the wall or something in the distance. Just look away at something just to refocus your vision on something else, and then look back at the screen, I bet you those letters are going to look a lot bigger now. You know, because if you keep intensely staring at the screen, they get smaller, the vision gets blurry, you start straining, you get the headache. That's where it comes from. Your mind can handle these exams. It's your vision that gives you the headache. All right. And those are my test tips for the day. All right. So let's get back to that. How many feet in an acre business? All right. Oh, wait, no, let's not go there yet. So we're still on the new student package. And in that welcome letter, I told you how long you have. You have a year to get your real estate license, right? 75-hour course. You got to be here for at least 80% of the class time. I allow you guys, by the way, if you need to get in touch with me, my email is victor@careerpathacademy.com. You guys should already have my email address. When I sent you the Zoom invite, I sent it from my email. If you need my cell phone number to get in touch with me, it's 908-884-5757. Now you call the school, you'll get me. But if you try to text the school number, I'll never get it. All right. So once again, if you want my cell, it should be my email tagline that I sent you, but it's the 908-884-5757. All right. Now in this welcome package, I put a couple other goodies for you. I put together a plethora of interview questions when interviewing brokers. Yes, you interview brokers. All right, not the other way around, because just about every broker will hire you if you walk in their front door when you get your license, okay? Just about any broker will hire you. Now, there's a few exceptions, but just about every broker will hire you. So you need to find which broker best fits you, best suits you. And so here's a bunch of questions that I put together for you guys. Now, I'm not going to go over all of these questions because some of this stuff we haven't gone over. Actually, we haven't gone over any of this stuff yet. So I don't want to start getting into discussions about this stuff. But I have a load of job interview questions for you guys to ask brokers here that I put together. Now, at the beginning of the book, they have some sample interview questions too, but not like this list here. All right, and I will put together, I think I have even a couple more questions I could add to this list. So just know that I made that available to you guys, all right? But the number one most important thing when selecting a broker, it's not the commission split. What is it not? It's not the commission split, how much money you get. I know you guys are gonna be like, oh, I want a high commission split. Really? Well, what do you got to offer being brand new, wet behind the ears, not knowing anything about nothing, right? So the broker's not motivated to give you a high commission split. And if you do happen to find a place that gives you a high commission split, why? Are they desperate or something? You know, they're probably not going to be giving you the support that you need. As a new agent, very important for you guys to get training. I know you're taking this class to learn the basics to pass an exam, laws, rules, regulations, contracts, all the details about real estate, but you need training on how to convert a lead into a closing, you know, how to deal with issues with contracts and clients and stuff like that. Your brokers are going to need to give you training. And if they don't give you that training, real estate has a high turnover rate. That's a nice way of saying a lot of you will fail in this business, okay? I hope that you don't, because you're my students and I give my students as much support and as much information as possible, hoping that you guys are going to take it and use it and be successful, okay? So hopefully you're not going to be one of those statistics, but a lot of people get started in this business, they fail out in the first 6 months in the business, okay? Hopefully that's not going to be you because you're going to be a good student, right? Now, what's the most important thing when seeking out a broker? What kind of training are they offering you? Don't look at the commission split. Look, if they're offering you a 50-50 split, take it. You know, don't worry about it. As long as they're giving you good training is what you guys need at the beginning. You need a broker to train you how to get the business, how to convert a lead, to hold your hand when you're nervous at the beginning, getting your first listing or getting people to sign the first contract. You need somebody that's going to help you that way. If you don't get that, you're probably not going to do very well. All right. It's important. I cannot stress that, because look, if you get a broker that gives you 100% of the commission, what's 100% of nothing? Nothing. Right. So yeah, big fat zero. Right. So it's important to get that training so that you can get those closings. And as you get more and more closings, your broker's not going to want you to leave. So your commission splits are going to go up. All right. So don't worry about commission splits at the beginning. Worry about getting good training from a broker. And don't ever, ever, ever pay desk fees. Desk fees are rent. The broker, yes, they charge you rent to hang your license. It doesn't even mean that you're getting a desk, but they charge you a desk fee. All right. You could share a desk with a bunch of other agents. Okay. They call them desk fees. Okay. Now, if the broker is charging you desk fees, you should be getting a high commission split, but you're going to have to be paying these desk fees, whether you're getting closings or not. I suggest for new agents, I suggest for all agents, but really new agents especially, don't ever go to a place that's charging you desk fees. Okay. There's no reason for it. There's plenty of brokers that'll hire you that will not charge you rent for the privilege of hanging your license at their office. That's ridiculous. Okay. All right. Now here's some business that we need to get out of the way. Qualifications to get your license. All right. So let's go over this here. All right. Now you all need to pay attention to this. All right. So before you make a commitment enrolling in a real estate class, too late. All right, but let's see who can qualify for getting your license. All right. Now this is important. This is important. New Jersey law requires that you are a person of good character, you're trustworthy, you're honest, and you have integrity. Look at that. They made that actually into the law. In order to get a real estate license, you gotta be a trustworthy person with good moral character, honesty, and integrity. Okay. Well, how do they judge that? Well, first of all, you don't break laws. You don't lie on your licensing applications or anything of these sorts. So licensees or applicants for license are required to submit a criminal history record check. So that's part, the Real Estate Commission will do that on their own. They'll have investigators do background checks on you. It's all included in that. Remember I told you your license costs you $100, but the first time you get it, it costs $160. Well, net $160, $50 goes to a background check and $10 goes towards something we call the guarantee fund. So they do a background check on you. All right. You got to be at least 18 years of age, not to take this class, but in order to get your license, okay, and take the state exam. Okay, so here are some of the qualifications. The statutory qualifications also include an absence of any of these convictions for forgery, burglary, robbery, and any theft offense other than shoplifting, criminal conspiracy to defraud, or any other like offense within the last 5 years. Okay. They realize that some of these offenses, that if they're over 5 years ago, depending on what it was, they realize sometimes people are young and dumb and they do stupid stuff, you know. So depending on the situation, you may still be able to get your license, but it would have to go, their investigators would have to look into it. All right. Now, so basically, this is a breakdown of all that other, of all those details, but we got it in a screening question list, because when you're taking the state exam, they're going to give you these screening questions. So let's just go over some of these questions that they ask you. So with the exception of motor vehicle violations, have you ever been convicted of a crime, misdemeanor, disorderly persons offense in the state of New Jersey or by the federal government, or are you presently on probation or parole? Okay. Doesn't necessarily mean that's going to prevent you from getting your license, depending on what it is, but they want to know about it. And if you lie about it, guess what? That's reason to deny you your license. Sometimes the lie, remember, you have to be honest. They're looking for trustworthy, honest people. And if you're lying about this stuff, the offense that would not have prevented you from getting your license, lying about it would. All right, so be honest. Is there a criminal complaint, disorderly persons charge, or criminal accusation presently pending against you? or are you currently under indictment? That means you've been accused of a crime. In any other state or federal government or New Jersey, or are you in any pretrial intervention programs, or any federal program involving deferral of disposition of sentencing in a criminal matter? Okay. Have you ever had a real estate or professional license revoked in New Jersey or in any other state? Are you behind more than 6 months on your child support? That could have effect on you getting your license, but you could explain it. I've had people that were more than 6 months behind that were able to get their license because they were trying to get this job so that they could earn money so that they could get caught up and pay their child support. Okay. But that's a big deal. Okay. Take care of your kids. Okay. Are you under the age of 18 at the time of taking the exam? Because you can't be. Do you now hold, does anybody here have a license in any state? Have you ever had a real estate license in New Jersey, or anybody previously licensed in New Jersey or any other states?
Nope.
Okay.
In New York.
Everybody here has a high school diploma or a equivalency, a GED? I mean, I don't need to see the paper. I just need to know that you got it, that you passed it. Okay.
Yes.
That's one of the requirements. You got to answer that question.
Yes, I have one.
Now,
Yeah.
do you currently hold a real estate license issued in any other state? They're going to want to know about that as well.
Yes.
All right. And does anybody here live in another state, by the way? Let me close this out. Anybody here live in another state other than New Jersey? No? Okay. I just asked that question because if you live in another state, you're going to have to sign an additional document to get your license here in New Jersey, called an irrevocable consent of service of process. You're basically signing a document allowing you, saying that you're agreeing to come back to New Jersey to be sued in the event that you violate law here. Real Estate Commission is not going to give you a license in New Jersey unless you agree to come back to New Jersey to have charges heard against you. Okay, which only makes sense. The Real Estate Commission doesn't want to chase after you all over the country, because if you ever sue somebody, you got to take them to court in the county where they live. So they don't want to start chasing you into different states for violation of New Jersey law, and then having to have it heard in another state where it's not on the books there. Okay, so another reason for it. Okay, now that we got all that good stuff aside, let's get back to that whiteboard. All right. So when we cracked open the cover, the inside cover of the book, we have something there to show how many feet in an acre. And I told you guys there's country songs, there's Beyonce songs, there's all kinds of songs out there that begin or that have that wording in it, to the left, to the right, right? Okay, so I'm going to ask everybody here, here's a great way to remember how many feet are in an acre. Can you count to 6? If you could count to 6, raise your hand. All right, good. A lot of scholars here. All right, so I'm going to make it harder, starting with 3. Lost you? Yeah. Okay, so here, this is what we're going to do. We're gonna make a comma. Come on. That's not a comma. Damn board. What the hell's going on here? See if I got a couple things I could close here. Well, let's clear this off. So we're going to make a comma, and then we're going to start by writing. We're going to count to the left, Okay, I said we're going to start with 3. So we make a comma, and then to the left of that, come on. This Microsoft whiteboard is shitting right now, so we'll ignore that whiteboard. We're going to use the one that Zoom's got. Let me open that up real quick. Can you guys see the whiteboard here?
Yes.
All right. So we're gonna make a comma here, and once again, it's doing the same shit. So it's probably Zoom acting up here a little bit. Anyway, we can make a comma, and then we write 3, and then 4 to the left, going to the left. All right. Which this sucks that it's not being fluent right now. I don't know. Give up on it for now. 3, 4, and so comma. Oh, there we go. I can do it with the mouse. 3 and 4, and then to the right of that comma, 5 and 6. And then you throw a 0 at the end for good luck, and that's 43,560 square feet in an acre. So I'm wondering if it's not just this thing. My connection's all set, right? Yeah. Maybe that thing's connection. Plug it back in there. All right. Yeah, it's that. I should always reboot my computer before a class. All right. So 43,560 square feet in an acre. Okay. You write down the comma and then count to the left, 3, 4, and then to the right, 5, 6, and then throw a 0 on the end. And then you could remember there's 43,560 square feet in an acre, because you will get that on exam. They'll get a math problem with it, and you need to remember that. Okay. Now, let's move through the book. And each module or chapter is listed here and what's in each chapter. Then there's an intro in the book and a little story there about getting started in real estate. Not a bad little read on your own time. A little bit about the job description, how to select a broker. Like I gave you a list of interview questions, okay? They give you a couple of interview questions here as well. What sort of training am I offered? Look at that. Training is the first question on the list, right? I've got that on my list too, but I get a little more in depth about the different types of training and mentorship programs. Is it free or they charge you for it? All kinds of issues like that. All right, turn the page, a little bit about the authors, and then we got page 1 in the book. All right, so let's all start up at page 1 here in the book. Close the Word document up. It's going to close some of my background stuff that I don't need running right now. And you guys are going to turn to page 1 in the book, and I'm going to pull up a slideshow here for you. Actually, this slideshow was not created by these authors. I have edited it so much, so I'm going to take credit for it. How about that? By the way, I am your instructor, and my name is Victor Kaminsky. I haven't gone over that yet. All right. Anyway, so Chapter 1, real estate licensing. Okay. At the end of this chapter, you're going to be able to describe the classes, the different types of licenses in New Jersey, explain the procedures for licensing for in and out of state residents, rental referral agencies, etc. And we're going to start off with who must be licensed. Okay. This is a great slide to study from. Notes already made for you. Okay. Because these are a couple things we're going to highlight here right on the first page. By the way, everybody got a highlighter? All right. You may want to highlight some stuff or take notes or snap a picture of this slide. All right. So anyone, the way that the book starts, anyone who takes part in a real estate license in New Jersey for a fee for another person for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration has to have a real estate license. So we're going to highlight that very first line in the book. Who has to have a license? Anyone who's helping someone else in exchange for something of value has to have a license. Once you got that understanding of it, doesn't matter how they word the question, you'll get it right. Okay, so the state of New Jersey created real estate licensing regulations to protect who? The general public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. So let's highlight licensing regulations protect the general public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. Now, licensing law, licenses have been required in New Jersey since 1921. Okay, and they're regulated by the New Jersey Real Estate Commission, which is it's a division within the Department of Banking and Insurance in New Jersey. So those same people that manage banks and banking licenses and such, they also have a department that regulates real estate. It's called the Real Estate Commission, or we call it the REC for short, the REC, the REC, okay? They're the ones that issue us our licenses and that, you know, make sure we're following the rules. They investigate us when there's complaints. Basically the Real Estate Commission deals with everything as far as the licensees go. So there's 2 bullet points on this page. The first bullet point says the Real Estate Licensing Act is known as Title 45, Chapter 15. Now, that would be written like this. You see on the slide 45:15? I want you to write that just above that where it says Title 45, Chapter 15. Write it like this, 45:15, because that's the way that it would look. But the way that you would read that is Title 45, Chapter 15 of the law, okay? And remember, I told you at the beginning, I flipped through the back of the book, showing you all that stuff that was written in the back. If you want to see the way that wording is in the actual law for any issue that we go over in this class, you could thumb through the back of the book there, and you could look at the law itself. So I'm going to give you a cross reference. I do this throughout this course. I give you guys cross references. This could be that's printed on page 440. The law 45:15 is printed in the back of the book on page 440. If you want to make a little cross reference there next to that as well and write page 440, it's up to you. But these 2 things we're going to need to know that are on this bulleted list. Look at this. We're not past the first page in the book, and we got 1, 2, 3 questions on exam already. I'll go over them in a second. And then we're going to highlight the next thing as well, the second bullet point. So both bullet points are being highlighted here. And you just made a note above 45:15, above where it says Title 45, Chapter 15, and it's cross-referenced to page 440. You should also write above it NJ statutes, like this. You see this? It says NJ statutes. You guys can all see the slideshow, right? Okay. So where it says NJ statutes, sometimes on exam, instead of referring to it as the real estate law or the real estate act, they'll refer to it as New Jersey statutes. Okay. Okay, now rules and regulations. Okay, who makes up the laws? Who makes the laws in the state? In any state. Forget about real estate. Who makes the laws? In general, forget about being in a real estate class right now. Who makes law? You guys got to unmute yourself if you're answering.
Congress, Senate,
The
governor.
senators and
Let me dumb it down a little bit. Politicians, right?
Right.
Politicians make the laws. All right. So do politicians know all the details about real estate?
No.
Probably not.
Nope.
right? So they basically make a framework of the laws that was proposed by somebody who knew some things about real estate, that would advise them on creating these laws. So sometimes it's necessary, as we're working in the business, that new rules and regulations that are based on the laws have to be drawn out. And that's the Real Estate Commission's job. Now, these rules and regulations are just as enforceable as the law. However, the politicians gave the Real Estate Commission the authority to add on to the law, but any rules they add on to the law are referred to as the Administrative Code, or Title 11, Chapter 5. So let's highlight rules and regulations set up by the Commission are known as Title 11, Chapter 5, Administrative Code. And where it says Title 11, Chapter 5, right underneath it there, 11:5, just like this here, 11:5. And that can be found in the back of the book on page 486. There's your cross-reference if you wanted to see what the rules and regulations that the Real Estate Commission created. Now, one thing you're going to notice is as we're teaching everything here, everything that we're teaching is the law and the rules. Because if you look at the back of the book and you look at the very first code about Title 45, Chapter 15, the very first thing asks, who has to have a real estate license? Okay, and that's what our very first sentence here in the book was. Who has to have a real estate license? Okay, so you'll see that the law actually goes over a lot of these things in the same order that we're learning them in. All right, so let's go over to the next slide now and the next page. Oh, wait, before we go to the next page, let's just do a recap of this first page and the different things you have possibly on exam. So, who has to have a real estate license? Anyone who helps somebody else in a real estate transaction in exchange for anything of value. So, do you have to have a real estate license to sell your own house?
Well,
No, you don't.
no.
You only need to have a real estate license when you're helping someone else in a real estate transaction, whether it's selling it or leasing it or collecting rents. When you're helping somebody else in a real estate transaction in exchange for something of value, whether it's a commission, some sort of a fee, a gift, whatever it is, anything of value that's given in exchange for your help, then you have to have a real estate license. Okay. What's the purpose of licensing law?
The customers.
To protect who?
Customers?
The public.
The people? The public.
To protect the general public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. And hopefully you guys won't be like that. Hopefully you guys have scruples, right? So yeah, it's to protect the public, not from us. I'm not going to say that because I'm not going to lump us into those who do not have scruples, because we have scruples, right? We're going to protect the public from brokers and salespeople who have no scruples. They're unscrupulous. All right. And the licensing law is also known as Title 45, Chapter 15. And the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission, also known as the Administrative Code, also goes by Title 11, Chapter 5. You guys need to memorize those two. 4515 is the law, or New Jersey statutes, and 11.5 is the Administrative Code, which is the rules and regulations created by the REC. Okay, so 4 questions on this first page that you guys will see on exam. All right, you guys are going to get a lot of questions on exam, especially the state exam, from these first 4 chapters. First 3-4 chapters. So we spend a little bit of time here, and you'll notice there's a lot more highlights in these chapters. All right, turn to page 2. New Jersey Real Estate Commission, I told you, is a division of the Department of Banking and Insurance. So Let's highlight New Jersey Real Estate Commission under what says Real Estate Commission is composed of 8 members on the line below it. We're going to continue highlighting, is composed of 8 members. Then go to the end of that line and highlight 5 are real estate brokers who have been licensed as such for at least 10 years, and 2 chosen from the general public, and 1 that represents the Department of State Government. They're appointed by the governor. And all members serve 3-year terms. So as you can see on this slide, another great slide I put together. Okay, how many members of the REC, the Real Estate Commission? 8. 5 are brokers who have been licensed as brokers. They didn't have their real estate licenses for 10 years. They've had their real estate brokers licenses for at least 10 years. 2 people appointed by the general public. I'm not sure about the process and how they go about doing that. And 1 is appointed by the governor. And usually anytime the governor changes, that dude changes, or woman, or what have you, changes. That person changes. And they all serve how long? 3-year terms. But any of them can be dismissed. They all serve at the leisure of the governor. They could all be dismissed if the governor chooses to, right? All right. Let's go over the license types now, the 4 types of licenses. Now, this is a great slide I put together. Another great slide. Wow, some of my slides are really great. They are. The notes, you know, not to pat myself on the back or anything, but these are good notes for you guys to even study from. Especially since some of this stuff is a little bit confusing. I try to, I like that concept, the KISS concept. Anybody ever hear that before? KISS concept? You know what that stands for?
Keep it simple, stupid.
Keep it simple, stupid. I like stuff simple, stupid. Yeah. Explain it to me. You know, if somebody ever asked me, do I need to draw you a picture? I say, yes, please. You know, I like to have things dumbed down for me so I understand them. It's easier to, you know, so I try to teach in the same way, assuming that nobody here knows anything about anything. I think it's the best way to teach you from. Okay, I'm not going to assume anything. So here are the classes of licenses. All right, in the book, we're going to highlight in number 1, we're going to highlight a broker is authorized to operate a real estate business, to hire salespeople, and to charge the public for services. Every real estate company must have 1, and underline the word 1. Every real estate company only has 1 broker. That's the person who's in charge. They're authorized to run the entire company, to hire and fire and supervise personnel. And they're sometimes referred to as the broker of record. So you could also highlight that word broker of record too, because they're responsible for record keeping. So that's why we sometimes refer to them as the broker of record. Now, my definition here is a little bit larger up top on the slideshow, because I explained it a little bit clearer. Say a broker can charge the public for services. See, my definitions are better to study for exam, okay? They could charge the public for services and hire licensees. Every agency has only 1 broker, who's also referred to as the broker of record, because they're in charge of record keeping. They're responsible for providing office space and guidance and direction. That's an exam question too. Not training. Brokers aren't required to provide training to you, but they are required to provide guidance and direction. What does that mean? It means that you are following the laws of the state and the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission. So the broker has to provide office space and guidance and direction of the laws and rules to their licensees. All right. Now we're going to see that written in underneath the salesperson, next one. So under salesperson, we're pretty much going to highlight the whole thing, but let me read it. A salesperson works under a sponsoring licensed broker, doing business in the name of that broker that they're working under, and receiving compensation only from their broker. Ooh, seems like a couple questions in one sentence can be made out of that, right? The supervising broker is required to furnish guidance and direction. And I want you to draw a little arrow to the margin. And in the margin next to that, where it says that they're required to furnish guidance and direction, I want you to also write office space. I want you to pencil that in there. Because that's an exam question. What do your brokers have to provide to you as salespeople? Office space and guidance and direction. In New Jersey, there's no such thing as virtual brokerages. Every broker that is a broker in New Jersey must have a physical place of business. Okay, so they have to provide office space and guidance and direction. That doesn't mean they got to provide you with a desk. That means they have to have an office. Okay, and they're personally responsible for the real estate acts of their salespersons under their supervision. So that basically means that it's a big responsibility to be a broker. The broker can be held liable for anything that their agents do. That doesn't relieve the agents of their responsibilities. It just means that if you're doing something wrong, your broker can be held liable for it as well. It's a big responsibility, right? So that's probably why your brokers may be riding your butts a little bit, you know, making sure that you got all the paperwork done properly, making sure that whatever it is that you're advertising is the methods of advertising you're doing are up to the law, right? Because they can be held liable for things that you do wrong as well, okay? Now, next, we're gonna highlight a broker salesperson has fulfilled all the requirements of a broker, yet choose to work in the sales capacity for and in the name of another broker. So what's the difference between a broker and a broker salesperson? Well, they both got the same education. They both took the same exam. A broker salesperson just chooses to work for another broker. So they're acting in a sales capacity for another broker. That's the only difference. A broker salesperson, if they wanted to, they could break off and open up their own office and become a broker of record themselves. But until they do that, they're going to be known as a broker salesperson because they're working under another broker or broker of record. Okay. Now, you need to have one of these broker type licenses in order to manage an office. So let's say I'm a broker of record. I have a real estate agency. What if I want to open up another agency? Well, I need to have somebody with a broker salesperson's license to manage that other office. Okay, we call that a branch office. So my company now has 2 offices, but that office has to be manned by a manager, right? So that person has to have a broker salesperson type license in order to manage the office. So what kind of license is required to manage a branch office? Either a broker or broker salesperson. Ding, 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 exam question again. Look at that. All right. So let's look to my slide and we'll finish reading these from my slide. So salesperson works under and in the name of only one sponsoring broker and is only paid by that broker. A salesperson can work directly with clients and customers and can send referrals to their broker or other agencies. Okay, they don't have all that written here in this definition, but I do in mine because it's often questions that people ask. Because the last license type is a referral agent. So when you guys complete this course and you pass the state exam, before on the paperwork that you send into the state to get your license, you're gonna have to check a box, one box, of which license type you're applying for, either salesperson or referral agent. But referral agent, even though that is what you are and what you do, they changed the name of the license type to actually be SLWRERC. I have to read it because I can't even remember it myself. It basically stands for Salesperson Licensed with Real Estate Referral Company. That's basically a referral agent. Okay? But you're going to see this acronym on exams. SLWRERC. Stands for Salesperson Licensed with Real Estate Referral Company. That means you're a referral agent. And referral agents are restricted from working directly with the public. They could only refer business prospects as leads to their broker. And then their broker will assign one of their agents, or they'll, if it's not in their area, they'll refer it out to a different state or territory for a licensee to work with that client, close the transaction. When they close on the transaction, they pay us a referral fee, and then we split that with our agents according to the commission split that was written in your independent contractor employment agreement at the time you started working for the broker. Okay. Now, referral agents are exempt from CE to renew their licenses. CE is something we did not go over just yet. It'll be on the next slide, I believe. So CE is a continuing education. All right. In order to renew your licenses, you need to complete 12 hours of continuing education before the license renewal comes up. And we're going to go over the details of that. What kind of classes, how much, when it needs to be done by, etc. All right. So if you noticed these 4 license types, broker, broker, salesperson, salesperson, and referral agent, you notice I never used the word realtor, because realtor is not a license type. Being a realtor means that you're a member of NAR, a trade association for the real estate agents. Okay. So if you're a member of NAR, the National Association of Realtors, and you paid your dues and you've completed your Realtors Code of Ethics training class, you can now call yourself a realtor, but not until then. Okay. But being a realtor or a realtor associate is not a license type. Now you may be asking, well, what's a realtor and realtor associate? Well, technically only the broker is a realtor, and everybody who works under the broker who's associated to them is a realtor associate. But if you're having a conversation with people, you could say, yeah, I'm a realtor. You know, it's no big deal. You know, but technically speaking, only the broker can be the realtor, and all salespeople or broker salespeople that work under them are realtor associates. They're not realtors. The realtor is the member, and the member of the association is the broker, and everyone else signs up under the broker at their office. Okay. Now they have to follow that strict code of ethics, the Realtors Code of Ethics, and this class, it's printed in the back of the book on page 416, and the Realtor Code of Ethics class you could take online at realtor.org for free. But sometimes they give in-person classes if you want to attend them by your local Realtors Association. When you guys join the Realtors Association, which you're going to join the Realtors Association, you guys are going to be members of 3 of them. You can be a member of a local Realtor Association, the state, and national, NAR. Okay. So you're going to join at the local level, they'll sign you up for the other 2. And then you're going to be a realtor. And then you need to complete your Realtor Code of Ethics training within 60 or 90 days of the time that you become a member. Why are you going to become a member? Well, if you're getting involved in commercial real estate, you probably won't. But if you're going to be involved in residential real estate, just about every MLS requires that you be a realtor in good standing, meaning that you completed your Realtor Code of Ethics training in order to, and paid your dues, in order to join the MLS. And MLS is the multiple listing service or multiple listing system. You know, it's a service, but I refer to it as a system where we share our inventory of properties that we have for sale or lease available with other licensees to try to sell it or lease it. So in the book, next to number 4, it says salesperson licensed with a real estate referral company, SLWRERC. Right above that SLWRERC, referral agent, just so you guys get an idea of what it is. You know, it's a referral agent. Now, in the past, you could have a referral agent's license and hang it with any broker. Can't do that no more. If you're going to hang your license as a referral agent and not work directly with clients, because you're forbidden from working directly with clients, you have to have your license hanging with a referral company. It's a different brokerage license type that they came up with now. So there's two types of brokerages. There's a brokerage that either works with clients, and there's a brokerage that doesn't work with clients. They only hang agents' licenses and send referrals. Okay. Now, if you're licensed as a salesperson or a broker, can you send referrals as well? The answer is yes.
Yes.
You can.
Yes.
The answer is yes, you can. And you should. Look, if you hire me to sell your house and I sell your house, shouldn't I be asking you where you're moving?
Yes.
Because you might be buying another house. Why am I going to leave that meat on the bones, right? I want to pick it clean. I want to earn some more commission off of there. Well, where are you moving to? If it's in an area that I cover, I could help show you houses, right? Or if you're moving out of state or a different area of the state that I don't cover, I can refer you to an agent in that area. And then basically I'll send out your information as a referral to another agent, but I'm going to have that agent first sign a contract that they're going to share that commission with me. When they close on the deal, they're going to pay me a referral fee, right? So you guys can earn money just for picking up a damn phone and calling another agent. Hey, you want a lead? You want a client that's looking to buy something or lease something? All I'm asking for is 25 or 35% of the commission as a referral fee. They'll gladly do it. It's found business, wouldn't you? I mean, you don't got no business right now. If I were to give you business where you can make a couple grand, would you pay me 25% of it? Probably, right? Better than nothing, right? All right, so that's basically how the business works, getting those referrals. Okay, you can make a lot of money here and there. Those extra couple $100 here, couple $100 there. You know, look, I mean, how much would that work out to? Let's see, how much would that work out to? I'll pull up a calculator here. Let's just say that we got a $300,000 home. And let's just say the total commission, we're going to keep it low. I'm going to say the commission's only 4%. The total commission on that transaction would be $12,000. But there's two sides of that transaction. There's the seller side and the buyer side. So let's just say we're only working with the buyer on this. So let's divide that in half. That's $6,000. And let's just say that you're only on a 50-50 split with your broker. Okay. Well, let's not even go there yet. We're talking about just sending the referral. How much money would you earn on a referral? Well, $6,000 of that $6,000 before it gets split by the broker and their agent, we would get 25 or 35%, whatever. Let's just go with the lower amount, the 25% referral fee. So times 25%, that's $1,500. Okay, now if you're a referral agent, you're probably getting a higher commission split than a 50-50 split. I have a referral agency and I offer an 80% split to referral agents. So let's just see, times 80%. That's $1,200 that you just made for picking up a phone. Ain't that worth it? Look, if it was, let's just say that you're working at a regular agency and you're sending out a referral, that's $6,000 times 25% of that, that's $1,500. And let's just say you're only on a 50% split, divided by 2. That's $750. That's still not bad for just lifting up a phone. What did you do? How long did that take you to do? Lift up the phone, send a fax or an email of a referral contract for them to sign, and boom, when they close on the deal, you get your money. Easy deasy, nice and easy, right? All right, so how much does it initially cost to get or renew your license? Okay, these first couple pages of the book, this information is spread all out all over the place. I created a couple slides here that I'm going to teach you from, and then when we get to this stuff, we'll highlight it, okay? but this stuff is spread throughout the chapter here. I put together a nice, neat, orderly slide here for us. All right. So how much does it initially cost to get your license? Well, for salespersons and referral agents, it's $100 plus the $50 background check and the $10 to that guarantee fund for a grand total of $160. Okay. If you're a broker or broker salesperson, everything's double. So license is $200. Still the $50 for the background check, but they pay $20 to the guarantee fund for a grand total of $270 to initially get their licenses. And to renew the license, a salesperson pays $100 and a broker just the $200. You don't need to have the background check or pay into that guarantee fund again. Now, in order to renew your license, when does your license get renewed? It has to be renewed by June 30th of odd years. Now, if your license is not renewed by June 30th of odd years, what happens? Well, your license is still good on June 30th, but the next day it becomes inactive. It expires, it becomes inactive. You cannot work unless you renew the license. Okay, so July 1st, it's inactive now. Okay, but when do you need to renew your license by? June 30th of odd years. Okay, you need to know this. It's your responsibility for making sure your licenses get renewed. Don't rely on your broker. Now, your broker will probably follow up with you, but don't rely on them, because if they don't, you can't be like, well, my broker didn't remind me. It's your license, right? You hire a plumber to do work on your house. Did you have to remind the plumber to renew their license? They're an independent contractor. No, it's their responsibility to make sure their license is in order. It's your responsibility to make sure your license is in order. Okay. And when do you need to renew your licenses by? Doesn't matter when you got it. June 30th of odd years. Okay. Now, if you don't renew your license on June 30th, what happens to it? It becomes inactive. How long can your license remain inactive and you can still reactivate it? Well, one licensing term. You have that one licensing term to reactivate it, which is 2 years, right? Beyond that point, you lose the license, it becomes void after that, and you'd have to come back to school and start all over again at square one. So we don't want to do that. We want to renew our licenses. If you guys ever decide that real estate's not for you, whatever, after you get your licenses, do not give it up. Because at some point you're going to come across somebody who's looking to buy or sell a house, and you guys can still earn a commission if you're hanging your license by sending referrals. Hang your license with a referral agency. Remember, I got a referral agency. If you guys wanted to, just reach out to me. Keep your licenses active. Pay the $100 every 2 years. Keep your license active. Hell, you send a referral, that'll more than make up for it, once in a blue moon even, right? And then if you ever want to reactivate your license to actually work in real estate, boom, you can do so. You don't have to come back here to school. And I get people that give up licenses all the time that come to me and they contact me here at the school to, oh, I had my license, but I didn't renew it. I should have kept it active. I hear it all the time. So I'm just telling you guys right now, okay? You may get another job offer at whatever your previous job was that you cannot turn down. Listen, once you got your real estate license, keep it active. You don't have to keep it as a salesperson. You could transfer it to a referral agent or back and forth. Okay. So how much to initially get your license as a salesperson?
$160.
How much to renew it?
$100.
There you go. And when you got to renew it by?
Every 2 years, alternate years.
By when?
June 30th.
By June 30th.
June 30th of the odd year. So if you get your license on June 29th, when does it expire?
June 30th.
June 30th.
It's good for the next day, right? And then July 1st, it expires.
Yep.
Okay. That's why I say if you're close to that date, maybe just hold off a little bit before you send it in to get it. Otherwise, you're gonna be paying $100 to renew the license. But if it's off a bit and you got time, send it in, get the license. All right, now, before you can renew the license, you need to complete 12 hours of continuing education. Once again, we're not dealing with the book right now because this stuff is spread all over the book. I'm trying to get them to put stuff in right order in the next version of the book. But so for this book right now, we're going to have these wordings like this in this order. I think it's best. So this is another awesome slide. Listen, I'm not just patting myself on the back here. This is good slides for you guys to study from. I keep tweaking these slides as I teach this class. It's easier for you guys to study from than the book even. All right, so you need to complete 12 hours of continuing education, which we refer to as CE, in order to renew your license. Now, your license got to be renewed by
June 30th.
30th.
of odd
June
years.
30th.
June
Listen,
30th.
repetition, guys. I'm going to keep asking you. You guys just answer me. Come on, come on, come on. We got, once you guys start getting like this and it's like boring because, everybody knows June 30th. Everybody knows. Well, that's good that you know. You know, I want you to remember it. I want you to know it like that. Okay. So if you keep answering it, it'll stick. Okay. So you got to renew your license by June 30th of odd years. But before you can renew your license, you must complete your CE requirements 2 months before license renewal. And when is that? April 30th of the renewal year. Okay?
April 30th.
April 30th of the renewal year. Now, if you do not complete those 12 hours of continuing education by then, the state will charge you an additional $200. They don't call it fine. They call it a processing fee. They slapped a little lipstick on that pig, huh? I mean, if I'm required to pay it and I don't want to pay it, then it's a fine, you know, because I didn't do something, you're going to charge me extra. I refer to it as a fine, but they call it a processing fee. All right. So, and then you still need to complete the CE in order to renew your license. Okay. Now, CE classes can be taken in person or online. Right now, you're taking a licensing class online. This is only temporary, though, because of the whole COVID thing. The state law doesn't allow licensing to be conducted online. This is going to be taken away once everything's eventually reopened up again. All right. But right now, you guys are able to take these licensing classes online because the governor's put a temporary order that allows us to do so, to do these classes online because of COVID. All right. So, CE is required to change your license type. If you are a referral agent or salesperson licensed with a referral company, you can change your license back to a salesperson. However, I have a link here, and I have these links like this throughout these slideshows that give all kinds of references and stuff. Now, if I were to open up this link, which I'm going to do right now, you may require, if you're changing your license from a referral agent back to a salesperson, depending on how long you are hanging it as a salesperson, you're probably going to have to take more CE classes than 12 hours. Let me just open it up really quick and we can take a look and see. Once it opens, I will share that with you. Oh, there we go. Hello. There we go. All right, so as you can see, I opened it up on the website here. If you were not previously licensed ever, if you only got your license initially as a referral agent, these are the rules on transferring your license to become a salesperson. But if you were at least initially activated as a salesperson, and then you converted your license to a referral agent, and now you want to convert it back to a salesperson so that you could work in real estate, depending on how long you were having it, how many years you had it hung as a referral agent would dictate how many hours of CE you need to take. Some of them would even require you taking an exam. Again. All right, so basically that's the rule. You don't need to study these time frames. I'm just showing you there are time frames. And it may require more CE to transfer your license back and forth. All right. So here's the breakdown of the 12 hours of CE that's required for your license. Okay. You need to know this. You need to know it to renew your license. You need to know it possibly for exam too. So here's the breakdown. Of the 12 hours of CE, or 12 credits, sometimes I'll refer to it as a credit, but each credit is equal to 1 hour of class, okay? So 12 hours are 12 credits of CE. The breakdown is this. At least 6 hours or 6 credits have to be in core topics. Of those core topics, 2 of them have to be in ethics. Ethics is considered a core topic. And the remaining, and then 4 more core topics. So you got to take 6 hours of core topics, at least 2 of them being in ethics. And the remaining 6 hours can be in any approved class, whether it's core, ethics, or electives. Okay, but the classes have to be, these classes have to be licensed with the Real Estate Commission. You can't just take any class and say, well, I took a class towards my CE. It has to be registered with the state of New Jersey and given a license number to be given credit for taking that class, okay? Which reminds me, I got to take some CE classes myself. April coming up on us now, right? All right, let's see. Who is exempt from the CE requirement? Here's another state exam question. Well, newly licensed agents after June 30th of even numbered years will get CE credits for the licensing class. So basically that includes you guys. Referral agents are not required to take CE, and neither are people who have been licensed as brokers for at least 40 years. Wow, you got to be old though for that, right? I mean, you didn't just have your real estate license for 40 years. You had your broker's license for at least 40 years. I mean, you got to be at least, what, 60 years old for that. That's if you got your license when you were 20, right? All right. So who doesn't have to have a real estate license to renew their, who does not have to take CE to renew their license?
Referral agents.
Referral agents and brokers who have been licensed as brokers for 40 years. Okay. Study those 2. You don't have to worry about studying the first one, but study those 2 for the exam, because I'm pretty sure one of them is an exam question for state.
I have a question.
Yeah.
On the slide, it says newly licensed agents after June 30th and even numbered years will get CE credit.
Yeah.
But this is an odd number year. So
Yeah, but you're licensed after the June 30th in the even.
Oh, okay.
You're within that. You're between. You know, it would get too wordy for me to get exact with that definition there. It's when
Okay.
you're in between that. When you're after June 30th, in the even year to the up until the license renewal, you don't need to take CE classes in order to renew your license. This class will count as credit towards your CE.
And
Yeah.
one other question.
Sure.
You have to take ethics every 2 years, some type
Okay.
of ethics class?
Yes. Now, this is not the Realtor's Code of Ethics. This is a different ethics. So you guys got to take a Realtor's Code of Ethics class for the Realtors Association. And they bounce around. It used to be every 4 years, then they turned it to every 2 years, and now they just changed it to every 3 years, which that Realtors Association is getting wacky. But this is a different Code of Ethics training class for the license renewal. Yes, you need to take it every 2 years. Okay, so you have to take all 12 CE credits every 2 years, and there's all kinds of classes that you could take. You just gotta make sure that at least 4 credits in core topics plus 2 ethics, and then the remaining 6 can be in anything. Okay, any approved class. And what happens if you don't finish it by April 30th? You pay a $200 processing fee. So when do you need to finish your 12 hours of CE? By April 30th. See all these different questions that can come out of this stuff? Now, I put it together in a slide here because It's coming up on pages. The CE stuff, though, is spread all over the book. There's no single place where you could really study this. So this is a good slide I put together for you guys. Snap a picture of it, you know, print it out, whatever. You guys have access to these slides, okay? You guys can print them out on your own, you know. But you don't need to print out all the slides because we got tons of slides. You guys don't want to start doing that. But this is a good slide if you want to mark it down to print. There you go. All right, activities required for a broker's license. Now we're back to the book for under activities covered. Well, before we get to this, activities covered, in the book, it says all initial, renewed, and reinstated licenses are issued on a biennial term that expires June 30th of odd years. Let's highlight that. And then it says the term realtor and realtor associate are used by members of the National Association of Realtors, a private trade association that has no connection with state licensing. I want you to highlight members of National Association of Realtors, a private trade association, has no connection with state licensing, and then underline has no connection with state licensing. If you violate one of the rules of the Realtors Association, is that going to have an effect on your license? No, not unless it's also violating the law or the administrative code. And what's the administrative code? The rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission. And it's known as Title 11, Chapter 5. What are the laws also known as? The real estate laws.
Statute.
Okay. New Jersey statute. Now tell me the numbers. What are the numbers that they're?
4515 and 11.5.
Well, 4515 is the law. 11.5 is the administrative code.
Administrative code.
So actually, I shouldn't keep saying the law, but I say the law because it's easier for us to understand that. But the law or New Jersey statutes is Title 45, Chapter 15, and the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission, Title 11, Chapter 5. Okay. All right. So activities covered. So this is now stuff here in this list here. When performing any of these acts for someone else in exchange for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration, you have to have a broker's license or a salesperson who's working under a licensed broker in order to list real estate for sale, sell, exchange, buy, auction, or rent real estate. New Jersey does not have an auctioneer's license, in case anybody was wondering. Many states do. If you're going to get involved in auctions, you have to have an auctioneer license. But New Jersey does not have any. You figure New Jersey, the most regulated state in the land that requires licensing for everything, they don't have an auctioneer's license requirement. But if somebody's going to be selling real estate at an auction, guess what? They got to have a real estate license or a real estate licensee like you to help them at the auction. Right? To collect rents for someone else, obviously. Now, you know, this is all these rules do not apply to owners of the property themselves, because you don't need a license to sell this is all when you're doing it for someone else, right? Solicit prospective purchasers or sellers. Negotiate a real estate loan, commercial loan. Actually, is kind of weird. It requires a real estate license. A real estate broker license, to be more specific. Sell lots or other parcels for a developer. You should be so lucky getting a bunch of new construction listings. That's it right there, right? Sell business opportunities that involve real estate. Do you need to have a real estate license to sell a business? No, not unless real estate's involved. That's actually an exam question for exams. Okay, anybody can sell a business, but you don't need to have a real estate license unless you're negotiating a lease or the property is getting sold along with that business. Which is kind of funny because when we're selling commercial real estate, We don't actually prepare the contracts for it. A lawyer does. So, but they still want us to have a real estate license if we're involved in that. And attempt to do any of the above. All right, so activities required for a salesperson's license. It's all the same stuff that the brokers required for negotiate, buy, sell, auction. It's all the same stuff, except you're doing it in the name of the broker under which you're employed. So on page 3, after about 5 bullet points there, says a salesperson's license allows the holder to operate under the supervision of a licensing broker to assist in, and then it basically gives all the same stuff again. Skip the next couple bullet points, and we're going to highlight. Licensees are permitted to handle the resale of mobile homes, but they must follow motor vehicle commission regulations, as well as ones set by the Real Estate Commission, and underline the word resale. We cannot sell new mobile homes because we're not licensed motor vehicle dealers. However, we can broker the resale of mobile homes, having a real estate license. Now, do you know how to do that? Anybody ever sell a car before? What you need to do? You turn over the title, the document that shows that you own a vehicle. We refer to it as a title. So you turn over the title, you put the mileage in there, you put down the seller's name and information, you put down the buyer's information, you put down what the sales price was, you sign it, you date it, or both parties sign it and date it. Take it to motor vehicle, we did our job. Okay, and then we earned our commission. That's how you sell a mobile home. Now, sometimes these mobile homes may be put in, they're parked in mobile home parks, which that's a separate lease that they need to pay in order to park their mobile home in a mobile home park. Okay, that's a different story altogether, though. That's a different lease. That's a different transaction. But are we allowed to sell mobile homes as licensees?
No. No.
Yes.
You're allowed to
Oh, yeah.
resell them. You can't sell new ones.
We're allowed to broker the resale of mobile homes, not the initial new sale. Okay. See, this is why I like to pop back on you guys right away the things that we just asked, because I like to clarify and make sure that we're getting you thinking right. Okay. All right. Exemptions. Who is not required to have a real estate license? Well, for sale by owners, which we call FSBOs. You guys ever see this term, FSBO? For sale by owner. That's what it stands for. We pronounce it FSBO. Okay. A FSBO, or for sale by owner, does not need to have a real estate license to sell or lease or collect rents. Attorneys, executors, or an executrix. You guys know what an executrix is? You guys know what an executor is? An executor is when somebody dies. An executor is the one that carries out the wishes that you had in your will. All right. An executrix is a female executor. They actually have gender pronouns to them. So an executor is the male, an executrix is a female. See, well, legal terminology. A trustee, receivers, administrators, legal guardians, or others handling real estate under the order of a court are not required to have a real estate license to sell real estate. Banks and trust companies and insurance companies for properties that they own are not required to have a real estate license to sell them. Although when they usually are selling them, they'll reach out to a real estate agent to sell them. So it may not be a bad idea for you guys to reach out to your local banks, see if they have any inventory of bank-owned properties that they need to sell, and they're looking for an agent to handle those sales. Now, attorneys are exempt while handling real estate in their normal practice of law, but an attorney who engages in the brokerage business must obtain a real estate license. So basically, an attorney who maybe prepared your will and now you died. you may have given the attorney that power to handle the estate, to act as your executor, you know? And if that's the case, they're allowed to sell the real estate. They can put it up for sale, find a buyer for it. But usually attorneys don't do that. They don't got time for that. So usually an attorney will have their paralegal reach out to a real estate agent so that they can list the property for sale and have the real estate agent handle it. Okay. But can an attorney sell real estate without a real estate license? Yes, during their normal practice of law. But an attorney who wants to start listing properties and selling them, dealing with buyers and sellers, no, they need to get a real estate license just like you and I. That's often an exam question. Okay. Attorneys are exempt while handling real estate in their normal practice of law, but if they want to engage in the brokerage business, they need to get a license. So that's going to be here. We're under exemptions. We're going to highlight the title, exemptions, and then just highlight the FSBO in the first bullet point. Just highlight the word FSBO. And the next bullet point, we're going to highlight legal guardians and others handling real estate under the order of a court. And then underneath all the bullet points, we're going to highlight that sentence about attorneys are exempt while handling real estate in their normal practice of law. But if they wish to engage in the brokerage business, they have to obtain a real estate license, just like you and me. All right, payments for services. In order to legally collect a commission, well, it's illegal for anyone to share any portion of a commission without a real estate license. You have to be licensed at the time the service is performed. So in other words, none of you are helping anybody search for a house now, right? Finder's fees, which we also may refer to as kickbacks, are illegal. So are money or gifts to unlicensed persons who refer buyers or sellers. So basically, if you get your real estate license and you got a friend that says, hey, look, I know somebody who's looking to sell their house, you know, I can hook you up with them. Just throw me a little something, something when you close on the deal. Can't do it.
I have a question.
Yep, go ahead.
That sounds like wholesaling. What's the difference? What is wholesaling?
No. Okay. Well, there's two versions of wholesaling. Real wholesaling is when you go to a bank to buy many properties from them at once, and you get it at a wholesale price. That's what wholesaling is.
Okay.
Now, there's this other thing of wholesaling that's going around out there. They call it wholesaling, but it's not, which you guys should not be involved in at all. You're opening yourself up for lawsuits if you get involved in that fake wholesaling stuff. It's basically you get somebody who's a wannabe investor who wants to make money on a real estate transaction, and the way they do it is they dupe a homeowner to sign away their rights in what we call an assignment agreement. They assign the right to accept a contract of sale to a third party.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, a homeowner wouldn't be able to sell their own house unless this third party agreed to the sales price. And they won't agree to the sales price unless the markup is high enough for them to earn something off of it. Wait a minute. Isn't that kind of acting like a real estate agent without having the license?
I went to a seminar for Fan Merle, and they were teaching this.
Well, hold on a second. Were they teaching the one where you're signing the assignment agreements, or were they teaching buying them several houses from a bank at wholesale price?
No, they were doing the assignment agreements. They showed you these like contracts.
Don't get involved in that bullshit.
Okay.
Listen, if the person has a pure heart and they're truly trying to help somebody out, and money's not their primary motivation, then I could see it could help somebody. And you can make a couple bucks too. But the problem is most people get greedy and they put their interest above that of the homeowner. And the only kind of homeowner, why would a homeowner want to sign away their right to sell their own house to you? Well, probably because they're desperate. they're in danger of losing their home already. But if that's the case, why don't they come to a real estate agent? The real estate agent can negotiate with them, they can negotiate with their banks to accept the lower price. They put the property on the market for sale. And if a price comes in that's acceptable to the bank, they accept it, and we call this a short sale. They sell the property for less than what it's worth. But if you got this investor that's stepping in there, they may find a buyer that has a price that's acceptable to the bank. But that investor is like, but it's not acceptable to me because I want to earn more money. And then a buyer never materializes, another buyer never materializes that has that high enough price for you to earn your money. And that person ends up getting foreclosed on. And now their whole financial situation is screwed up because of you. Right? So as a real estate agent, we should never let a third party get between us and our client. Right? It makes no sense to do that. Now, I understand what those seminars are doing if they're truly just making a couple bucks, you know, and they're actually trying to work. But listen, that's walking a thin line of operating without a real estate license, trying to be a real estate agent and earn a commission without having a real estate license. You got to be careful. Be careful. Talk to attorneys. Know what the hell you're doing before you get involved in that. Real estate commission looks at these things, especially when there's a complaint. If somebody loses money, you get sued, you could get screwed big time. So you got to be careful in doing that.
Okay.
All right. And as a licensee, I would say avoid it like the plague. Okay. You're better off. You can make more money as the commission on a real estate agent selling it and negotiating with the bank. Right. All right. And do things the right way, not worry about the lawsuits or other ramifications from it. All right.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Now, brokers can only pay or share a commission with the people who are licensed under them, or if they pay out to another broker who has sent them a referral, and then that referral fee that would be paid by that broker to their agents, or a law that went into effect in like 2009 was offering buyer's rebates. As a broker, we can offer rebates to the purchaser of a primary residence. What is a primary residence? It's not an investment property. It's not a vacation property. It's the property that you live in. It's the primary property that you live in. You can only have one primary residence, right? That's the residence with your driver's license. That's the residence where you file your taxes with, right? That's where you live. That's your primary residence. So only the purchaser of a primary residence, we are allowed to share our commission with that buyer. You guys ever hear this before? Buyer's rebates? Probably most of you have not heard of it. And the reason is most agents don't want to share their commission with you. Why would they when they could keep it? Right? All right. Would you want to share your commission with a buyer?
I wouldn't.
Anybody else?
Depending if it can lead to some more business.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
or family, you might want to give them a discount.
Okay, maybe to a family member, something like that, give them a buyer's rebate. Yeah. How about this? You guys ever go to an open house?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I've been to one.
What's the first thing you do when you go to an open house?
Look around.
Nah.
Just
You would take the paper out of
Get
the front
information.
and read all the stuff about the house.
Okay, well, doesn't that agent have you do something before they allow you to walk through that house?
Yes,
Give
you
them
have to
info.
sign your information up.
You got to sign in. There's a sign in.
Yeah.
All right. Now, did you put your real name? Did you put your real phone number? Your real email address? Or did you change a digit in your phone number, put a fake email, put a fake name?
All depends.
But you did. at some point, right? It depends.
Yeah.
So sometimes you do. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, as a real estate agent, as a licensee, do you know we're required to keep sign-in sheets? I mean, why do we keep sign-in sheets? I mean, a lot of people and even a lot of agents don't even really know. They're like, oh, well, we keep it for follow-up so we could follow up with the buyers to see if they're not interested in this. Maybe, if they want to put an offer in or whatever, we want to follow up with them, or maybe get feedback for the seller on how the property showed, or maybe to try to get them as buyers for something else if they're not interested in this property, right? But that's not the reason why we're required to have a sign-in sheet. What if something gets stolen and something goes missing? We have to have that sheet so that we could turn over to the police so that the homeowner can file a claim on their insurance. They have to file a police report, but we need to be able to show that we have a record of everybody that came in there. And you know what? I've got old sign-in sheets where I've had Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck attend my open houses. Serious. People signed in as Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck. Okay. So is it a good idea to allow people to sign in on their own? Probably not. You're better off signing them in. And here, I'm going to tell you guys, as brand new agents, you got to try to find a way to differentiate yourself from those agents that have been licensed out there for ages. And how can you do that? Well, be a better agent. And I'm going to teach you how to be a better agent in a simple way. It's not going to cost you a penny. Okay. You just got to be a hard nose a little bit. At open houses, ask anybody who comes into that open house. Don't allow them to sign in. You sign them in. First of all, are you going to be able to read their chicken scratch anyway? Ask to see their ID. Now, if you walked into my open house and I asked you for your ID, would you say anything to me? Nobody would say anything to me?
I may ask what's it for, but I'm not like, I kind of understand the way things are. So I would be like, whatever, I'm not here for any shenanigans. So here you go.
Well, okay. All right. Well, you're a reasonable person. I mean, I would assume that a lot of people that you ask for the open of, that come into an open house and you ask them for their ID, they're like, well, I got to show you my ID. Why you want to see my ID? And it's going to be, well, it's for security reasons. Now, a lot of people may say, they may actually throw in there too, why do I got to show you my ID? I've been to plenty of open houses and nobody's ever asked me for an ID before. Has anybody ever asked you for an ID at an open house? Probably not. Not unless they were one of my students, because I teach my students to do this. I tell them to ask for an ID at an open house. And when somebody starts giving you that static, and they're giving you that pushback, well, why do I got to show you my ID? It's an open house. I've been to plenty of open houses. No agent ever asked me for an ID before. I want you guys to play a little. You guys got to learn how to act a little bit in this job. Have fun with it. I do this. Really? I'm shocked. Are you telling me that no real estate agent has ever asked you for their to see your ID when you came into an open house? Well, I don't know how other agents conduct their business, but when a homeowner hires us to represent them and to protect them and to look out for their home when we're opening it up to the public, I mean, what if something goes missing? We have to have a list of everybody who came in here so that we could turn that list over to the police so that they could then investigate. But I mean, if you have somebody signing something in chicken scratch or putting fake names, I don't know how an agent is conducting their business properly. Well, listen, I'm shocked that you said that. But when you hire me, our agency looks out for their clients, and I'll give you the same level of service. If you're not currently working with an agent right now, I'll gladly work with you as your buyer's agent and help you in your home for a search for a home. And I will provide this same level of service to you as well. Now, look at that. Some of you got your mouths hanging open over here, with the, what I just said, but look, have I said anything that was, far-fetched or anything that was a weird idea or anything. No, these are facts. You know, no other agent ever asked you for your ID. I'm just trying to, see who's here. And an agent who doesn't ask for ID, how could they be properly conducting an open house and verifying everybody that's came in? I mean, it's a simple task. If agents aren't doing that, how else are they lax in their duties? So I'm a diligent agent. If you hire me to work for you, I'm going to give you the same level of service. This is what we call excellence in service. And I'm going to provide this excellent service to you. And I'm a brand spanking new agent. And I just wowed you with my words that weren't so revolutionary, or were they? I just asked to see an ID. And then I'm going to sign you in based on your information that's on the ID. And then I'm going to ask you for your phone number and your email address for follow-up. Don't worry, I'm not going to put you on any spam list or anything. I'm just going to want to get feedback for the seller. I maybe send you one email and ask for feedback of what you thought about the house, okay? And if you want to work with me, I'll be glad to work with you as well. Oh, by the way, I offer buyer's rebates. So if you purchase a house through me, I'll give you up to 25% of my commission at closing. Did I just seal the deal? You want to work with me yet? I'm providing better service and I'm giving you money back if you buy a house through me. Now, why am I giving you money back? Well, previously, before I asked for an ID, you were going to sign your name as Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck. Were you really going to be a buyer that worked with me? If you weren't interested in this house? Probably not. But now I tell you, I could show you any home that's out there on the market, doesn't matter what company it's listed with. And if you use me as your agent to buy the property, I'll give you up to 25% of my commission back at closing. Did I seal the deal? You want to work with me? Okay. Not a bad spiel that I did, right? So there is where you would want to give commission back to agents, to buyers rather, but only a buyer of a primary residence. And your broker has to allow it. So job interview time. You want to ask your brokers, do you allow buyers rebate offers? Okay. If you guys want to do what I just suggested, you think that that would be a good idea, you have to ask your broker, because if your broker doesn't allow it, then you can't offer it. Okay. So your broker has to allow you to offer buyers rebates in order for you to do this. All right. All right, just throwing it out there. It's a good way for you guys to get business, especially starting as new agents. When you got no business whatsoever, you got no sellers, you got no buyers, how do you get business for free? Want me to tell you?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, so here's how you get some business for free. Your broker probably has some listings, right? Now, other agents in his office got those listings, but who owns those listings? That's the broker.
The broker.
Those agents are working for the broker. So every listing they get is for the broker. So they're the broker's listings. But I try to be courteous to the listing agents. I'll go through the listing inventory of the office and I will ask the listing agents, if you got a listing, would you mind if I did an open house this weekend for you? Trust me, listing agents got better stuff to do than sit in an open house all day waiting for buyers to come by. They're just doing it to appease the seller, okay? Look, most homes do not sell at an open house, but it's a good place where you could find interested buyers who are looking to buy something, okay? But just, it's not the best way to shop for a home, just randomly walking into a house that's got its front door open that says that we're for sale. I mean, is it in your price range? Is it what does it have the features you're looking for? Is it in the condition you're looking for? You're better off searching with an agent. So I'm going to ask a listing agents if I can do an open house for them. And I would sit in there, do an open house. Every person that walks in that front door is a potential buyer that you could work with. And if you do that little spiel that I just went over with you, you guys can get yourself buyers clients right away, right? And start working with them. You don't have to wait for your brokers to give you leads. I'm showing you how to get them yourself. This is the kind of training your brokers should be giving you. All right. And then here's another question to ask the buyers that are coming in. The buyers that are coming in. Where do you live now? What's your current housing situation? Do you have a house that you need to sell first, or are you renting? I've gotten listings at open houses, guys. Buyers that walk in, ask them if they have something else they need to sell. You could get a listing at an open house. And then that listing agent will be kicking themselves in the ass when they didn't do their own open house and you got a listing out of it. And they don't get none of that. You're welcome. All right. Prohibited activities for unlicensed assistants. What are unlicensed people not allowed to do? Well, first let's highlight under payment for services on page 3. Let's highlight it's illegal for anyone to share in any portion of a commission without a real estate license, and then put a highlighted box around the remainder of that section, which went over all these other details of who can pay who. As a salesperson, can you pay anybody?
Wait, can you
No.
repeat that box you said to highlight? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Sure, where it says payment for services. I had to highlight the second sentence and then put a highlighted box around the rest of that section, the rest of that paragraph and the next sentence. That says
All right.
finder's fees and money and gifts to unlicensed people is also illegal. Okay.
Thanks.
So as a salesperson, who can you pay?
Nobody.
Nobody should be the answer. That is correct. All right. So as a salesperson, who can you be paid by?
The broker.
What broker?
Your what's it
Only
called?
your
My
broker.
only broker.
Only your broker. So who can your broker pay?
The salespeople, salesperson.
Any of their
for referral.
licensees. So I'm going to go over all, cover all their license types in one shot. Any of their licensees working under them. Another broker when they pay out a referral fee, or a buyer of a primary residence they could give a buyer's rebate to. That's it. You need to know that for exams.
Can you say that? Can you say that one more time?
Yep. Who can a salesperson pay? Nobody.
Nobody.
Who could they be paid by? Only their broker.
Broker.
Who can their broker pay? Another broker if they're paying out a referral fee. Any of their licensees, or a buyer of a primary residence can get a rebate. Now, if you ever have somebody without a license that's going to be working with you as an assistant, if you should get so busy, or just look at it from the perspective of a broker. A broker often has a secretary at the front desk, right? If they have unlicensed assistants helping them in the office, we need to understand for exams what that person with a license may or may not do. So the first list here is what they cannot do, what they may not do. On page 4, we're on page 4 now. I want you to highlight the title, either highlight the title or put a box around it with your pen because the book did a poor job formatting it. I want you to highlight an unlicensed assistant or secretary may not. And then you go down about 6 bullet points, and after that, there's another title there that says an unlicensed assistant or secretary may. So either underline that or highlight it or put it in a box just so you know it's a separate section. It's not one continued run-on bullet list. All right. So an unlicensed person may not show property. You can't send somebody without a license to go show properties for you. You can't answer any questions about listed property. You guys ever call a real estate office, try to find out just if a property is available or what the price was? And they give you the whole runaround. Well, what's your name? What's your phone number? What's your email address? You know, but they wouldn't give you the information that you asked for. Well, that's because it would be illegal for that person to, if they did not have a license. So if they're just an unlicensed secretary, the only thing they could do is get your information and transfer you to a licensed agent who can answer those questions for you. They can't answer any questions about listed properties. You also can't get somebody without a license to go fishing for business for you by making cold calls. You guys know what a cold call is? It's picking up the phone and calling a number at random, hoping the person on the other side wants to do business with you. I tell you what, doing that, you're gonna get used to rejection. You like when people call your house trying to sell you crap at random? I don't. You know, in certain markets, it may work. In certain times of the market, it may work, but you gotta make a lot of phone calls, and you're gonna get very used to rejection. But you got to remember that if you're going to be doing that kind of stuff, you have to obey the Federal Trade, FTC, Federal Trade Commission's do not call list, right? Before you start calling people. All right. But either way, you can't hire somebody who does not have a license to make calls trying to fish for business for you. You can't have them explain contracts with anybody outside the brokerage firm or make calls for rent collection. They also cannot host open houses or promotional booths unless the licensee is there with them. They can help you distribute promotional materials or attend a home inspection with you, but you cannot send them in your place. Okay. Allowable activities. What is an unlicensed person allowed to do? Well, they're allowed to answer and forward calls. Hello, it's a wonderful day at ABC Realty. Can I get your name and number in case we get disconnected? And I'll transfer you to a licensee who can answer your questions, right? That's about all they could do. They could process and submit listings and changes to the MLS. What? A person without a license can put a listing in an MLS? Well, if they are, if they have their own login for the MLS as a secretary, we do have these secretarial license logins available for an assistant login is called, where basically they're just doing data entry for you. They cannot make up listings. They cannot make up the wording. All the wording is filled out already by a property owner. Here's a sample. I have a link here to a sample. Here's one of the MLSs called Garden State MLS or GSMLS, to one of their listing input sheets. And so let me just click on that and open that up real quick. And that takes you here. This is the Garden State MLS, and there are listing input sheets. I'm going to click on this one for a single family home. When we go to get a listing from a homeowner, we have to have them sign contracts. We have them sign a listing agreement, which goes over the commission and the time of how long the listing is for and all that. But we need to have information about the property itself. We call this a property input sheet that every MLS has their own, and they need to be filled out. In this one, Garden State MLS, all the fields in red are required fields of information we're required to collect about the property so that we can input the listing into the MLS. Okay. I mean, what are you going to do? Just go to a house with a blank sheet of paper and try to write down everything you could find? I mean, it's best to take these listing input sheets, print them out, and take them with you to the listing. And then you fill out this information about the property when you're there. Okay. What's the list price, the list date, expiration date? When is the homeowner, when can they give possession of the property to a buyer? What county is the property in? What's the town that it's in? What's the street number, street name, zip code, type of property, single family or condo, co-op, townhouse? Is it community living? Is it 55 plus community? What is the tax block and lot number? You would get this from the tax records. The schools, ownership types, how many bedrooms, how many baths, total number of rooms, architectural style, build date of the house, what type of basement, if it has a basement, type of roof, garage spaces, if there is a garage, what kind of additional parking is available, if any, additional information about the lot, exterior of the house. What's the construction material on the exterior of the house? Is it vinyl siding, stucco, aluminum siding, clapboard, concrete, all this other kinds of siding. Basically, all this information to gather, you put in some licensees marks, directions, additional remarks, what floor and the room dimension sizes for each room, what floor is it on, and what are the room dimension sizes. By the way, I never write room sizes down unless they're big. Hey, what is the license type you're trying to get?
Salesperson.
Salesperson. So you guys are going to learn to sell, right? And in selling, you got to tease a little bit. Think of it like dating, right? You want to woo that person, right? You want to woo them, get them interested in you, right? It's the same thing in real estate. That's how sales works. You got to think of it like you're trying to get a date, all right? You got to make the house look appealing. Show them a little that'll interest them, but don't show them too much. You know, this is the way that you attract them and you pull them in where they want more information. See, these days with technology, we try to give virtual tours and aerial and all kinds of stuff. We're showing them every angle of a property from the inside and out. That's too much. You know what? It's great to have technology like that, and you could even use it. But don't show everything, because if somebody feels like everything has been seen already, why do they need to go to the house? And you're not going to make any sales online. Nobody's going to buy a house from what they've seen online. They're going to want to eventually come in to see it. But if they feel like they've seen everything and the house just ain't for them, they're not even going to contact you. So now you can't even get them as a client and flip them and show them other properties that may be of interest to them. In other words, don't give them the cow when they could just take the milk. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta tease them a little bit, coax them in. You know, take some of these nice HGTV quality pictures of the shelf that has nice decorations on it, and then leave that person wanting, saying, "I wish they had more pictures." See that? I left them wanting. They wish there were more pictures. And if they're wishing there were more pictures, they may call me to get an appointment so that they could go in and see more of the house. Sometimes they'll say, "Oh, can you take more pictures? Or can you take a video and send it to me?" No. If you'd like to see the house, you could come on in. You know, we'll get you pre-qualified for a mortgage, so you could see what your monthly payments would be like, if they would be comfortable for you. And then we could take a look at this house. We'll set up an appointment. I could show you the house, and I may also set up other appointments for homes in the area that may be similar, so we could take a look at a couple homes in case this one doesn't fancy you. Right? That's the best way to to tease them in, so to speak. Okay, so don't give them all the information. Give them all this information here, but don't give them all the photos from every angle, those virtual tours and stuff. You know, tease them a bit, but don't give them everything. Make them want to come in to see it. All right. Don't go running out to show people houses right away because they're standing in front of the house and they're calling on a sign. You don't know if that person can afford to buy the house. You also don't know if that person is looking to rob you or rape you, right? Get that person into the office. Your job as a real estate agent is to get the people into the office. You set up, when they get into the office, say, "Listen, I don't meet people unless they come into the office for the first meeting." There's several reasons for that. We get you set up with a mortgage. We can get you pre-qualified so that you could find out what your payments would be. You don't have to use the mortgage company. You could use any mortgage company. Just want to give you an idea that you're qualified to get the loan and that you know what the payments would be, so that they're comfortable for you. And then we can set up an appointment and show you the property. It's also security reasons. You know, I don't know who you are. You may be wanting to rob me or kill me or something. I don't know. So we like to get people in the office to meet them the first time, get their information, get their IDs, verify that information before we go out with them. So this way people know who we're out with and we don't have to worry as much for our security, okay, our safety, okay. Realtor safety is a big deal, guys. Okay, I want you guys not to just run out when somebody calls you. Because if somebody calls you, "Oh, I'm in front of this house and there's a sign out here," and now you're dropping everything you're doing, grabbing your keys, fighting through traffic to get there, and then the person's gone, they're not even there. And then you're like, son of a, you know? Or you rush out there and then that person has a 400 credit score. What the hell are they buying with a 400 credit score? Nothing. They ain't getting nothing. You ain't getting a pack of bubble gum on credit with a 400 credit score. Okay. So at least this way you're not wasting your time and you're looking out for your security. Know who you're meeting out there. Okay. It's not gonna be a be all end all in security, but at least it could help you out there a bit, guys. All right. So basically, these listing input sheets are required by the MLS when you get a listing, and then it has to be signed by the owner. And basically, your assistant would be just inputting this information. So somebody can input that information without a real estate license, so they could process listings and put them into the MLS. They could place signs on properties, pick up keys, and deliver documents. Now, this one, sometimes a lot of people forget this, and they get this wrong if they ever see it on exam. You don't need to have a real estate license to put a real estate sign on the property. And I'm a visual person. Visual cues work good for me. So how do you remember this one? Here, I'm going to give you a visual cue. When you guys are licensed and you have your real estate license, you could sell or lease any kind of property, residential, commercial, it doesn't matter. Your license is good for all types of real estate within the state of New Jersey. It's good all over the state, and it's good for all kinds of properties in the state. All right. So you guys ever see a commercial real estate sign? Often they look like billboards. You get crews of 2 or 3 guys on the back of a pickup truck that dig a hole. They put the wood there. They even build the signs on the premises sometimes, right? Do those guys got a real estate license? No. So there's a good visual for you when you see a question that asks, do you need to have a real estate license in order to put a sign on a property? I want you to picture that crew, that construction crew building a sign on the property rather than have the imagery of the realtor in their suits or you know, their dress outfit, their professional clothing, opening the trunk to their Mercedes Benz to pull out their real estate sign to put it on the property. Okay, get that picture out of your head. Have the picture of that construction crew there, right, building a sign on the property. You don't need to have a real estate license to put a sign on a property. All right. All right. Let's see, to schedule appointments for showing properties, to set up files, track and secure documents. No, secretaries in brokers' offices do that all the time without a real estate license. Now, what can they do? This is continued. Allowable activities. Well, they could keep records of deposit and earnest money, down payment, security deposits, and rent, but it has to be supervised by the broker, only under the direction of a licensee, follow up on loan applications, and compute commission checks. Look, brokers do this all the time. They have their secretaries do the math. They do the QuickBooks. They do the figuring out what the commission is going to be that needs to be paid to this agent. They prepare all the checks and everything, and then they present it to the broker. The broker reviews it, and then if they're okay with everything, then they sign the check, right? So these are the processes on how this stuff works. So unlicensed assistants can help in these matters, okay? So under these lists here, on page 4, the 4th bullet point, I want you to underline or highlight, discuss or explain a contract. Okay, so unlicensed assistants or secretaries cannot discuss or explain contracts with anyone outside the brokerage firm. They could discuss it with people within the brokerage firm, but not with outside agencies or the clients themselves. And then the 3rd bullet point in the next section of what they're allowed to do. At the end of that one that says place signs on properties, pick up keys, and deliver documents, underline where it says deliver documents, and draw an arrow from both of those bullet points to connect them to each other. Because there's a little story that I know is a question that some people get on state exams sometimes. And it goes like this. On their way to present an offer, a licensee and their unlicensed assistant get into a horrific car accident, and the licensee is rushed to the hospital. What should the unlicensed assistant do? And they give a couple answer options there. And one of the answer options are deliver the contract. Or another answer option would be bring it back to the broker and give it to the broker. And then there's two other answer options, which are not the answer. So, but out of those two answer options that I just given you, which one would be the best answer?
Take it back to the broker.
Deliver the document.
Deliver documents.
Take it back to the broker.
Take it back.
Okay, so we got a mix of things here, because the you know what it says here. It says that they are allowed to deliver the contracts, but they can't discuss or explain them. Now the question said what? It said they were on their way to do what? They were on their way to present an offer, right? And if you're on your way to present an offer, what is this unlicensed assistant going to do?
They can't make the
She
offer.
can't do that. She
Yeah,
can't.
They can't do that.
They're going to have this, hey, I got a contract here for you, and then throw it in your face. Well, what's it about? How much is it for? Sorry, can't talk to you about it.
Take
you
it
know,
back to the broker.
They'd be better off taking it back to the broker. Now the question and the answer are not as clear about that. You have to interpret some of the things that are going on in the background there in that question, right? But you got to look at the question. Now, if it was just that they were on their way to deliver the contract for signatures, that's one thing. If it was that they're there to present an offer, well, that's another thing altogether, okay? Because there's a lot in presenting an offer and getting your offer accepted even, okay? And presenting an offer, I suggest that you guys do it yourself. Do not go faxing offers to the listing agents. I don't know when this became a habit, but it did years ago, right? And I just refer to that as laziness, especially if we're in a market that's like an upward market where people are fighting over properties because there's low inventory and a big demand for properties. In that kind of a market, it's cutthroat. So I want to make sure my offer gets presented, but not just that it gets presented, that it gets presented in the right light. You know, look, if I just fax over this offer to the listing agent to present the offer to the buyer, to the seller, how are they presenting it? Well, we got an offer here from another agency. Looks like they're offering $300,000. Oh, they're using an FHA loan. They got a fixed closing date that they're set on here for this date. Now, keep in mind, look at the tone of my voice. It sounds like I'm not too thrilled about this offer, right? And in the meantime, the listing agent has another offer. It's their client. They got the buyer on the transaction too. Well, we have another offer here too. This one is for $300,000. They're putting down this much money. It is also an FHA loan, but I know this person's qualified because I'm working with them. And, you know, I mean, which one sounds better? The person who is so excited about this one and the other one is like, you know. I mean, just the tone of the person's voice when they present offers can make or break deal. Whereas if I presented it myself, I could say, well, this is an FHA loan, it's $300,000, they're putting down this money. Now, even though we put down the closing date here, they are flexible in that closing date because they don't have another home that they need to sell first. So if you need more time to pack up your things and get out, they are flexible with that. All right. See, if I'm presenting an offer in a certain light, I'm doing it a little bit of a peppy voice, you know. I may point out things that are not so clear on the contract, you know, because we have to put a closing date there. But I could explain to them things like they're flexible, you know, and these kinds of things can make or break a deal. All right. I've had my offers accepted before when I didn't have the best offer, when I did not have the highest offer, but because they were flexible with the closing date, I've had it accepted. And then again, I've gotten beaten out on offers where agents try this little trick. They have their purchaser, the buyer, do a handwritten letter, and they give it to the owner how lovely they thought their home was, and how they would love for the opportunity to raise their family in this wonderful home that you've created, and how they promise to keep it in good condition like you have. You know, basically it's brown nosing, they're sucking up to you, you know? But this is actually a tactic that sometimes works. I mean, I hate doing crap like that. I never do it, but I really should, because sometimes that bullshit works, you know? Where they're playing on the emotions of a homeowner who may be emotional about their home. Okay. Now, some homeowners, they're going to be like, I don't give a crap about this. You know, how much money they offer, you know, whereas other ones, this may make a difference. Oh, that was the one with the children. Oh yeah, that'd be nice to have them here and living in, you know, so some people are more emotional than others. So you never know who you're dealing with. So when presenting offers like this, have all those kinds of tools available, you know?
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
So when you said the listing agent, like how dry their delivery was to the seller,
That's why I
you
like to present it
have
myself.
right. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So you do have the option of speaking directly to the seller yourself
You
as
can
the
ask.
buyer's agent.
You can
Okay.
ask.
Okay.
They're not required to allow you to.
Okay. Okay.
But
Okay.
I always want the opportunity to present the offer in the presence of their agent.
Mm-hmm.
I just asked their agent, hey, when's the time that you could set up that I could present the offer with you to your client?
Okay.
Okay. I like to take an active role and present the offers myself, if you don't mind. If you could set up the appointment, you know, of course you should be present there while I'm presenting the offer, but I like to present the offer, if you don't mind. You know, you try to be courteous, try to be polite with them, and they should set something up. It's a little bit of a pain in the ass to do that, but you know what? Ask nicely and you may be able to get it, you know. But but what the law does require, the law does not require the listing agent to allow you to present the offer, but at minimum, it does require them to allow you to listen to them present the offer.
Okay.
So that you can make sure that the offer is being presented correctly and in the correct light.
Okay.
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 So I would demand that, but I wouldn't go in there all forcefully. You know, like a bull in a china shop. I would go in there trying to be nice to them and polite, and trying to, you know, you get more honey, you know, by being sweet, you know.
Right.
All right, so you got to take that approach.
But question, can the listing agent deny you?
Yes, but they can deny me from presenting the offer, but they have to allow me to hear them present it then. And I have a form that I created where I pointed out the real estate commission regulation that requires that they allow the offer to be presented. Let me see if I have I know I don't have that form here on this computer, but let me see if I have a document that has that quoted law available. Let's see. Contracts, disclosures. No, I don't have that available here. But yeah, I do have a form. I should dig it out and put it up here. That I created that shows when I submit the offer, I like to get it presented with this form where I quote out the Title 11 under Title 11, Chapter 5, that allows me to at least listen to the offer being presented. You know, so I kind of like stick it in their face there. Now, let me make a little note about that so I could try to dig that form out. So let me just make a little note about that, and I'll try to dig it out in my spare time. All right. So qualifications for licensure. Okay. You guys probably went over this before you ever signed up for this class, but we need to know this for exams. They may have questions on it too. We got these bulleted lists here, license qualifications. I have a list here for license qualifications for a salesperson and referral agent, and one for a broker, which like they do here in the book, except mine is kind of a little bit better to study from. Hint, hint. All right. So in order to qualify for a license, you got to be 18 years of age or older, prove a high school education or its equivalent. Now, I don't need to see your high school diploma or GED, neither does the Real Estate Commission, unless they ask for it. And they're only going to ask for it if they have some sort of a cause to believe that you don't. So don't lie about it either. Furnish evidence of good moral character. Well, how do you do that? Well, you don't lie, right? Successfully complete a 75-hour pre-licensure course, which you guys are here to do right now. You got to disclose your social security number. Okay, now you guys are going to have to give that to me. All right, I had it on your enrollment form here, and it's going to be again on your verification when you want to sign up for the school exam, because if you didn't give it to me already, I'm going to need to collect it at some point. Because when you pass a school exam, I am required to gather some information from you, which includes your social security number. If you don't have a social security number, I need some sort of taxpayer ID number, a TIN number from you, that I would turn over to the state's testing center. It's a required field for me to enter in. If you want me to put you into the state system, I have to collect it. Unfortunately, this is the way that they're doing it. And that's, I don't like collecting it. I don't keep this information. I just pass it along. Provide documentation of citizenship or legal residence in the United States. That includes DACA recipients. Okay, so basically, you can get your real estate license if you are not, you don't need to be a citizen to get your real estate license, but you do need to be legally able to work. And I've had people ask me about this, about DACA. DACA is fine. You could still get your real estate license as a DACA recipient as well. Pass a state exam. Okay, well, you got to pass a school exam too. Pass a state exam and then get fingerprinted. And then you got to be sponsored by a broker to activate that license. Okay, you cannot get your real estate license until you affiliate yourself with a broker, because that broker is going to sign the paperwork that you get from the state's testing center that says that they signed an independent contractor employment agreement with you, and that you are going to be working with them under their supervision. Okay. Now, I have two links here in this slideshow, and they will be somewhere in this chapter as well. Actually, on page 7. On the bottom of page 7, the last line of the page, I want you to highlight that website link. This is for fingerprinting. This is a link to the Real Estate Commission's website on the Department of Banking and Insurance website. You see DOBI, Division Rec. There's a web here. Let me take you to the page, because this is that same link that's on that page that I just had you highlight. And then, by the way, then go back. And let me open it up and I'll share it with you in the browser window. Okay, so it takes you to this page on the Real Estate Commission's website. And you guys are going to have to print out this universal fingerprinting form. Okay, and on this form, there's all kinds of fields. Now they have it in Word and in PDF, Adobe PDF. But you need to print this form out and take it with you to the fingerprinting center. And when you're registering for the fingerprinting appointment online, there's certain fields that you need to fill out. And don't call me asking what the codes are, because the codes are on the form itself. Look, I'm gonna open it right now and show you this form. Okay, you see this code over here, this code, all these things you guys need to fill in. Okay, so don't call me asking me for these codes. I don't know what they are. I don't got them memorized. You need to print out this form and take it with you to the fingerprinting center. But when you're registering for getting fingerprinted online, see how these form fields are numbered? Number 1, number 2, number 3, right? So when you're registering for the fingerprinting on their website, they ask you, these form fields run concurrently like this, and they may, on the website for the fingerprinting center, they may say something else. They may ask for something else here, but it's, you got to, or they may word it a different way. They're not asking for something else. They're asking for the same information. They're just maybe wording it a different way. But you don't know what those codes are. Well, you get them from here, from this form, okay? Now, where do you go? Well, okay, so you're going to print out this one for salesperson, broker, salesperson, salesperson, and referral agent. And then you go down here, how to schedule the appointment. Well, here's that universal fingerprinting form again. And then appointment scheduling, you're going to click on it. And you see in the bottom left of this page here, I have the website link. It takes you to uenroll.identico. Okay, so that's the same link I have here, Uenroll Identigo, right? So if I click on that, it takes you to this website right here. Enter your service code to get started. You would get that from that fingerprinting form, and you would enter that in there. Or you could search for it, I think a different way. State history check, FBI check, no, fingerprinting card, no, manage an existing appointment, check the status of your service. No, you got to schedule it this way. All right, so to get that service code, once again, it was on that universal fingerprinting form. Let me open it up again because I closed it. See it right here? Let me try copying it. 2F1 FTK. 2F1 FTK. F1 FTK. You put in there, click go. And you see it brings up New Jersey real estate broker, salesperson, referral agent. Okay. Schedule and manage an appointment, what you need to bring. Okay. You need to bring 2 forms of government. You need to bring 2 forms of ID with you. One of them has to be a government issued photo ID, valid IDs. You need 2 valid IDs to bring with you, both to the fingerprinting center and for taking the exam. If you're taking the state exam online instead of in person, you're just going to need to put those IDs up to your webcam, okay, while you're taking the exam. And then they record it, they snap a picture of it, okay? A passport and a driver's license. They'll only accept a US issued passport, driver's license, whatever. You don't need an ID to vote, but you need one with a photo to get your real estate license. How screwed up is that? All right. Oh, and by the way, they do not accept, for some reason, firearms IDs, which is the craziest thing, especially to get one in New Jersey, which you got to go through, and things got even your fingerprint on it. But they don't accept it as an ID. Go figure. So you got to fill out all this stuff and just follow along. All right. I'm not going to go over all this right now, but you guys got to do that. And I have that right here on the slideshow. And that link you just highlighted will take you there. Okay. So I just showed you the process, and I will email it to you again and explain it to you when you've completed and passed the school exam. I'll email you those links as well. All right. So qualifications for a broker or broker salesperson's license. It's pretty much the same stuff. You got to be 18 years of age or older, prove a high school education or its equivalent, have good moral character, served 3 years full-time as a licensed salesperson. Uh-oh, full-time. What is full-time? Well, I got a cross-reference here on page 5. You see where it says required experience? Okay, on the bottom of page 4, in that bulleted list, it says have served 3 years full-time as a licensed salesperson. You see that? I want you to write next to that page 5, comma 16. That last bullet point on page 4. You're right where that says have served 3 years full-time as a licensed salesperson. I want you to write page 5, comma 16. and draw an arrow to page 5 under required experience, the third line. And we're going to highlight there. Full-time means the applicant worked at least 40 hours per week during between the hours of approximately 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. and during that time was not employed elsewhere except on a part-time basis for no more than 25 hours per week. Okay. Here, basically this next slide here has these full-time definitions. And then on page 16, you're going to have this other definition. So if you want to go to page 16, just to highlight that definition as well, that's on the slide in front of you. On page 16, in the third paragraph, the second sentence, highlight full-time means the supervising licensee is physically present in the office during usual business hours, 5 days a week, and is not otherwise employed. So at the end of that line, after you highlight that, just write, this is full-time for an office manager / supervising licensee. This is full-time for an office manager or supervising licensee. Actually, you don't have to write supervising licensee. It's in the definition that we just highlighted. Just write this is full-time for an office manager. So we got two definitions. We got two definitions for full-time here. Okay. The first definition, and you need to know them both for exams. Exams. All right. So this is a good slide. Once again, tapping myself on the back again to help you out with these notes. The first one is what full-time is for a salesperson trying to get their broker's license. What is that? You work 40 hours a week between the hours of approximately 10 and 8 and not have another job more than 25 hours per week. Okay. And that's for 3 years. That's for a salesperson who's trying to get their broker's license. Now, once you get your broker's license and you become a supervising licensee, what is full-time for you if you're working as an office manager? You have to be physically present in the office 5 days a week during normal business hours, whatever they may be, and not otherwise be employed. And not otherwise employed. You do not have another job. Why? Because you're supposed to be in the office supervising. Okay. Now there's workarounds for that. If when you're not in the office, you have another office manager there that's got a broker salesperson license that's covering for you, right? See, in reality, there's always workarounds, but for exam purposes, these are the definitions we need to know. So we're studying for exam. These are the definitions on one slide. Okay. All right, now let me ask you a question. All right, so then you have to successfully complete a 150-hour broker's class, which consists of 3 modules. There's a 30-hour class in ethics agency law, a 30-hour class in office management, and a 90-hour core topic class. And then you have to pass a school exam and a state exam to get your broker's license. Okay, so how old do you need to be to get your salesperson's license?
At least 18.
18.
How old do you need to be to get your broker's license?
At least 18.
18.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
21.
Well, you can't
Well,
because you got to be
no.
3 years.
Right.
I guess 21.
All right. Okay, so yeah, because you got to be a salesperson 3 years full time in order to get your salesperson and in order to get your broker's license, right?
Right.
All right. Don't write that down in your notes. Look here, it says 18. There's an exception to the law. That exception is for honorably discharged veterans with service-connected wounds or disabilities. they can get a waiver for the 3-year full-time experience requirement. And after they get their salesperson's license, can immediately apply for their broker's license and take the classes and take the exam and get their broker's license. So, I mean, that'd be a pretty tight schedule for them to do this, but I guess you can, you know, join the military, get wounded, get out, get your salesperson's license, get your broker's license, all in the same year. Right. So I guess it's a tight schedule, but I guess it can be done. You can get your broker's license at the age of 18 under those circumstances. Yeah, there we go. On this slide, I have it here. So the exception is for licensed veterans. They have 3-year full-time experience requirement. They could get the waiver for that 3-year full-time experience requirement, and their licensing and testing fees could also be waived. But they need to fill out this form over here and submit that to the state. Now, is there a requirement for the level of disability? Yes, I'm pretty sure there is. I just don't know what it is. Okay. And I back our veterans. I support our veterans 1,000%, but I think this is the dumbest rule. I could understand waiving their licensing and testing fees, but that 3-year full-time experience requirement, I think, is the dumbest thing. Why do they have it? Why do you think they have a full-time 3 years requirement to get your broker's license?
For experience.
For experience, right? If you're expected to be supervising people and giving them guidance and direction of the laws, but you got no guidance and direction, but you haven't worked in it at all yourself, how the hell are you supposed to give that guidance and direction? This is why I think it's the dumbest benefit that they give to veterans. You know, I support our veterans 1,000%. I believe they should get everything that's, you know, everything available to them. But I think this one is stupid, you know. Because you really need that experience if you're going to be supervising other people. All right. But for exam purposes now, how old do you need to be to get your broker's license?
18.
18. And that's because of the exception. Okay. Don't go in there trying to use common sense saying, hey, you got to be 18 to get your salesperson's license, but you got to be a salesperson 3 years full time. So that makes it 21. There's an exception. You could get it at 18. So the answer for exam would be 18. Okay. Did I make enough of a stickling point with that you're going to get it right on exam?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. You guys feeling hungry yet?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, guess what? It's about lunch, but hold on. Don't go nowhere yet. Let me just stop the slideshow right here for now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw up a poll. All right. This is the morning attendance poll. I want you guys to just click the one that says present. Don't select the one that says do not select this option. Just select the one that says present. And you could turn off your video during lunch, and I will silence everybody's microphone here remotely so that nobody can hear you. And it is 12:06. So I'm gonna write here lunch until, or it's 12:07 now, 1:07. So be back 1:07. Got an hour lunch? Enjoy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Did everybody get that? Damn it, I ended it. All right, let's continue the class. We left off on this slide. So change of license status. You could always change your license from salesperson back to referral agent, from referral agent back to salesperson. But you know there's going to be a fee involved with that. It's usually a $50 fee to transfer your license, to change the status from one to the other. All right. Brokers can do this through their login at nj.com, oh no, nj.gov. A secret window will pop open for the broker to be able to manage all their licenses at their for their offices. Or they could just go to this link right here, recbrokers.nj.gov, where they could manage their agents' licenses, where whether you quit or get fired, they return the license to the state. They refer to that as termination of the license. The license isn't terminated. The affiliation is just terminated with that broker. Let's see. Side note, when you pass a state exam and you send your paperwork into the state to get your license for the first time, make sure your name is spelled correct. Because if you send it in and it's spelled wrong, and you want them to fix it, to correct it later, the Real Estate Commission does not consider it a name correction. They have no such thing. They consider it a name change, and it's $50 to change your name. Everything is money when it comes to the state, right? So make sure that your name is spelled correctly on the paperwork. And likewise, if you're getting married, if you're getting divorced, if you're changing your name, $50 fee to change your name on your license. Okay, so CE is required to change the license type back as well. And remember, I showed you that guide already that showed you may have to take more CE credits than normal to renew your license if you're changing the license from a referral agent back to a salesperson to be active and start working in the industry. All right, so where is that leaving us? Exceptions, required experience, time limit on application. On page 5, time limit on application. A year is a year is a year and not a day more, right? Let's highlight that. Even though we had it in that welcome letter that I had for you, let's highlight it here in the book. How long do you have to get your license? Highlight within 1 year of the date that when the candidate successfully completed the pre-licensing course. So you have to get your license, not just take the exam, but you have to get your license. That means you passed the exam, you got fingerprinted, you affiliated with the broker, and you mailed to the Real Estate Commission that whole package along with the money order or broker's check made out to the state treasurer for $160 to get your license for the first time. Okay. That's all going to be in the mail within a year. A year from when?
Completed the course.
The year from the day you complete this course, and that is when you pass the school exam. Correct. All right. And then non-residents, where it says non-residents. Okay, let's see, we already went over this. Commission may agree to waive the education requirement for a broker from another state. Okay, for a broker from another state, someone previously licensed as a New Jersey broker within the last 5 years. Someone who's taken equivalent real estate licensing courses in college, meaning that you majored in real estate. New Jersey attorneys can get a waiver for this class. They still need to take the exam. And out-of-state licensees who took equivalent pre-licensing courses in their state of 75 hours can get a waiver for this class, but they still need to take the state exam. And good luck to them if they try passing the New Jersey exam with all of our rules and licenses and regulations. We got a lot. We get people from New York all the time that try to just come over here. Oh, I've been licensed as a broker in New York for years. They come here, try to take the salesperson exam 5, 6 times, can't pass it, and they wonder why. We got a lot of rules and regulations, you know, so it's important for even them to take this class, or recommended anyway. All right, so licensees and criminal convictions. We already went over this. No one will be convicted of within the past 5 years of forgery, burglary, or robbery, or any theft other than shoplifting or criminal conspiracy to fraud or any other like offense can get their license. All right. Exceptions. All right, so I want you to, above where it says required experience on page 5, this is where we are right now. Put a bracket around the last sentence there and the sentence above it. But I want you to highlight, New Jersey does not recognize licenses issued in any other state, meaning no reciprocity. New Jersey does not have reciprocity with any other state, meaning if you're licensed in another state, you could just come here and boom, New Jersey gives you the license. New Jersey does not have that reciprocity with any other state. Other states may have these agreements, like New York has an agreement with Pennsylvania. If you have a license in New York, you could just show the license to Pennsylvania and they just give you a Pennsylvania license, okay?
Vice versa.
Which is weird because it's harder to get a license in New Jersey than it is in New York, you know? So you guys finish this class, you wanna get licensed in New York, you could use your completion certificate to get a waiver and just take the state exam in New York, get your license there, show that license to Pennsylvania, and boom, your license, they just give you the license and you're licensed in 3 states. But remember, in each state, you have to be licensed under a broker in that state. Okay,
Can you say that one more time?
which part?
The part about you can be licensed in 3 states, but how did you say that? New York, PA, something? What did you
Yeah,
say?
the easiest way to do this is get the license here in New Jersey. Once you've completed this course, you could use your completion certificate, or they refer to it as your school transcript. You use your completion certificate, which is your school transcript, to file for a waiver, an education waiver in New York. And then you could just take, they'll send you a little booklet of their state laws, which is a tiny, tiny little booklet to learn about their state laws. And you could take their state exam, pass that. Then you get, when you get licensed in New York, you could show that license to Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania would just give you the license there.
Oh, okay, I get it. That's weird that you said those 3 states because I'm licensed in those states for something else, but New Jersey was the absolute worst for all of them.
And it is here too, again, in real estate, you know, we're the nanny state, you know, government wants to run your life, right?
Right.
Full of regulations, rules and regulations. All right. The nanny state is also the soprano state. Go figure. You want to run your life and they're corrupt as hell. All right. So what else do we highlight? Okay, so the required experience for a broker's license, what is it? 3 years full-time. What is full-time?
Full-time 40 hours in from 10 to 8 in a certain spot, but for brokers you can have 25 hours somewhere else. No, wait a minute.
Hold on a second. For a salesperson who's trying to get their broker's license, so for full-time for a salesperson, it's 40 hours a week between the hours of 10 and 8, and does not have another job more than 25 hours a week.
That one, okay.
Okay.
The broker can't work anywhere else.
Yes, the broker can't work anywhere else. So the broker, they don't talk about how many hours. They just say they have to be in the office at least 5 days a week during normal business hours. But look, what if you're a working broker? You don't got your butt planted to a chair. You're out there getting listings and showing properties. Yeah, but you're showing your face in the office, and that's what that still qualifies, right? From mom and pop shops, you can't have a broker that's just sitting on their butt in the office all day, you know. So it just means that they're showing their face. They're available for support of their agents. Okay, that's what they're looking for. All right.
So I have a quick question. Sorry.
Sure.
So you're telling me, let's just say if I'm using myself as an example and I want to become a broker, but I want to do real estate, you know, part-time because I want to have a full-time job until I become a broker. Is that possible? Or do you have to wait like double the time?
To have another part-time job until you become a broker? Yes. Under 25 hours?
No, like even a full-time.
No.
A full-time job, sorry.
Because then you don't qualify for full-time as a salesperson. Full-time as a salesperson is you can't have another job more than 25 hours a week.
Oh, okay.
So unless you find a broker that's willing to lie and sign off on it, you know, I'm not going to say that they should be doing that, you know, but it does happen. If you find a broker that's willing to sign off that you have worked full-time with them and don't have another job more than 25 hours a week per their, you know, knowledge, then you can get it. Look, you're not punching into a time clock. So how do they know how long you've worked? What hours you're in there? 40 hours a week. How the hell they know you work 40 hours a week or not? Well, you testify to it, you know, on a form. You're going to state that you worked full time and you didn't have another job more than 25 hours a week. And then the broker has to, on that experience history report, the broker has to also validate that as well. So you got to hope that your broker is going to validate it as well. All right. Now, since you're not punching into a time clock, you think you ever come across a broker who doesn't want you to get your broker's license because they think you're going to try to open up your own agency and steal their agents away? Happens all the time. So you get brokers all the time that are jerks and that just say, you know what, I'm not going to sign off on it, or I'm going to say something negative. You know, I actually had that happen to me. I had two brokers because I worked for two brokers during the 3-year period immediately preceding my application for licensing. So I had one previous broker who wrote, I had another full-time job, because at the time I was a superintendent of an apartment building that I was living in. So I got free rent, you know, because I cut the grass and I vacuumed the floors, you know, but it was definitely not a full-time job. And so I explained this to the real estate commission. They said, well, just write an explanation of that. And we're going to need a letter from the building owner that says that you were not working full-time, which he was more than happy to sign, you know, because otherwise he'd be owing me, he'd have to owe me medical and taxes and all kinds of other stuff, right? So he was like, oh, no, he definitely wasn't a full-time employee with us. You know, he just, you know, shoveled a little more snow than you would normally shovel. He, you know, vacuumed more floors than you would normally vacuum, but it was definitely not a full-time job, right? So, but I got the one broker that did that. And then the other broker was actually working for me because I opened up my own brokerage before I had a broker's license. I hired a broker and she thought she was going to lose her job if I got my broker's license. So she wrote all kinds of negative stuff and sent it directly into the real estate commission instead of giving me the form. The real estate commission sent it back to me and said, we don't know why she sent it to us directly when you're supposed to submit it with your package. And they had everything circled in red, you know, so it's kind of like they knew why, you know. I was able to explain that away because, you know, I like, hey, listen, I got my own brokerage here. She's working for me. She thinks she's going to lose her job. Now she's going to, because she said all these negative things against me, you know. But, you know, it's ridiculous how people don't want you to succeed, how they're willing to cut your throat, you know. So I suggest to you guys as salespeople who may possibly want to become brokers one day, that when you start working for a brokerage, put together within a Word document, like a standard form that says, and you have the broker sign it every 3 months, you know, every quarter of the year, every 3 months. That just says, I state your name, and worked as a full-time real estate salesperson at ABC Realty between the dates of this and that, and then have the broker sign it and have them do that every 3 months. So you're not waiting to be surprised at the end of 3 years to find out that a broker is not going to sign your experience history report. You could at least now be like, well, if they're going to try to pull that game, you could pull out all these every 3 months. You had them sign this document, and if they ever refuse to sign that document, leave. Go find another broker. Why are you going to waste another day there? You know, my suggestion to you. I mean, my first broker, you know, he said that I worked full time, and that I had another full-time job, and then he said that I did not work full-time for him. He tried pulling a game like that. And meantime, I pulled up all my listings, all my sales contracts to show that I was actively working. And I had him another way, because at the time, I was married back then. I'm divorced now, but back then I was married, and I married somebody who was not an American citizen. And if you are not a citizen and you're marrying somebody, you have to sponsor them. And to sponsor them, you have to prove that you're full-time gainfully employed. So I had a letter from my broker that stated that I worked full-time, that he sent to immigration. So I showed that to the Real Estate Commission as my evidence. I'm like, he either lied to the federal government, to immigration, or he's lying to you. He's lying on one of them, you know, and I was able to get my license. So I suggest to try to avoid all that and just have them, you know, just create a form for yourself, you know, like that says that you work full time during whatever dates, and have them sign it quarterly every 3 months. Okay. Just my little bit of advice to you guys.
I have another question.
Sure.
So, I know there's not like really any office hours, but I have a friend that's a real estate agent, and it annoys the crap out of me how her phone rings like 8 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night. Like, can you set certain times, be like, listen, this is the only time, like, call me around this time? Because I know she doesn't want to like miss a lead, but it's like, I'm looking at her, I'm like, you look stressed out. Like, I don't think I want to do it like that.
Listen, there's apps and stuff that you could get now for, you know, that you could get a different phone number to have. You could have 2 phone numbers on your cell phone, you know, or you could have maybe maybe your office has it set up with a phone number for you, and you could have it forward to your cell, but it shuts off after certain hours, you know.
Right. Okay.
You know, there's apps that you could get for that could help manage that, you know, that if the call's coming in after a certain hour, or you could pay for a separate cell phone altogether, which I wouldn't recommend. You know, you could have the 2 phone numbers going to the one cell phone, you know, and then you could control the message that it's after hours, and they can leave a message and all that crap, you know.
Right.
But yeah, as a salesperson, look, when you're working, when you're an independent contractor, you're self-employed, you tend to work a little more hours. The hours tend to be a little bit irregular. Some people like to shop in the morning. Some people prefer the evening, you know. But I tell you what, a lot of real estate agents, their asses don't roll out of bed until noon. You know, I mean, have you ever driven by a real estate office in the morning versus the afternoon? Morning, it's a ghost town. Afternoon, it's packed. Okay. Listen, early bird gets the worm, because nobody else is there in the morning. You may want to show up in the morning and be there at the office in the morning. For those people who are calling, and you being the only agent there, you're going to be getting those leads, you know. And it's also some quiet time where you could conduct business that you can't conduct at other times because your phone is always ringing, you know, where you always got to do this or do that, you know. So like things for like preparing mailings or following up on loan applications or stuff like that, you could do that by making all your phone calls in the morning. You know, you should come up with some kind of a schedule for yourselves. You should have a business plan too. And any broker should sit down with you to create your business plan, to set your goals of how much money you want to make your first year in a business, like realistic goals. And then what you need to do to achieve that, how many contacts you need to make, how many you need to convert them into sales, you know, depending on the market where you're working, you know. Different markets for different places, you know, have average sales prices on homes and the commissions and all that. So you got to work out those numbers and put down a solid business plan. And then revisit it, check it up, your business plan, and revise it regularly. You know, don't think that you're going to start a business and have it succeed if you have no plan. The same thing goes for real estate. I mean, you're going to be self-employed for all intents and purposes, but you need to have some sort of a plan of how you're going to achieve your goals. Set small, realistic goals, and then revisit those to make sure that you get those reach those objectives. Okay. Let's see. The non-residents, people who don't live in the state of New Jersey, remember I told you they have to sign that irrevocable consent to service a process. Well, here's a link to that if you don't live in New Jersey. But this could possibly be a thing on exam, usually is, question on exam. If you're not a resident of New Jersey, you have to sign a consent to be sued in the state. Let's highlight that down at the bottom of page 5. Non-residents, someone who does not live in New Jersey may obtain a New Jersey real estate license, but they got to sign an irrevocable consent to service a process, which is basically a consent to come back and be sued in the state. Turn the page. Corporations, we're still on the same slide. I got all this information on one slide here. Corporations, one of the officers, in order for a corporation to engage in the brokerage business, one of the officers has to have a broker's license, and then they would become the broker of record for the corporation. So can a corporation engage in the brokerage? What's required for a corporation to engage in the brokerage business in New Jersey? One of its officers has to have a broker's license. Boom. Let's highlight that. A corporation can be granted a real estate license only if one of its officers holds a broker's license, and that person would become the broker of record for the corporation. Copy page 6. Okay. Okay, exam fees, you don't pay for the state exam fees. They're not paid to me, they're paid directly to PSI, the state's testing agency. So for the state exam, you're taking that exam with a company called PSI that the state of New Jersey contracted with, and you're gonna pay your state exam fee directly to them. And for the state exam, how much is that? 45 bucks, I think, something like that. I think it's gonna be on the next page. Yeah, it's $45. PSIexams.com is the website you go to. You guys are not going to be able to register to reserve your spot to take an exam in person there now. They are giving the exam online now as well. Don't try to set any appointments or reserve it. You can't do it because you're not in their system yet. You're going to get an error because I did not enter your information into their system. I cannot enter your info into their system until you finish the hours and pass a school exam. Okay. And that's why I need all your social security numbers and all that other good jazz in order to enter you into that system. And then their system will send you an email. Congratulations on completing your education requirement. You can now go to psiexams.com and register to take the state exam. So it's $45 for every attempt to take the state exam. Okay. Temporary broker's license. What happens if your broker dies or becomes mentally or physically incapacitated? I want you guys to put a highlighted box around the entire section of temporary license on page 6. So it's 2 paragraphs there. And it basically says what I have broken down here in this slide in these 2 bullet points. Who could take over for your broker if they die or become mentally or physically incapable? Well, if somebody else in the office has a broker salesperson's license, they could immediately step in and take over because they already have a broker type license, right? And they could become the broker of record. But if there's nobody in your office that has a broker type license, any salesperson who meets the requirements to get a broker's license, but just has not chosen to do so up until now. You know, they've been working full-time for the last 3 years, immediately preceding their application for a broker's license. They could request a temporary broker's license be issued to them, and they will get a temporary broker's license for 1 year. But within that year, they have to make it legit. They need to go take the broker's class, the 150-hour course, pass the school exam, pass the state exam. But that's the process. And that's a question on exam. Who could take over for your broker if they go insane, if they get some sort of mental disease or defect like Alzheimer's or dementia, or they, I don't know, they're unable to perform their duties any longer. Okay, does the brokerage just have to shut down? No. A broker, somebody with a broker salesperson can take over, and if they don't have one of them, if they have a salesperson with 3 years full-time experience, they meet the requirements to get the broker license, they just haven't done so, they could request within 30 days of the broker's incapacitation a temporary broker's license, which is good for 1 year. Okay. Okay, failure to renew. If you don't renew your license, it becomes inactive, and how long can it remain inactive and you could still reactivate it? 1 year, I'm sorry, 1 licensing term, which would be 2 years, right? You have to renew it within that next licensing term. Otherwise, it becomes void. We've seen that on a previous slide too. So that's what goes under failure to renew right here. We skipped the paragraph here on continuing education requirements because we already went over that. All right. Okay. So what we're just going to write next to where it says continuing education requirements for license renewal. It needs to be done by April 30th of the renewal year. That's written in there. Otherwise, you're going to have to be subject to a $200 processing fee. I want you to write over there, just say, see slide 6, see slide 8, slide number 8, chapter 1. Okay. I have it, that's the slide number that I have everything, all those requirements on. It was on slide 8. Let me just double check that, make sure it's slide 8. Yep, that was slide 8. Okay. So I just wrote that in the book there. Next to continuing education requirements, I wrote, see slide 8. All right, we already went over this a couple times, right? After you finish the class, the 75-hour class, you pass the school exam, pass the state exam. You got to get fingerprinted, and then you send in all that paperwork from the fingerprinting center, which, by the way, they're going to give you something that looks like a cash register receipt. Do not throw that away. You need to send that in as well. I would make a photocopy of it before I sent it in too. It's got some numbers on there you need to know, because if you don't send it in or you throw it away, you're going to need to get fingerprinted again and pay for it. And I don't care if you just got fingerprinted for another job that you have. I don't care if it's a top security job with the government. You're going to need to get fingerprinted again using all those codes that would route the information to the Real Estate Commission. It does not matter what order you take the exam or get fingerprinted, doesn't matter. The fingerprinting though, I think it's only good for like 3 months though, so just keep that in mind. All right. What to bring to the salesperson license exam, whether you're going in person or doing it online. Well, if you go there, make sure you're early, okay? Because if you're late, they could turn you away and then charge you to take the license exam again. Okay, so they give you 4 hours to complete the exam. Passing grade is 70%, which means you need to get 77 questions correct out of 110 to be passing with a score of 70%. That means you're allowed to get 33 questions wrong and still pass the exam. Broker's exam is 120 questions with a 70% passing score. All right, when can you start working? After you pass your state exam, can you start working right away? No, you still need to send all that paperwork in from the fingerprinting, from the exam that was filled out by the broker, and sending that $160 check to the state treasurer, right? So you got to send all that paperwork in. And after you send it in, how do you know when you're licensed and you can work? Well, here are 2 links. I made a shortcut of this one link here, tinyurl.com/NJRE license search. Okay, or here's the link that it forwards to. It's a larger link here. Let me click on it so that you can see what it does. All right, if I click on this link, it's going to open up the web browser. As you can see, it takes you to this page on the Real Estate Commission's website. See, it says Department of Banking and Insurance, but this is for the real estate licenses search. see license types. You could search for all different types of license types, what have you, license statuses. But you don't need to fill all that in. They refer to your license number as a reference number, by the way. Here, let me put my information in there and you could see. Kaminsky, comma, V. See, if I just put in my name Kaminsky and I do a search, I'm gonna come back with everybody that has the last name Kaminsky as a real estate license. So it could be a lot of people. So, you know, if you have a common name, you could come up with tons and tons of pages there. So let's just say I'm gonna put in Kaminsky, comma, V to narrow it down a bit. And boom, now I'm the only one that's got a first name that begins with V and a last name Kaminsky. And you see it shows up that here's my license number. That's my reference number. And EMP is your employer's reference number. See, I'm the broker of record of 2 agencies. So I have my regular agency and a referral agency. So here's my company's license numbers, and here's my individual broker's license number, okay? But this is how you search it. And when you could see you're actively licensed, when your name is showing up in this database, that's when you could work. You guys cannot start working until your name is showing in this database. So after you mail all your paperwork into the state, how do you know? Because they're not mailing you a license. When your name shows up in here, you can now work. And then you would also need to print out a pocket card. Licensing law requires that any licensee must carry around their pocket card with them anytime they're conducting business, okay? It looks like this. Let me see if I could. Here's a older one I have, looks like this, okay? You just print it out on your own on regular paper. Nothing fancy, but the law requires you to carry that around with you anytime you're conducting business. I think I have a link right here. Yes, I do. See on the slideshow, back to the slideshow here. Licensees must carry their pocket card, their license with them anytime they're conducting business. And if you guys are ever going into a gated community or a secure building that there's a security guard at the front desk, they're not going to let you in the building unless you present your real estate license. They don't care about your card. You may give them a business card, but they want to see your license. They want to see that you're actively licensed. Okay, so to print your pocket card, you could go to this link, reconline.nj.gov. That's the same place where, well, okay, so you go to that link, which I made a shortcut to the exact place you need to go to print your pocket card right here. I made these tiny URLs. You guys ever heard of that website, Tiny URL? It's anytime you have a long website address that you ever wanted to send to somebody. Did you ever want to send somebody a link and it was like really long? You could shorten it by going to this website called Tiny URL and shrink it down, and then you give it a name right after where it says Tiny URL. So this actually will take you to a longer link. Look, this link is tinyurl.com/pocket license. And if I click on it, let's go back to the website browser, it takes you here. It takes you to this page. And then you would log in here, and then you could print your license. So if this is your first time that you're logging in here, you would have to register here, or you could search by your name, okay? But you'd have to create a login for this site for yourself, and you could print your pocket card, okay? So then you basically log in. And see, here's my login. I'm logged in here right now. See, I told you I got 2 companies, Jersey Brokers and Quality Relo. And then look, I'm also a pre-licensing instructor. So I could print all these licenses out. Let's see if I go to my Quality Relo. I'll click on that. And in here, I could hire licenses. I could terminate licenses from my agents. So here, look, if you're quitting or you want to go work for another brokerage or I'm firing you, I just click on license terminations. I select one of my license agents here, and then I terminate their license. Now, I'm not terminating your license. I'm just making it, I'm just deactivating it in my office. You're no longer affiliated with my office. Then you could go to a next broker, and that next broker can log online and they could pull your license in. Simple as that. Now, there's a $25 license transfer fee anytime you transfer from one broker to the next. And when there's a state, there's always a fee involved, right? So your brokers or you can print out your own pocket card. You see this, view or print pocket licenses. Okay, so view or print licenses. Let's just see, I'm gonna do for my license. But you could see the broker. See, this is, I'm a broker, so this is my menu. I could see all my agents and I could print any of their licenses, but I'm gonna just do my license right now. Continue. And look, it gives me the option for having one that I keep on my cell phone that I could just show the pocket license, or a PDF that I could print. So electronic license ID card, or the pocket card, or the full license, which the brokers will usually put in picture frames and hang up in the office. Okay, so the pocket card, I'll submit that. It's going to generate one. Now let me open it. And it looks like that. Okay. So you have to carry this around with you anytime you're conducting business, and make sure you update it. You're carrying around the active one, or have your brokers do it, or you could have it on your cell phone. You could just email it to yourself. I actually never did the digital one. Let me take a look and see what that does. Somebody had a question?
Yeah, just real quick. Does that include like when you're prospecting? Let's just say you're like at a networking event or something, or like a wedding.
Yeah, I mean, just keep it in your wallet. You know, keep it in your wallet. Shouldn't be an issue. Because if somebody ever asks you for it, you know, yeah, here's a digital one. All right. You have to carry it with you anytime you're conducting business. That's what licensing law requires. All right, so I got all those links on this slide for you. So this is the chapter 1 slideshow, salesperson's license exam. I got the how to search for your license. Here's that link, NJRE license search. And to print your own pocket card, once your name is showing up there, you go to this URL, pocket license. All right. I put them together for you guys, make it easy for you. Right? Instead of trying to figure it out yourself. You're welcome, by the way. Do all this work for you guys, and it's unappreciated.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, fingerprinting. We already went over this. I showed you the fingerprinting website, but you have to bring 2 forms of valid ID. One must be a valid US government issued photo ID. Some of those examples are driver's license, US issued passports only. For some reason, they do not accept firearms IDs. They'll accept a credit card, or a Canadian government issued photo ID. I don't make this crap up. I don't know. So here you can get more information about that. Here's that link to the Real Estate Commission's website for the fingerprinting form, and where you could set up the appointments. Either one of these links. Yeah, we went to Enroll.identigo, and then you had to put in that code, or you could just click on bioapplicant NJ. Whoop. If you click on this one, oh, come on. Why can't I click on it? Whatever. If you click on that one, where does it take you? It takes you somewhere. I don't know why it's not opening. Maybe I didn't set it as a link. Let me take a look real quick. Should work. Okay, now it'll work. All right, so where does that link take us? It don't work no more. All right, never mind. Time to remove it. www.applicantnj/nj. Yep, they don't use it anymore. I could remove that link from the slideshow. There we go. Slideshow updated. See, work in progress. Okay, guarantee funds is probably going to be the last thing pretty much in this chapter, other than licensing fees, which we already went over, but they're here at the top of page 7. Put a highlighted box around that section for licensing fees. To initially get the license for salesperson, referral agent, $160. For a broker or broker salesperson, $270. For a salesperson or referral agent to renew it, $100. For broker, double, $200. Right? Turn the page. Page 9. What to bring? Candidates should bring to the exam 2 forms of identification with at least 1 government-issued photo ID. And I must add that it should be valid, a valid ID. Let me open up my notes here. Told you guys I'm working on an update contributing towards the rewrite of this book. So page 9. Okay, so back to that slideshow. You guys still seeing the slideshow?
Yes.
Okay. I just check sometimes to make sure we're on the same page. You guys are seeing the same thing that I am. Okay.
Oh, what a state page is
Mine
that? That's
shows
what you're
the
talking about?
Department of Banking and
Yeah,
Insurance.
the Department
Not
of Banking.
the slideshow anymore.
Boom. Okay.
There we go.
There we go. All right. So the purpose of the guarantee fund. What is the purpose of the guarantee fund? We're going to highlight in the book on page 9 the title guarantee fund. We're going to put a highlighted box around this entire section. And then we're going to highlight only certain things within this section. So don't go highlighting the whole section yet. Okay. Just put a highlighted box around the entire section and let's go through it. Okay. So let's go through it by first. Let's observe. Yeah, let's go through it and highlight here some things. Let's highlight the guarantee fund was established to reimburse members of the public who suffer a monetary loss due to wrongdoing in a real estate transaction by a licensed broker or salesperson or an unlicensed employee of the broker. Stop, and let me continue reading. The party must first obtain a court judgment naming the real estate commission as party to the suits. If the party suffering the loss is unable to collect on that judgment, they can then apply within 6 years. Highlight, may apply within 6 years to the real estate guarantee fund for payment. A criminal claim must also be filed against the offending party, and no spouse of a licensee may bring action against the licensee under the guarantee fund. I'm sure some idiot tried it at some point in time. So they're making a point of writing that there. All right. Next line. At the time of initial issuance of license, let's highlight. Each salesperson contributes $10 and each broker or broker salesperson $20 to the guarantee fund. Now, any money that goes to the state, who manages the money? It's the state treasurer, right? So we know that. Highlight maximum payment for a single claim is $20,000 per offense, $20,000 per offense. Now they say if there's not enough money in that fund to pay all the claims against it, then the real estate commission can charge us as licensees to have to pay that fee again when it comes time for our license renewal. But I've been licensed since late 2003, early 2004. That's never happened. Okay. So, I mean, how many of you ever even heard of this guarantee fund before today, you know? So it's probably some big slush fund. Money just keeps getting added to it if the politicians didn't rob it already, right? Highlight, once the fund pays a claim against the broker or salesperson, that person's license is revoked until the fund is reimbursed with interest. And underline the word revoked. You could kind of ignore the words after the word revoked, because you ain't getting your license back if you robbed somebody like this. Now, maybe years from now that, you know, your license was taken from you. Okay, you were young and dumb. You did something screwed up. You paid for your sins there. You found Jesus. All is well in your life. You're a better person now. Maybe now you could reapply to get a real estate license again, and maybe the real estate commission will think about giving you the license back, but they're going to want to make sure that the fund was reimbursed with interest. That's what that line is there for. Okay, look, if there was a payout from the guarantee fund, what had to happen? You had to basically rob somebody. You stole their money, right? You didn't pay them back. They had to sue you. They sued you and won, and you still didn't pay them. They had to file criminal charges against you for stealing the money. And then your license was revoked. You think that you pay it back, will be like, oh, my bad, now I'll pay it. That you're gonna be like, oh, okay, here's your license back. No. Okay, you're gonna wait a couple of years, maybe at least 5 years from now, and then you could reapply again. Remember, there's for certain instances, they said that you can't, you have to wait 5 years. If they were 5 years or older, you may possibly get your real estate license again, but the real estate investigators have to look into it. Okay. Now, first thing they're gonna do is see if there was a payout from this guarantee fund. What's the maximum payout allowed from the guarantee fund?
20 grand.
$20,000. What happens if there's a payout from the guarantee fund? What happens to your license?
Gets revoked.
It's revoked. It's not suspended. It's not put on probation. It's revoked. Okay. Once there's a payout issued, or once there's a judgment issued, how long does somebody have to make a claim to get a payout from the guarantee fund?
6 years.
And where does this guarantee fund get its money from?
The state, the treasury, from the fees that we pay.
And the fees you pay. When you get your license, how much do you pay into it?
$10 as
So-
a salesperson, 20 as a broker.
No,
Correct. 10 as a salesperson, 20 from brokers. Okay. So if you get your broker's license, you probably paid a total of 30 into it. 10 when you got your salesperson, 20 when you got your brokers. All right. All right. So what is the purpose of the guarantee fund?
To
like
reimburse
insurance.
members. To reimburse members of the public who suffered monetary loss.
All right. Try not reading it. Try to do it in a way that you're going to remember it. Okay.
Yeah.
Put it in a scenario, you know, to reimburse people that you robbed.
There you go.
They gave you deposit money to purchase a house, and you had all that cash. Instead of giving it to your broker to put in the escrow account, you figured that you're going to be lucky at Parks Casino today, and you're going to double that money. But you lost. You're not as good at cards as you thought. All right. So you lost that money. All right. Now you can't pay them back. Okay. They sue you. They name the real estate commission as party to the suit, so the real estate commission's aware something is going on. They win the suit. But hey, you can't get blood from a stone. I don't got the money. I lost it. I got no money. All right. So then they can make a claim against the guarantee fund anytime within 6 years. And they could only make a claim of up to 20,000. So if their clients gave you more than 20,000 in down payment, all they could claim is 20,000. All right. And then your license will be revoked. Okay. This is always on school exam and state exam. You can see there's a couple questions in there, right? What is the purpose of the guarantee fund? How much and when do licensees pay into it? How long does somebody have to make a claim against the guarantee fund? What's the maximum payout? And what happens to your license? There's 5 possible questions from this alone. Y'all with me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. All right. So that's an important section. So I figured I'd take some time on it. And this is a good slide because I kind of button up all the finer details in it too. All right. And here's just a follow-up. What's that?
I said, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome very much. Okay, so and here's just a breakdown in those words, like in that scenario that I explained to you how it happens in that this order. All right, interstate property sales omitted from this book. Oops. When they changed the book, they deleted a whole section. Actually, I think they may have moved some of it to later on in the books to page 313. So let's go to page 313 for a moment. A moment. Page 313. All right, under Interstate Land Sales Full Disclosure Act. I guess they moved it. I don't know why they moved it. But anyway,
It's on page,
what's that?
I see it on page 313.
Yeah, on page
Yeah,
313.
I see it too.
Okay. Well, yeah, but there was a whole section that they removed that used to be in chapter 1 that pertained to.
Oh,
Okay.
got it.
That specifically talked about contracts and language and let me see this. That's still listed here. Nope, it's not. So they removed a couple things. So this slide we should take some notes on. All right, so let's see. Regulations contained in the Real Estate Full Disclosure Act protects consumers from undue sales pressure from unscrupulous developers and marketers, like when they're selling timeshares, right? They usually offer you something for free so that they could try to convince you to buy from them. But keep in mind, as a real estate licensee, can you ever offer anything for free to the public? Yes, you can. But it has to be no strings attached, not contingent upon you doing business with me, and I have to offer it to everybody. Okay, so I can't just offer it to people who are going to do business with me. If we ever offer anything for free, we have to offer it to everybody, and not contingent upon people doing business with you. So if you ever get invited to one of those timeshare sales pitches where they're offering you free vacation or hotel stay or tickets to a show or steak dinner or whatever, go. I mean, you're going to get a headache being there through that thing, but they give you the free stuff. They have to, whether you do the work with them or not. Okay. So the Bureau of Subdivided Land Sales Control is a division within the Real Estate Commission that approves out-of-state properties for sale in New Jersey. So before an out-of-state property can be marketed for sale to New Jersey residents, it needs to get approval from the Bureau within the Real Estate Commission. okay? So this only applies to new construction, by the way, for out-of-state properties. So it must approve certain new construction out-of-state properties being offered to New Jersey residents. So you as a real estate agent, if a timeshare company ever approaches you to market their property, you better make sure that it is first registered and licensed with the Bureau of Subdivided Land Sales within the Real Estate Commission. All right.
What slide number is this?
This is, what slide number is this? This is slide number
31.
31.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So out-of-state properties being offered to New Jersey residents, it basically ensures that they exist and that the properties are have all the funding and the bonding and everything in place to make sure that the project's going to get built. And to make sure nobody's selling you swampland in Florida like they used to in the past. You know, I got a bridge to sell you. It goes to nowhere, but I got a bridge to sell you. You know, it's to prevent scams like that. All right. So what a job that is in the Real Estate Commission, huh? How would you like to have that job working for the Bureau of Land Subdivided Land Sales Control? Your job is basically a developer pays you travel airfare to fly out to wherever their property's located, usually in a vacation destination resort area. And then they put you up in a hotel, pay for all your meals and travel expenses so that you could check their paperwork to make sure that it's legit.
That's sweet.
That's not a bad job,
Good
huh?
job.
I always bust this guy's balls that got this position at the Real Estate Commission because he tries to make it seem so serious when real estate instructors are required every 2 years to go to this mandatory seminar. We just did recently. And you know, I always bust this guy's balls when it comes up time. I'm like, yeah, what a sweet cake job that is. And he's like, he smiles and he's like, yeah, it is pretty nice. Because nobody thinks about it because he's just talking about the regulations and the importance of this, you know, and the consequences. And I'm like, you got a pretty sweet job. All right. So if you purchase an out-of-state property marketed to New Jersey residents, you have 7 days after the time you sign that contract to back out of it, and without even needing a reason. Okay, so if you ever purchase a timeshare and sign a contract, you got 7 days to back out of it still, to change your mind. Okay, they call that a right of rescission. You see this word, rescission? Make note of it because I have another slide, a custom slide that I made. It's going to be after this one, I believe, and I have it in several other chapter slideshows. You need to know rights of rescission. A right of rescission is your right to cancel a contract within a given period of time. And there's different rescission periods for different things that are peppered all over this book. I put them together in one neat slide so that you could study from, okay? It'll be coming up in the next slide. Let's just finish this one up first, okay?
Excuse me, question for you.
Yeah.
In regards to the rescission, does that apply to New Jersey residents? Let's say like the scenario you did before. And your resident goes to Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but it's like a timeshare.
Yep, it does. It does. Look, I usually tell a story here, but I'm trying to save a little bit of time. I bought a timeshare once. By the way, buying a timeshare is the worst purchase you could ever make in your life if it's new. You're better off buying one that somebody turned back in, and then you could get it for pennies on the dollar. All right. So buying a new timeshare is for suckers. All right. But I was in Las Vegas. I was coming off an escalator. I had these two gorgeous girls approach me, and they're like, "Hey, you could get this free vacation and a free show and dinner tickets and this and that. And all you gotta do is come and listen to the sales pitch here for a timeshare." And you know, they're all schmoozing up on me, and I'm like, "All right, yeah, okay. Are you gonna be there?" You know. But anyway, So usually that's the kind of scenario where you get approached at in these vacation destination resorts. Somebody comes up to you like that. They'll either pick some pretty girls or good looking guys to approach the girls, you know, and they do these things to try to get you to go to listen to their sales pitch. And once they get you there, they got to capture the audience. And they start offering you all this free stuff, free vacations, free this, free that, to buy their timeshares. Okay, so they get your foot in the door, they got you here, and then they got you trapped there for half the day. And they're trying to, I call it a 3-ring circus, because they put you in a room, you got a presenter, they show you a video about their company, about their properties and all that, and try to pique your interest into buying. And the one I went to, salespeople used to be in the same room. The one I went into, they got a little more tech savvy. Salespersons are waiting in the next room, but they're watching you on closed circuit camera from the next room. And they're picking out who they're going to be, each salesperson's picking out the people in the audience of who they're going to be working with. And as you're watching this video, they're taking notes where you're like, oh yeah, honey, look at that. You're like, oh, I know what that sucker likes, because they're watching the same video and they're taking notes. So it's all very coordinated, all very targeted, you know. It's high pressure sales tactics. So now when that slideshow is done and that presentation is done, they say, okay, well, you guys can go out to the main room now. There's a lot of, we have the free buffet that we promised you that's set up out there. Go get yourself some food, sit at a table, but don't congregate. If you're one person that came on your own, sit at the table by yourself. If you came as a couple, sit at the couple. We don't want groups congregating. There's enough tables for everybody. And we'll have a salesperson approach each one of you at your table to answer any questions that you have, or if you're interested in purchasing, or we'll give you your free stuff and you can be on your way, okay? And so now the first group of salespeople that come out are those ones that were watching you in the room next door. And by the way, they're highly skilled salespeople, but they look like models. And they do it on purpose. The reason why they do it is it's hard to say no to someone you're attracted to. This is high pressure sales, isn't it? They're playing on your human emotions, right? To try to get you to sell, to buy something from them. Now, if you manage to get past these people, they'll say, okay, let me get my supervisor and he'll just make sure that I've answered all your questions. So now you get their supervisor that comes out, not a model, but more experienced in sales. Once again, so how come you're not interested in purchasing? I mean, you came out here for some reason, couldn't have been just for the free stuff, right? You know, I tell you what, if I work on the price a little bit, I think that would get you to sign a contract to buy today, you know, and they give you all the stuff. They offer you more free stuff. They try to lower the price a little bit, high pressure. If you manage to get past that guy, they'll be like, okay, well, you got to talk to our main supervisor now. So we're going to take you around to a side room and he'll get to you in the order as after he deals with other people ahead of you first. And then you'll get your free certificates for your stuff and then you could be on your way. Okay. I call this the cool off period. They sit you in this room alone so that you could cool off, because you're probably steaming now, pissed off, dealing with all these salespeople that are trying to do the heavy sales push on you. And you're like, I just want to get the hell out of here now. I don't even give a crap about the free stuff anymore, right? And then I wasn't watching, but I'm pretty sure there was a camera in that room too. Because once I started getting up from my seat and I'm like, where the hell is this guy? Boom, he appears, you know? And at this point, they're going to try to make you laugh. The guy was like, hey, how you guys doing? He was this older guy, did this rubberneck thing, you know? It was the funniest thing. But his objective was to get me to smile, because at this point I'm like, salespeople, you know, and he did, because I'm like, I was trying to hold a straight face, but he was so ridiculous. I busted a smile, you know, and so he accomplished his goal right there, doing something goofy to make me smile. Sit down at the desk. Okay, we'll get you your free stuff and you could be on your way. And then he turns into the sales pitch again. So what is it? Was it the price? I mean, just so that I know, so that I could, you know, for future salespeople, you know, what was it? Was it the price? I mean, you obviously like the resort. There's an interest there at some point. What if I lowered the price to this? And he's writing on a piece of paper and then he shoves the pen in my face. He's like, would that get you to sign today? By the way, if you don't put the pen in their face, they'll never ask for it. Okay. salespeople, sales tip, put the pen to their hand, get them to sign, right? So he's like, it's not the price. Oh, you're killing me. You're a tough negotiator here. How about this is as low as I could go. And he slides it back in front of me. Nope, still, oh my God, you're a tough cookie. It's the interest rate, isn't it? Yeah, that interest rate is kind of high. What if I were to lower it to this? And the guy crosses it out, writes something on the page, puts it towards me. He's like, I'm like, you got to do better than that. He's like, oh, you're tough. You're tough. He's like, this is the bottom line. I mean, I got to make a living. I got to eat too, you know? And he's like, what if I lower it to this? You're going to still get all your free stuff that we promised you. You're going to get this price. You know, if you bought that from anybody out there, yeah, you were a sucker. He's like, because you're getting the crazy deal right here that I'm offering you right now. But only you're getting it, you know? So you're getting it at this price, at this interest rate. You're still getting all of your free stuff. So I did this. I said, so I'm going to get it at that price and that interest rate, and I still get all the free stuff, the vacation, the airfare, the hotel stay, the tickets to the show, and the steak dinner. I was like, I tell you what, at the time I was staying at the Luxor. I was like, if you could get me tickets to the Carrot Top comedy show at the Luxor, I was like, and you give me all this other stuff, and you get me the tickets. I don't want any redeemable crap that I got to mail in. I want the tickets so I could go to the show now. So same thing for the steak dinner and all that. I don't want to have to mail anything in. I understand that the travel, yeah, you can't give me those tickets now, but I don't want anything redeemable other than the travel tickets. Like, I want the steak dinner now while I'm here so I can enjoy it now this time. I want tickets to that Carrot Top comedy show. And I'm here for 3 more days in Vegas. And in August, it is hot as hell. My sneakers are melting to the ground. If you could get me a rental car that you pay for that has working air conditioning in it for the next 3 days, I'll buy right now. And the guy was like, oh, we don't usually. I'm like, well, then I'm not interested. And he's like, oh, hold on. Let me see what I could do. I was like, this isn't normal, but let me see what I could do. So he goes out, and the guy's like gone for a while. He keeps sticking his head in. Just hold on, you know. And he comes back, and he's like, okay, here's your tickets for this. Here's your tickets for that. Here's your mail-in certificates. He's like, and the rental car's on its way. So I signed and I bought a timeshare. I mean, I didn't have to give him a check or anything. I wasn't carrying around my checkbook on vacation, right? So I was like, okay. I signed contract to purchase it, knowing that by the time I got home,
go to fucking Brooklyn, man.
I had a FedEx package waiting on my front door for the timeshare contract. Before I opened up my luggage, I opened up the thing, and right on top was your right of rescission. I signed a sheet, I put it in the envelope, and I mailed it back. I didn't buy a timeshare. I just used it to get more free stuff. Don't hate the player, hate the game. It was his game. I just played it better, right? So if you guys ever go to one of those timeshare things, you guys can negotiate with them to get more free crap out of them. Okay, but it's like pulling teeth though. And you're going to leave there with a headache. I'm just telling you, you know, bring some Tylenol with you, you know, because it is a nightmare to go through. But hey, I used it as an opportunity to sharpen my negotiation skills with the guy. Because I was in real estate. I knew what to expect. I just wanted to get the free stuff and see what I could get out of it.
What the fuck is wrong with me?
Oop. Let me mute that.
You know, I never even thought that they were real. I went to one, drove an hour away to go get it. And I didn't take the trip. I didn't do any of it. I was like, they playing. They just want my money. I'm sick of this. And I went back there a second time. I was so annoyed. Every single thing you just said is what happened. And I'm like, oh my God, I don't have no patience. I can't take it. I got to go.
So,
I just didn't even bother.
But if you could stick it out, you can get the free stuff and you can negotiate, because listen, if you just wait till the end, they're going to give you these certificates that you have to mail in to get your free stuff. And most people don't mail in to get it because they're like, oh, and then my name's going to get on this sales pitch list and I'm going to get marketed to even more. And they don't even get the free stuff. See, I told them, I don't want that. I want the tickets now in my hand. I don't want to have to mail in to get anything. I want it now. Otherwise, I'm not buying. And, you know, so I use my negotiation skills to get the free stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now, keep in mind, if you go there, you're probably going to get a headache again, because even me knowing what to expect, I still got a headache, you know? but I got a good deal out of it. I got everything I wanted. And at the end of the day, I didn't buy a timeshare. I canceled it because I knew I had a 7-day right of rescission. Don't hate the player, hate the game, right? All right.
Is that 7-day right of rescission countrywide, or is this something particular to New Jersey?
Yeah, through most states, this is a 7-day right of rescission for out-of-state properties. Most states have that 7-day rescission period. Yeah. So
the people in Vegas, people in Nevada, knowing that you are in New Jersey and you have that 7-day rescission, this is only the property to give you everything.
Yeah, but they don't announce that to you. They don't tell that to you. They're not training you that you could back out of it.
Oh, of course not. But they know that.
Yeah, and they know that
they know that you have that possibility.
And they know most people, when they get home and they see that FedEx package before they start opening, oh, that's probably the contract for that timeshare that I purchased. They're probably not even going to open it right away. Days are going by before they finally start reading through it and figuring out what the hell it is. And by then they're past their rescission period and you're stuck in with a timeshare, right?
All right.
I knew what to do before I even unpacked my luggage. I ripped that thing open and I signed it and I put it in the mailbox, you know? You got to know the rules to be able to be good at the game, right?
Right.
All right. Now, this thing was also removed from Chapter 1, which should be put back in, the advertising language rules here. Hold on one second. Let me... yeah, advertising rules. So just making my notes here. Sorry about that. Okay, so anytime you advertise, now this is not just anytime you advertise a property for sale in another language, you have to have all those contracts and disclosures available in the same language that you advertise the property in. So anytime you offer a property for sale or lease, you need to know this for exam. Anytime you offer a property for sale or lease in another language, all the contracts and disclosures need to be available in the same language that you advertise the property in. Okay. Now we're talking about specific property ads, not general real estate ads like, hey, I'm Victor Kaminsky, the greatest real estate agent, use me. And if I do an ad like that in a different language, it doesn't matter. I don't have to have contracts and disclosures available. It's only when you're advertising a property, 123 Main Street for sale, when you're advertising a specific property in a different language, that the contracts have to be available and the disclosures need to be available in that same language, okay? And you can't translate it. They need to be professionally transcripted, okay? Because sometimes these transcribers that do these, that put the language into a different, they convert it to a different language, they have to not only be familiar with both languages, but they also need to be familiar with legal terminology in both languages. Because sometimes words in the everyday English language have separate legalese meanings to them. And so when we're dealing with contracts and you're putting it into a different language, you got to make sure that any legalese meanings have to translate properly as well. Okay, so that's why we can't do these translations if we could speak more than one language. Okay, so anyway, this is the rule for exams. It will be an exam question. And actually it's right here in the book on page 313. Let's do some highlighting on 313 here. At the last sentence in the first paragraph under Interstate Land Sales Full Disclosure Act, we're going to highlight the rules are intended to protect the public from unscrupulous developers and marketers from undue sales pressure. Then the next paragraph, highlight the last sentence. Buyers have up to 7 calendar days to cancel a contract for the purchase or lease of such lands. skip the next paragraph and the last paragraph in this section. Let me read it and tell you what exactly to highlight. It says real estate commission rules also address non-New Jersey properties. Now, this does not only apply to non-New Jersey properties. It's just here they're talking about non-New Jersey properties. This
I'm sorry, what
also
page is that?
applies. I'm sorry,
What page is this on?
313. 313. This also applies to properties within the state of New Jersey. So on page 313 under Interstate Land Sales Full Disclosure Act, in that last paragraph, at the end of the first line, we're going to highlight properties that are advertised in New Jersey in languages other than English. Subsequent forms must be made available to prospective purchasers in the same language as was used in the original advertisement. Okay, so that deals with New Jersey properties as well as out-of-state properties. And that was chapter 18. All right. All right, so when you're done highlighting that, go to back to page 9. Matter. All right, so when you're back to page 9, just above where it says rental referral agencies, we could write interstate land sales relocated to page 313. Interstate land sales relocated to page 313. And that's the stuff that we just highlighted. Okay, so next, here's a slide that I created that I told you guys about all the rescission periods. Well, first of all, I have a definition for the word rescission. It's the right to cancel a contract within a given period of time. And I just showed you an example of how I did it. And here's all the rescission periods for sales contracts. 7 days. This is for new construction only. For out-of-state properties marketed to New Jersey residents, you got that 7-day right of rescission. But that also deals with in-state, large in-state subdivisions. So look, 7 days, the second 7 days here. This is for large in-state subdivisions that have 100 lots or 100 units or more. Or if they share common area elements. So if it's under 100 units, if they have common area elements, like condos and co-ops do, you know, they have the common hallways and tennis courts and swimming pools and parking lots. Those are common area elements. They also have a 7-day right of rescission. Now, technically, out-of-state properties have 7 calendar days, and in-state large subdivisions like this have 7 business days, but they're not going to try to trick you on exam. Just know 7 days, because they're going to give you the option, 10 days, 7 days, 5 days, 3 days, okay? 5 days, this is one we didn't go over yet. This, once again, is for new construction only. Not for resale properties. Resale property is a property that's not new. It's property somebody lived in and they're reselling. For the discovery of off-site conditions. An off-site condition is anything that's not on the subject property. For example, you want to buy a brand new home. Okay, there's a new house that was built on our block, and you want to buy that new house. And you put an offer in. But then you find out that down the block, which you never drove all the way down to the end of the block before, is the city dump. And you're like, wait a minute, I don't want to buy a house down the block from the city dump. Well, how long do you have to cancel the contract for off-site conditions? 5 days. That's an off-site condition. Anything that's not on the property is an off-site condition. Okay. And then lastly, 3 days. This is the attorney review period for resale properties. So anybody else has 3 days to cancel a contract for the resale of existing property. So anytime you sign a contract, you got 3 days to change your mind and cancel it. Otherwise, the contract becomes binding as it is. Now, the last two that I have listed here are not for purchase contracts. They're actually for mortgage contracts, for the financing contracts, to obtain financing. There's a 3-day rescission period if you sign contracts to refinance a property you already own. Okay, anybody know what refinancing is? Refinancing is if you already have a property that you own, and let's say the mortgage rates dropped and they're a lower rate than what you currently have your mortgage at. You can get a new mortgage loan to pay off your existing loan at a lower interest rate. They call that refinancing. Okay, so you're now, instead of being stuck at the higher interest rate, you could get another loan that'll pay off your existing one. You're basically getting a new loan at a lower interest rate. Okay, we call that refinancing. If you sign those contracts for refinancing, you could still back out of them within 3 days. But if you're initially getting a loan to purchase a property, after you sign those documents, 0 right of rescission. Because that money at the closing table, that's when you sign those mortgage documents, is at the closing table when you're purchasing the property. Most of the documents you're signing, those aren't contracts. Those are the financing contracts. All right. And what happens to the money at the closing table when you purchase a house? It goes to pay off the seller's existing balance on their loan. It pays the realtor's commissions, any other fees or dues that are outstanding to the attorneys or to whoever else. And then whatever balance is left over goes to the seller. Right? So good luck clawing that money back from all those resources. That's why there's a 0-day right of rescission on that. All right. So this slide is a neat one I put together for you. This stuff is peppered throughout the book, throughout all these different chapters as we go through them. But I got them all listed here in one neat little study guide for you, buttoned up with a nice little bow. You're welcome.
That's 32, right?
This would be slide 32, I believe. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Now, the next one on page, still on page 9, down the bottom, rental referral companies. Every person working in a rental referral company who for a fee refers prospective tenants to rental units is required to have a real estate license and to enter into a written contract with each prospective tenant. This contract must specify such things as the services that are performed, fees that are charged, and the date and term of the contract and any refund policy, if any. No rental property may be offered without the landlord's consent. Oral consent must be confirmed within 24 hours. It's a lot that they're putting down here. Okay, so let's get back to the beginning of this. What the hell is a rental referral agency? All right, look, if you got your house and you want to rent it, you come to me and you list it with me and I find a renter for you. Okay, I'll get a listing for that. That's not a rental referral. What is a rental referral? A rental referral agency is a company that would reach out to apartment building complexes. And they go to the owner and which they usually have their own rental offices, right? But they go to the owner of the building or the complex and they say, hey, listen, we're going to put a website up just for your complex here, or we already have a high traffic website and we're going to put a page up dedicated just to your property here. We're going to put together high quality photos. We'll do floor plan designs. We'll write all the features of what's in the neighborhood and everything. And if we refer any buyers to you, or any renters to you that end up actually leasing a unit from you, you agree to pay us a referral fee of, and then it's whatever you negotiate. Okay. So that's what a rental referral agency is. Most real estate agents, they don't deal with apartment complexes. We get renters that come to us all the time. Oh yeah, I'm interested in renting in an apartment complex. Well, we don't have agreements with the owners of those buildings to pay us a commission, so we don't deal with them. But rental referral agencies do. And there's very few of them around. So that makes it a niche market, right? Niche market. Is it niche or niche? I don't know. I probably mispronounce it all the time. Niche market, niche market. Anyway, it's a niche market, niche market, niche market. There's companies like, I'm sure there's one in Woodbridge here that you guys may be familiar with. They're pretty big throughout the state. Best Rent NJ. Listen, I normally don't use company names. I know there's a couple of them, but so few I count them on one hand probably. This one is local, so I'm going to use its name just to give you an example. They basically go to the Best Rent NJ. They go to the complex and they ask if they could put a sign out front, and which directs them to the website. The website shows all the information, the prices, everything about a property. Here, let me give you an example. I'll take you to the website and you can take a look. So this is the website opening up. Let's give it a sec here. Okay, so here's the website for Best Rent NJ. I'm not promoting anybody, by the way, or any companies. They don't deal in sales. They only deal with rentals of apartment complexes. Okay, and they got all kinds of apartment complexes available here. As you can see, affordable housing, 55+ communities, etc. You show what the features are, what you're looking for, or you could browse through their recent properties here, okay? And here, let's look at this one in Caucus. I'm gonna stay local. Let's look at this one in Avenel. I'm gonna click on that. And it opens up, it tells you the address of where this property is located. They got some nice high quality photographs that they had a professional photographer take. They have a rental application and they have layouts of the different units. You could either look at all of them or the 1-bedrooms or the 2-bedroom designs. They show you if they have available units, or instead of saying no vacancies, they wrote available soon, I guess, to get you to still contact them. That's interesting. Remember, you cannot advertise a property if it's not available. That's false advertising, correct? You're correct, Vic. Okay, thank you. All right, so if you can't advertise a property as available when there's no units available. So because they put this website up and they talk about all the different units here, the features of the units, the features of the complex, local attractions and what's in the area, everything from, you know, look at all the goodies here. All right. And if somebody's interested in one of these units, well, let's see, they got a couple different models, right? With the floor plans. If we click on one of them, see, it shows you the floor plan, the layout of the apartment. Okay, nice little floor plan they put together, huh? So they do that in exchange for a rental referral fee to be paid to them if any of the people that found this apartment through their website ends up signing a lease with the property owner. So they download the application, the lease application here. They set up the showings through this company, and then they lease out to them, right? So you could see the prices for the rentals, and you could see the floor plans and all that. And that's basically what a rental referral company does. They specialize in that. They don't deal in sales. Okay. So can you market somebody's property without their permission?
No.
No, you cannot.
Rent
No.
there in the restaurant space, it's gonna be a cause of concern, so. Sure. And we'll have
I think we got an answer from them, and so
All
we have
right.
an answer
Yeah,
as
we got
of
somebody's
today.
conversation going on here. Please mute that. All right. So yeah, you can't offer somebody's property for sale or rent without their written permission. So every person working in a rental referral agency, they have to have a license. No property can be offered without the owner's written consent. We do that in the form of some sort of a listing agreement or a referral fee agreement with the property owner there. Availability of properties has to be accurate. So you see the way they did it on their website. They just put that, they just did this. They have it either available now or available soon instead of no vacancy. But you have to show that they're not available. Now, how do they know that there's not one available? Well, because they have to check with the owners regularly. How regularly? Okay, this you need to know for exams. Advertising properties, you have to check the property owner with the property owner every day to see if one of those units are available if you're actively advertising the property. If you are not advertising it and you simply have a listing, you have to check it every 3 days to see if they still have one of those units available. So basically, this company, Best Rent NJ, they got people on the staff and on the phone every day just calling all these property owners that they have these agreements with to see, do they have one of these 1 bedrooms, one of these 2 bedrooms, and the different models available today or not? Because they have their own leasing offices that they could rent out on their own. Okay. So how often do you need to check to see if a property is available? If you have a listing and you don't advertise it?
Every 3 days?
Every day.
Every 3
Every
days.
day.
All right.
Every 3 days. And if you advertise it, every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Okay. And if you're collecting any fees in advance, application fees or deposits of more than $25, they have to be put into an escrow account or trust account, escrow trust account. That's a bank account for keeping other people's money for short periods of time. All right, so let's highlight under here, though, in the next to last paragraph, units that are advertised must be checked every day to see if they're still available. Units that are simply listed must be checked every 3 days. And then we'll highlight advanced fees of more than $25 require depositing the funds in an escrow account. All right. So we're going to do the key. We're going to do key terms to review. We're done with this chapter. At the end of every chapter, they have a nice summary, which kind of sums up everything that we've gone over. It's got a couple of useful websites. We have some key terms to review, which we're going to go over at the end of every chapter. And then there's also a list of unit questions. We're not going to go over those, but we will go over the key terms to review at the end of every chapter. Now, this particular chapter, let me see if I could use this. Let me see if I could open up, if I could use this whiteboard at all. Any good now or not? It's still giving me the same problem. Nope, it's still giving me issues. All right, there we go. No, maybe not. Why is this thing operating so slowly? They need to reboot. Okay. That stinks. I'll reboot the computer for tomorrow's lesson. But let's see. Do I have this Microsoft whiteboard open? Still, let me take a look. I do not. All right, that's all right. We'll just look at the slideshow. I have a math problem here I put together for you guys. Can you see it? No, you can't. Here you go. For as far as commissions work, because sometimes people ask about how commissions work. So before we finish this chapter, I have a math problem that's already figured out here, but I work it out for you because this is a problem you usually get on state exam, and most people get it wrong. If I ask you if you know how to figure out your commissions, most people are like, oh yeah, I could figure out my commission. And then when I give them the opportunity to, they don't get it right. Here's the question. There you go. How you like that? I covered it up on you. So here's the question. If a property sells for $325,000 and the total commission is 6%, if the listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agent gets 60%, how much does the buyer's agency earn? Do they get to keep? Go. I'm going to give you guys a couple minutes to try to figure this out. And let me just pause this recording for a second. I wasn't recording here. Ah, damn it. Oh, well. I don't think we finished the math problems there. I wasn't recording it. Oh, well, whatever. It's in the slideshows. You can watch them if anybody's watching this video. I didn't resume the recording here during that math problem, but they are in the slideshow. You can watch them in there. All right, so we're doing these key terms here at the end of the chapter, and which is the last one that I was just on?
J.
Realtor associate, J.
All right, Realtor associate 8 is J, correct. Licensee limited to presenting prospective clients and customers to the broker.
Salesperson licensed with the real estate referral company.
11 is K, correct. It's a mouthful. Let's just refer to him as a referral agent, okay? But just remember that on exams, they're going to ask for it in that SLWRERC, okay? Classes required for license renewal.
Continuing education.
So 3 is L, correct. All right, and just for the recap for anybody watching the video now, because I wasn't recording here before I stopped the recording during that math problem. Let me just run down the list again real quick. So administrator of real estate licenses, 5 is A, New Jersey Real Estate Commission. The state rules and regulations for real estate licensees. That's Title 11, Chapter 5, 12 is B. Fully qualified broker who remains under another broker's supervision. That's the broker salesperson. 2 is C. Fully qualified broker who remains under another broker's, I just read that. Individual license to charge the public for real estate services. That would be the broker. Only the broker is authorized to charge the public for services. So how do you do it as a salesperson? So 1 is D. So how do you do it as a salesperson then? How do we make money? How do we charge the public? We do it in the name of the broker under which we're employed, right? Because you're a representative of that broker. Law governing the practice of real estate in New Jersey. That's the Real Estate Licensing Act, or NJ statutes, which we call 6 is E, right? Member of a private real estate trade organization. That's the Realtor is the member, so 7 is F. Money paid another broker for sending a client or customer. That's the referral fee, 9 is G. And I think the rest of them we already went over in this recording, so I'll stop right there on the recap. Now, let me just ask you guys one question. Let me see if it's actually listed here or not, and I maybe kind of rushed through it a little bit. Nope, I didn't. Okay. So that was chapter 1. That concludes chapter 1. Now we're going to start in chapter 2. So let me open up that slideshow for chapter 2. Are you ready?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right, let's get started then, shall we? Chapter 2. Commission rules and regulations. So at the end of this chapter, you're going to be able to identify standards set by licensing law and commission rules regarding the brokerage business, explain commission regulations for broker business relationships and advertising, describe violations and penalties of license for violations of licensing law. We're going to be learning about advertising rules and all kinds of other goodies like that as well. Well, let's start by what can a salesperson not do? We're going to highlight a salesperson may not, and then we're going to highlight the first 3 bullet points here on page 15 that says they cannot accept any form of compensation except from their supervising broker. They may not maintain an escrow account or hold funds belonging to others, because when your clients give you money, you need to immediately turn it over to your broker. And your broker has to put it in the escrow account. Salesperson may not work for more than one New Jersey broker at a time either. Why would you want to? Well, there are situations where this may come up. Let's just say you're working for a rental referral agency and you want to sell a property now, but they're not a member of any of those MLSs because, well, they're dealing directly with the renters and they're not members of the MLS. Well, if that's the case, you want to sell a property, you may be like, or if you're involved in property management or involved in commercial real estate and may not be a member, your broker may not be a member of any of those residential MLSs for you to sell a property there. You may be thinking that you want to do this, but the licensing law says that you can only work for one New Jersey broker at a time. So now you guys are at a fork in your career. You need to make a decision. Do I stay where I'm at, or do I want to go into property sales? Property management or rentals, or do I go into sales? Okay. You can only work for one New Jersey broker at a time. You could be licensed in multiple states under a different broker in each state, but in New Jersey, only one broker. Okay.
Can you do commercial real estate and
residential? Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
You have to be one broker, one office.
Yeah. Yep. Correct. So you'd have to get a broker that does both or is willing to do both and has the tools to do both. If you go to brokers that specialize in commercial real estate, they may not necessarily be members of any of the MLSs though. You know, somebody asked me a question, how do you feel about Airbnb platform? I don't. That's those companies are just acting as intermediaries for the owners of the property to market their properties for rent by themselves. And you know, we really don't get involved in those. All right. And Airbnb is not the only one. You got people that throughout the summer and COVID and everything, we had situations where I'm gonna show you a little something here. You want to talk about the Airbnb? Let me show you a video about something else. Something you may not have thought about before. This is kind of an Airbnb. For your pool. Right, let me see if I got these videos downloaded already so I don't got to play them from YouTube. I believe I may have these videos already.
Quick question. If you were to get your license in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and New York, you're able to have your license active in all states under 3 different brokers?
Yep. Or one broker that's got their broker's license in all 3 states.
Okay.
So yeah.
Cool, thanks.
Let me just look at this thing really quick. Pretty sure I got these real estate videos downloaded already. At least I thought I did. Yep. Oh, well, maybe not. All right, so I'll play it directly from YouTube here.
Thing these days, home, cars, bikes, and what about swimming pools? Well, there is a new online platform just for pool. BC4's Angie Crouch to find out what Swimply is all about.
This is kind of like Airbnb for your pool. This homeowner on West Olympic in the Mid-Wilshire district rents out this beautiful backdoor space for about $50 an hour for gatherings up to 10 people. It's a concept that's growing in popularity, especially in places like LA, where lots of people live in apartments and don't have pools of their own. Edgar Liquidano is keeping his pool nice and clean because he rents out this backyard space on a new app called Swimply. The app connects homeowners who have private pools with people looking for a place to swim and hang out. The Campos family recently rented Edgar's pool for a family birthday party. They brought their own Hawaiian decorations and paid $480 for a day of fun in the sun, something they couldn't do at their small Koreatown apartment.
We were looking first for a house to rent because we live in an apartment complex and we don't have a backyard.
Edgar Liquidano's family bought this home in the 1990s. Edgar lives here and rents out rooms through Airbnb. So when he heard about Swimply, he thought it sounded like a great way to make a little extra money. Swimply takes a 15% cut.
Since we have been doing Airbnb for 3.5 years, more or less, and we're pretty familiar with the concept, then might as well give it a try.
People looking for a place to take a dip can search through the app, scroll through photos, and select a location. Edgar has decorated the area around his pool with plenty of seating, succulent plants, wind chimes, and tented patios to make it more appealing to renters.
At the house here, we have our own private space at the house. But when the guests do come here, we give them a quick little tour. If not, we'll provide self-check-in instructions through the side.
Edgar says several photographers have also rented his pool for photo shoots, but most of his renters have been groups like the Campos family, people looking for an affordable place for a small gathering. Swimply is currently available in 26 states and is growing every day. In the Mid-Wilshire district, Angie Crouch, NBC4 News.
All right, now you guys see any kind of potential problem in that? Any potential issues in that? Airbnb in your pool?
I mean, parties, damage,
cleanliness, like.
I'm thinking lawsuits. Somebody gets paralyzed, they dive into a pool, slip, they fall, they break their neck.
Or as little as $25 a month, but it gets crazier.
What if they need to go to the bathroom? What, now you got to let them into the house? Or are they just going to go in your pool? Yeah.
Hey, Wilfred, well said. Look, talk about timing. This company launched 2 years ago, but has grown over 2,000% this year, largely due to COVID. It's pretty simple, like VRBO or Airbnb. Swimply is a site that helps you rent a private home pool or rent out your own home pool. With so many public pools closed across the country, people are desperate and willing to pay by the hour to get out of the heat. For owners, they can make much needed cash, which some are now using to pay their mortgages. At first, there was some safety concern, but that is no more.
The CDC declared from day one that pools are safe. They're outdoor, and the chlorine does mitigate the virus. So now our pools are coming back online, and especially now people need the money.
Now, the price per hour can range anywhere from $15 to $300, depending on the location and the pool amenities. Most people do not offer bathroom access. Swimply handles the bookings and payment and takes a 15% service fee for that. Swimply raised just over $1 million in funding at the start, according to Weinberger, and had another round ready right before COVID hit. That then fell through, but now he says they are.
Sorry, Dana. My first quick question is: are you using Swimply now to have a pool as your backdrop, or are we at Shea?
Turned off.
It's run out, but
we do have a link to this on the COVID through pool, which according to the CDC.
All right, that's not the one I was looking for. With the COVID restrictions and all that, they're looking to add something kind of like the Uber has, where they add insurances and stuff. Now, this Swimply does not have insurance available for people just quite yet. But it's an interesting concept, just renting out the pool by the hour. But once again, we as real estate agents aren't going to be involved in that. So if we get anybody that comes up to us and asks about it, I would be more concerned about the lawsuit aspect of it, as far as if somebody falls and gets hurt, or they get paralyzed or something like that, to that regard. I think I do have one news thing here that actually talks about that. They mention it. So that's why I'm just wanting to pull it up. Once again, we don't deal with this, but sometimes homeowners may ask us about such things, renting out their pools and such. Like,
it's humid.
Here.
Sounds like the perfect weather for some water. But for some people, a backyard oasis isn't an option.
I use it less nowadays than I used to.
Michael White put his pool in 15 years ago. He says he's gotten some great use out of it, but now he's hoping to turn his paradise into profit.
It's a resource that I have sitting here that I never really considered taking advantage of fiscally, because how do you do that?
It's called Swimply. The underlying idea to swim, well, simply.
Let me skip to the insurance area here.
Renters sign a built-in waiver that won't hold parties liable for accidents, and they hope to soon add the option of insurance. White says his pool and hot tub comes with floats, a barbecue pit.
So basically, right now, what they're doing is he just has people sign a waiver in case something happens. But you know what? I would talk to an attorney before I would ever try to offer a pool like this, because even just signing a waiver may not necessarily protect you from lawsuits, to shield you from those lawsuits. So, somebody brought up the Airbnb thing, so I figured I'd bring up the Airbnb pool thing, Swimply, because it is real estate and it does affect, and you may get questions about it. And if you do, well, there you go. We're there to protect our clients and to bring up questions that they may not have been thinking about. All right, so let's see, back to the slideshow here. All right, yeah, somebody had a question?
Oh, I did. How does that actually work if the bathrooms are off limit? Like, I don't know, like that makes no sense, especially if they were there like all day. So they get up and leave and, oh, I'll be back. I got to go to the bathroom. Like, how does that work?
Good question. You got to go to the bathroom. Your kids got to go to the bathroom. You're renting somebody's pool. They don't let you use the bathroom. I'm guessing they're going to go behind the shed.
Right.
Or in the pool, or even worse, in the pool. So once again, those are real concerns, aren't they? If you don't got a pool house with a bathroom in it,
Mm-hmm.
Yep. All right, moving along there. All right, so let's see in the chat, Airbnb homes don't do home sharing. What are the consequences? I don't know. We really don't get involved in the Airbnb stuff. We act as far as renting people's properties on longer term basis, or even on a short term, but we don't do the Airbnb stuff through the real estate brokerages. Okay, those are separate business entities with it's like a FSBO's doing stuff on their own, renting out on their own. Okay, always consult with an attorney when doing stuff like that. All right,
I have a question.
Yep.
Is there like, say you work for a broker, and is there an instant where like you have to, like, there's a cap on what you give them a year, or is it per transaction, or is there like, okay, like you pay me 15 grand, and once you fulfill that 15 grand, the rest of your commission is 100% yours?
I don't know. What commission agreement are you signing?
Okay, so it's just per broker, right?
In New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable between client and customer, client and the brokerage. And as far as your commission splits with your broker, one broker can have a completely different commission agreement strategy from a next.
Okay.
Okay, so you'd have to shop all that around. But once again, what did I tell you the most important thing is at the beginning?
The training.
Training. Get the training. Don't worry so much about the commission right now. The money will come once you start getting closings, but you ain't going to get the closings unless you get trained on how to do the closings.
Okay.
Right? How to do the closings and how to get the business. Listen, I'm going to give you tons of tips in this class that your brokers should be giving you. All right. Because I want to see you guys do well. But if you don't get that proper training, you know, you're not going to do good. You know, so once again, don't focus on that commission as much as the commission splits. I'm sorry, as much as the training. Okay. Because your commission splits, most brokers will have some sort of a commission schedule, you know, that, you know, once you bring in $20,000 of GCI, that's gross commission income into the brokerage, then you're going to go up to the next bracket of commission split. Once you go up to a certain dollar amount beyond that, you go up to the next commission split, and so on and so forth. Sometimes that resets, sometimes it doesn't reset, but they call it, and they just look at your last 12 months history of closings. You know, there's a lot of different commission schemes. Some you could pay to get a higher commission split. They're going to charge you desk fees, whether you're doing closings or not. But you could walk right in and get a high commission split because you're paying the broker a rent monthly, whether you got closings or not. So what do they care then, right? They're still getting a piece of the commission too. But then they could also nickel and dime you here by charging you for the copy machine, for the use of the fax machine and the internet, and for the whatever, you know, nickel and dime fees. They could charge you transaction management fees and all kinds of BS garbage fees, right? So you're better off going with a broker that doesn't charge all that crap. If they have to draw you a diagram and at the end of the day you still can't figure out what your commitment split's going to be, run.
Okay.
All right. Keep it simple, stupid. That's the way I like. And those ones that start telling you about, oh, retirement plans and all that, you know what? Get your own retirement plan. Get a self-directed IRA or a 401k of your own. You don't need one through your broker. A lot of times when you get these ones through brokerages, I know certain franchise brokerages offer these. And what happens though, if you leave that brokerage and you go somewhere else, you lose it all, you forfeit it to them, you know? So you got to know the devil's in the details, my friends. When it comes to contracts, you need to know the details, okay? So place of business on next page 16. Every broker who's a New Jersey resident has to maintain a physical place of business in the state. Now, brokers are allowed to have an office in their home, provided that their home is in an area that's in a mixed use zone. Okay, you can't just start up a business in the middle of a residential neighborhood. But if the broker has a house that's in like on the boundary of a residential commercial and it's zoned mixed use for both residential and commercial use, then in those situations, a broker may have an office out of their house. But there's very specific rules about that office. It has to have a separate entrance visible from the street, and it has to have a sign with the broker's name and the words licensed real estate broker. That's an exam question, by the way. So let's highlight. If the office is in the broker's own home, it must have a separate area with its own entrance visible from the street. Now it says the office must never be in the home of one of the broker's associates, like a salesperson or broker salesperson. This would avoid the practice known as license lending. That's basically where, you know, the broker's just lending his license so somebody else can start a business. Remember I told you guys that I started a real estate brokerage before I got a real estate license? I hired a broker. But when I was interviewing brokers to hire, I came across a couple of them that came to me. They're like, I know you just want to borrow my license so that you could open your own business and do your own thing. You're just going to pay me this and that, and I'm not going to show up. If the real estate commission ever comes, you just call me and I'll deal with it. But, you know, other than that, I'm not going to ever be here. No, that's not what I was looking for. That's called license lending. That's illegal. All right. Highlight the broker's name and the words licensed real estate broker must be conspicuously displayed on the exterior. Now they go on to say, which we're not going to highlight, but they go on to say, the license of the broker and all of their associates have to be prominently displayed in the main office. And a broker may not allow someone else to use that firm name. Okay, license lending. Okay, so basically what they're saying is that a lot of times you guys go to real estate brokerage offices and you could see all the licenses either hanging on walls and picture frames, or sometimes they'll have a binder on the front desk. And in those, like the clear page binders, they'll have the licenses for all the agents in their office in the binder. It's available for public display. That's what licensing law requires. And so the main, if it's a branch office, all the licenses for everybody in that branch office have to be displayed publicly. If it is the main office, they not only have to have all the licenses of everybody in the main office, but also all of the branch offices that they have as well in that binder or hanging up on the walls or whatever. Now, we already have highlighted what full-time is for a supervising licensee, right? Physically present in the office 5 days a week during normal business hours and not having another job. Who can manage a branch office? Who can manage any office?
A broker.
Somebody with a broker or broker salesperson's license can manage an office. You can never have a salesperson, referral agent, or an unlicensed person managing a real estate office ever. Okay, you have to have a broker type license too. So, trust account. Oh wait, before we do that, go to branch office, and under branch office, we're gonna highlight each branch office must be under the direct supervision of a broker or broker salesperson and must have a duplicate license. And then highlight the last sentence in that same paragraph that says no branch office can be in the home of a salesperson or broker salesperson. See, on state exam, when you're going to get your salesperson's license, they want to focus on all the rules and regulations. They could really care less if you could do your job well as a real estate agent. So they're not really looking deep into those details. They just want to make sure that you know the laws and the rules for licensing, how to deal with the public and their money, how not to discriminate, advertising laws that you don't violate. They want to, it's basically teaching you all about the laws. They don't want you to violate the law. That's why your broker needs to give you the good training on how to actually now work as an agent. Even though we're going to touch on some of that stuff in this class, we can't spend a whole lot of time on it. Okay, so brokers usually have two bank accounts. They're required to have two bank accounts. One is an operating account where they pay all their mortgage or their rent and electric bills and advertising, insurance, agents' commissions, etc. And then they have an escrow account, or also known as a trust account. This is a bank account where we keep other people's money and only other people's money for short-term periods of time, with the exception of property management companies, which their escrow accounts are interest-bearing accounts where they hold on to people's money for long periods of time, throughout the term of the lease. Those have to be interest-bearing because they need to give the person interest on their money for their deposits. Just like a landlord. If a landlord was holding your security deposit, they have to hold it in a bank account used only for security deposits. And they have to pay you the interest that your money would be earning in a bank account. Okay. So most escrow accounts are non-interest bearing accounts unless it's for long-term security deposits like a property management company. Okay. And the broker cannot keep the interest on that. They have to pay that money to their clients. They cannot earn a secret profit on their clients' money. Okay. And any bank account, any escrow account has to be clearly labeled escrow account. If it is an escrow bank account, you can't just open up a bank account and say, I'm using it for my escrow. It has to be clearly labeled escrow account. This way, if the broker ever gets sued or something happens, that nobody can touch the money in a bank account that's labeled escrow, because that's clearly stating that that's someone else's money. It's not the broker's. Now, Licensees must be given any deposit money that they receive from their clients immediately to their broker. So your client wants to make an offer on the property. They give you $1,000 good faith deposit when we're making our offer. What do you got to do with that money right away?
Give it to the broker.
You give it to the broker. Okay. When?
Immediately.
Immediately. Why? Well, because the broker only has 5 days to deposit it within the escrow account from the time that you received it. So if you hold on to it for a couple of days before you give it to the broker, we may have some issues. Your broker may throw the check back in your face and say, go get a new one from your client, and explain to them why you need to get another one. Because if the real estate commission were to come in and look over their escrow books and their deposit slips, and they see, well, what's the discrepancy? Why did it take so long to deposit this money in the bank account? They could get in trouble. One main reason why attorneys and brokers lose their licenses is screwing around with the mishandling of other people's money. Okay, so brokers must keep all records accounting for funds, deposits, and withdrawals in an escrow book. It has to be available for the inspection of the real estate commission if an investigator walks in. Brokers must deposit money within 5 days of receipt from the time deposits given to their agents, not from the time the offer is accepted. You guys get that? I'll repeat it. Brokers must deposit any money that their agents give them within 5 days of receipts. 5 days of when? From the time that their agent got the money from their client, not within 5 days of the offer getting accepted. You don't hold on to the check, guys. You have to immediately give the funds to your broker. If you got a buyer that says, hey, listen, don't give the money to your broker unless we find out if the offer gets accepted or not. You can't do that because you wrote a contract, and on the contract, you specified that we're currently in possession of this money. And if you never gave it to your broker to deposit it into the bank account yet, are we currently in possession of that money? No.
No.
So then you lied. So you cannot, that's a good way to lose your license. Representing to other parties in the transaction that you got money when you don't. All right. So we have to treat everybody fairly and honestly in a real estate transaction. It's the only way that it's going to work. We collect the money from our clients. We give it to the broker. The broker puts it in the escrow account. If the offer gets accepted, it stays in the escrow account until closing, or if the deal falls through, the money's returned to the buyer. Right? Brokers are prohibited from commingling. The word commingling means that the broker mixes their own money in the bank account, the escrow account, with their client's money. That's illegal. Can't do it. All right. Now, brokers are allowed to keep a small nominal amount of their own money in that escrow account if it's used to cover banking fees in order just to have the checking account open. But a broker can't be like, you know what, I'm going to put $10,000 in there so I never have to worry about maintaining that money to make sure that the fee is paid. Can't do it like that. Broker can keep a small amount, and then they got to keep updating their escrow books. How much money is theirs that's in the account and what its purpose is for. And every time the monthly fee is charged, they have to make the accounting in their escrow books. Okay. Escrow is a big deal. Written receipts are required for cash deposits. So wait, can we accept cash from our clients?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. We can. But I'm going to give you a bit of advice. Don't. What if your client gives you some bills that are counterfeit? Maybe they didn't intentionally do it. Maybe they didn't know. Well, your intent doesn't matter. You're still in possession of counterfeit money. What do you think is going to happen if the deal falls through? You think they're going to want their money back? Some of those bills were counterfeit. You're going to tell your client, you're going to go back to your client and say, hey, you know, a couple hundred of those dollars that you gave me were counterfeit money. We're going to need you to replace them with good bills. You know what they're going to say to you, right? They're going to be like, wait a minute. I don't know where you were between the time that I gave you the money and you went to the bank account, but I want my money back, you know? Drama, drama, drama.
I have a question.
Yep.
Is there a way to bypass that with like say a wire transfer directly to okay.
No, we can't do wire transfers. I mean, we can
Okay.
if it's coming directly from the broker's account to a closing agent's account.
Okay.
But then the broker needs to print the records of transfers, and it's a pain in the neck for the record keeping requirement for the real estate commission. So we try to avoid it if at all, at all costs. You know, if anything, we would issue a certified check for closing, because I don't think we're really supposed to do wire transfers. Okay. Now, as far as cash goes, can we accept cash from our clients? Yes. Should you accept cash from your clients? No. Why? Well, what if they give you counterfeit money? That's a problem. Drama. What's drama good for? Certainly don't want it in our personal lives. We certainly don't want it in our work lives either, right? It's good for TV. That's about it, right? Drama is good for TV, not our lives, certainly not our work lives. So don't accept cash. They could give you counterfeit bills, or if they give you $10,000 or more, you have to report it to the IRS. I don't know about you guys. I personally don't like communicating with the IRS. What about you? Right? So, and you know, every time you communicate with the IRS, it's got to be on a specific form. I couldn't even tell you what the form is for reporting that somebody gave me $10,000 or more. All right. Why? Because I don't accept cash. Okay. If they don't have a bank account, that's your problem. Get one. All right. So I don't accept cash because they could give me counterfeit bills. I have to report it to the IRS if they give us $10,000 in cash or more, which you need to know. That's a state exam, or that's a state and school exam question. What happens if they give you a boatload of cash and you get robbed, you get mugged? Who's responsible for that money? You are. It's not my fault I got robbed. Shouldn't have accepted cash. Second you accept that cash from your clients, you're responsible for that money. Okay. So I gave you some good reasons why not to accept cash, right? I would also advise you not to accept money orders. Money orders can be stolen sometimes and sold and whatever. I don't know if it was the client or whoever stole it, but we may not find out about it till months later when it's been cashed, after it's been cashed, and the money order company says that it was a stolen money order that was cashed, and they will just pull the money directly out of the bank account that it was deposited to. And by then, these are different clients in our escrow account, and they're taking money out of the escrow account that's somebody else's at this point. So don't accept money orders either. If they don't have a checking account, hey, listen, go to any bank and purchase a certified check, you know, or get a bank account. I know some people got pillow money, they don't trust the banks and all that stuff, but you know what? Not my problem. That's yours, right? Written receipts for any cash deposits, funds already in escrow that become the broker's money have to be removed within 5 days of that money becoming theirs, or it could be considered commingling. Now, what kind of situation where the money in the escrow account become the brokers? Well, let's just say that we got a listing for a landlord who wants to rent out their property. And we agreed with them that the commission was 1 month of the rent, 1 times the monthly rent. That will be our commission, okay? So we finally find a renter now, and he wants us to collect a month in advance and a month and a half security deposit. So we're holding out to 2.5 months rent, right? Now, we don't just give that money to the landlord. We have to have city inspections, fire inspector goes in there. So once we get the CO for the renter, then and the lease comes of date. You know, we don't give people the keys to the apartment until we have the city inspections and the lease. The first day of the lease actually comes into effect. You never give keys to renters before the first day of that lease. You hear me? Not even if they just want to put some of their stuff in there for a little while. Put it in storage. I'm sorry, I can't let you put anything in that unit until the first day of your lease, okay? Otherwise, we could have legal issues, legal complications we're causing for the landlord, all right? So, all right, so, and then after we get the city inspections, the first day of the lease comes about, we give the tenant the keys and the landlord the money. And now the landlord says, listen, instead of you giving me a check and then I got to write you back a check for your commission, just give me a check for the security deposit, the month and a half, and you keep that first month's rent as your commission. Now, where's that money already sitting? It's already in the escrow account, right? And if it's already in the escrow account, if that broker leaves that money in there for 5 days or more, it's considered commingling, and that's illegal. So the broker's got to transfer that money out of the escrow account into their operating account right away. Okay. Exam questions. Everything about the escrow account is 5 days. 5 days in, 5 days out, right? 5 days in from the time that you accepted the funds, 5 days out once that money becomes the broker's. So everything with the escrow account is 5 days, right? 5 days in, 5 days out. Need to know that for exam. And the brokers have to keep records of all their deposit slips and checks that they've written for 6 years. All right, so let's do that highlighting now. So next to where it says trust account, escrow account, I want you to write a note above it. Are you ready for the note? I want you to write, brokers keep escrow records for 6 years. Then I want you to write there, you still got plenty of room. It's a non-interest bearing account unless for property management. Property management security deposits. Non-interest bearing account unless it's for property management security deposits. Okay. All right. Then we're going to highlight the third paragraph under trust escrow account. Brokers are required to deposit funds into their keeping promptly, which the Real Estate Commission defines as within 5 business days of acceptance. Brokers are specifically prohibited from commingling, mixing their funds with the money in the trust account.
You said unless it was for property management on the last one, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that what I was dictating to you, yes. Escrow account has to be a non-interest bearing account unless it is for property management long-term security deposits.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then in that case, it has to be interest bearing. Because if we're holding somebody's security deposit for the year or the term of the lease, they could have been holding that money in their own bank account and earning interest on it, right? So we have to be earning the money that they could have been earning on their own and give it to them. The broker cannot keep that interest. Okay. And then a couple lines further down from that commingling, about 4 lines down from that, 5 lines down, let's highlight leaving such money in the account for more than 5 days might result in commingling. So basically, if the money that's already in the escrow account becomes commission, leaving it in the account for more than 5 days can be commingling. Okay. So we must provide accounting for any advanced fees from clients if over $25. If our clients give us more than $25 to assist us with advertising costs, for example, we have to give them accounting of how that money is being utilized within 90 days. Now, we may be accustomed to the single family homeowner who's trying to sell their home, right? They're not going to give us a budget to help advertise their property. They would just advertise it and not hire us then and do it on their own. Let's say we got a listing from a builder, and the builder wants maybe billboards put up or a website or some other advertising means, and they want us to handle it, and they got it built into their budget. So they give us this money to do it. If that's the case, we have to put that money in our escrow account, and within 90 days, give them updates of accounting on how that money is being utilized, what it's being spent on, an itemized list. Okay. So let's just, what do I do? I just put a little bracket or a star next to that advanced fee one. You know, advanced fees of $25 or more. Broker must give client account of how the money is being used, spent within 90 days. Or just highlight that. Highlight advanced fees of more than $25. A broker must give accounting
Some courses.
of how that money is being spent within 90 days. Had to mute that. Sorry about that loud noise there. All right. Okay. Cash deposits or withdrawals. We already went over this. Any cash deposit, $10 or more, $10,000 or more must be reported to the IRS. Withdrawals must never be made to cash. What happens if you make a check out to cash and you drop it and you lose it? If somebody picks it up, anybody can cash it.
You can do a stop payment on it.
Yeah, you can. You can pay a fee to do a stop payment on it. Yeah. But if somebody picks it up, they can cash it, can't they? If you have a check made out to cash.
Oh, made out to cash.
Yeah, if you have a check that's made out to cash and you drop it, you lose it, somebody picks it up, they can cash it. It's as good as cash because you didn't make it out to a specific person. You made it out to cash. That means anybody can cash it. It's as good as having cash. Okay, unless you realize it and you remember the check number and you cancel it or put a stop payment on it. Right? Here's some tips. Reasons not to accept cash that I already explained to you. If you get robbed, you're responsible for the money. Counterfeit money, if they give it to you, well, you may receive a visit from the Secret Service who studies that stuff. They investigate the counterfeit money. You need to report it to the IRS. And so we highly suggest using certified checks or bank manager checks. Make sure deposits are returned to the person who gave the money. This is more of a broker's issue though. All right. Because the broker is the one that's making the checks back to people from the escrow account. So this is a tip for brokers actually, that they should always make out the check to the name of the person it was who gave the money in the check to begin with. Sometimes we have relatives that'll give the check for deposit to help people out, their relatives out, or their kids out, or whatever, when they're buying a house. You know, don't make it out to the people who are purchasing it. Make it back out to the person who originally gave us the deposit money. You know, we don't want to be involved in any family drama if that person had a drug problem or gambling issue. Why did you give them the money? How the hell do I know the drama that's going on in your life? You know, so best way to avoid it. Always make it back out to the person who you gave it to. And avoid the personal checks and money orders. All right. So let's highlight in the book. Any cash deposit, $10,000 or more, must be reported to the Internal Revenue Service, the IRS. Okay, and then where it says permanent records, I want you to highlight every broker must keep records of trust account activity for 6 years, for at least 6 years. Everybody highlight that? Now I'm going to have you modify that a bit. I want you to cross out I want you to cross out the words of trust account activity. So brokers must keep records for at least 6 years. And above the words records, I want you to write all. Brokers must keep all records for at least 6 years. And then at the end of that line, continuing below it, you're going to write except for unaccepted offers and expired listings, which must be kept for 6 months. So at the end of that line or beneath it, you're going to write except for unaccepted offers and expired listings, which must be kept for 6 months. All right. So let's see. Brokers have to keep all records for 6 years. So everything with the okay, so brokers must keep all records. So everything when it comes to record keeping is 6 and 6. Everything with the escrow account money is 5 days. Everything with record keeping is 6 years, except for 2 items. Unaccepted offers. You made an offer to purchase or an offer to lease that was rejected. We still need to keep that rejected offer on file for 6 months. If a listing expired that never had an offer accepted on it, we have to keep it for 6 months. If it ever had an offer accepted on it and then the deal fell through, 6 years. Okay?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So what if the deal falls through and the broker sends the check, deposit that they made, sends that check back to the buyer? What if they don't deposit that check?
Well, we remind them to deposit the check.
Because I know someone whose deal fell through for a liquor license, and they didn't deposit the check after a couple of months. So I'm just wondering what happens then.
Well, then, you know, the checks are only good for so long, depending on the bank. It may have written on there that the banks will only honor the check for so many months. Go back to the broker and have them reissue another check.
Okay.
It's their money, right? Okay, but we're talking about record keeping here. You need to know this. There will be questions on exams about record keeping. And basically, I'm not going to tell you which records need to be kept for how long. I'm just going to tell you all records need to be kept for 6 years. Original. The broker can't scan them and keep digital copies and dispose of the paperwork. They have to keep all the original paperwork for 6 years, except for 2 items. Expired listings and unaccepted offers, which need to be kept for how long? 6 months. Everything is 6 and 6. 6 years or 6 months. 6 months for only 2 items. So brokers need to keep for 6 years the escrow records, bank statements, deposit slips, contracts, accepted offers, listing agreements, bills, purchase receipts, commission that's paid to agents, expired listings that were accepted and then later fell through. They need to keep those for 6 years. But if a listing just expired that never had offers accepted on it or unaccepted offers, 6 months. Now, here's a note for you guys, because that's the broker's responsibility to keep all those records. here's a note for you guys here. All records, contracts, and listing agreements, they belong to the broker. You cannot remove them from the office. Right? You can make copies of stuff if you need to, or if you're taking the folder to the closing, that's one thing. But you got to return it to the office. Okay? The listing and the deals are not yours, they're the broker's. You're a representative of the broker. Even though you're an independent contractor, and for all intents and purposes, you are an independent contractor and self-employed, you are representing the broker. So as a representative of the broker, you are working for them. All those documents belong to who?
The broker.
The broker. The broker. Okay. All right. So let's see. Sales contracts. Here. Let's highlight the first sentence here under sales contracts that says duplicate original. A duplicate original is multiple originals of the contract. They're not copies. Or you could say they're copies of the contract with original signatures on all of them. So basically it's multiple original contracts, right? With the wet signatures. Now, in the past, it was real common for us, and we still do it, to have your clients, when they're buying a property, sign 6 contracts, 6 of the same contract. 1 for each attorney, 1 for the buyer, 1 for the seller, and 1 for each of their brokers. So everybody has an original contract with wet signatures. Because photocopies are not legal in court. So if anything should happen, we need to have originals. Now, a couple of years ago, Governor Christie signed digital contracts for real estate into law. Previously, they were not allowed, even though the technology was there for digital contracts. Agents were quick to adopt the technology because it was the cool thing to do. Don't do that. Don't adopt technology before the law catches up with it. So before the governor signed into law digital contracts, any agent that was having their clients sign contracts digitally, they're not enforceable in court. They're not valid because the law did not say they were valid. All right, but now they're signed into Governor Christie signed it into law, but just a couple of years ago, so they became valid now for real estate. So we could use digital signatures on contracts now in real estate. I just wanted to teach you guys a little bit of a lesson there, because agents are quick to adopt technology, a lot of times quicker than the law catches up with it. Don't be ahead of the law. Okay, I'm going to give you a little tip here. We already learned that we live in a nanny state, right? Where the state, the government wants to be involved in everything. They create so many rules and regulations. Before you do anything, whether it's advertising or marketing, or you want to try some original new idea, I suggest that you assume that whatever you're doing is going to break the law unless you prove otherwise. That's a way to stay out of hot water in New Jersey. Okay, assume that anything that you do in advertising, for example, is illegal until you could prove otherwise. So ask your broker, look it up in the back of the book, look it up in this chapter, look it up, check with the real estate commission before you do something. Okay, they rather you check with them before you do something and then later find out that what you did already is illegal, you know. So, but always check with the broker. Your broker should be helping you, giving you this guidance and direction. Isn't that what they're there for? Don't be shy in asking your brokers for guidance and direction. That's what they're supposed to be doing. All right. So any additions or changes to a contract after the original signatures should be initialed by all parties and a copy given to each party. So basically, once you touch a contract with a pen, you just voided it. If the contract's been signed by both parties and you go in there now and you modify it, you just voided that contract. You cannot do that. Any modifications that are made have to be initialed by all the parties. But if the contract was already signed by both parties, you can do it if only one person signed the contract. You could make a modification. We do this all the time with contract negotiations. And then you just got to go back to the person who already signed it and have them initial off on the changes that you made. But if both parties already signed the contract, do not make any changes to it. Otherwise, you're practicing law without a license. Don't want to do that. Okay.
So if changes have to be made, okay, like, I don't know, like, like the furniture outside stays, right? Like they made some ridiculous changes. Is that made as an addendum to the contract, or can it be modified within the contract?
Well, when are you doing it? Like, look.
Let's say everybody agreed to like prices, you know, and terms of the sale, right? They have to close by X day, whatever.
Okay.
Then for some reason, you know, the seller says, hey, guess what? I have this furniture in the backyard. You know what? You guys want it, or should I take it? You know, I drop it. You know, maybe they sell it. Maybe the buyer doesn't want it, right?
That stuff doesn't need to be entered into contracts.
Okay.
Okay. A property's supposed to be that's considered chattel. Chattel is tangible personal property, and the seller's got to take it. They're going to take it with them. They're supposed to leave the property broom swept clean. They're not supposed to leave garbage or junk behind. Otherwise, they're in breach of contract.
All right.
Okay. Unless the buyer agreed to it. All right. Commissions are negotiable between the client and the broker. In New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. So I'm waiting for somebody to ask me, what's the average commission? What's the standard? There isn't one. In New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. They're negotiable between the client and the broker, and you're the representative of the broker, so you're the one that's doing the negotiation with the client. Comprende? All right. So commissions are negotiable between the client and the broker, and no contract can contain anything indicating a prescribed fee schedule. What is a prescribed fee schedule, you may be asking yourselves? Well, you can't have a contract that has something written there like this. Be like select one or circle one, you know. You can't have that written in a contract. That's a prescribed fee schedule. That is not negotiable. Negotiability would be if we had a blank line. Commissions must be expressed as a blank line and expressed as a percentage of the sales price or a dollar amount. Those are the only ways that commissions can be expressed, and this cannot be filled out in advance. Even if your brokerage has their own policy and their own fees and what they charge, it still has to be a blank line that you fill in. It cannot be pre-typed in there. You cannot have this prescribed fee schedule of limited options to choose from, because that is not negotiable, my friends. Negotiable is a blank line. And then we put in a number there of the percentage that we're going to charge as the commission to the client.
Is there a minimum commission?
Check your broker's office policy.
Okay.
There may be. Your broker could say, hey, our office policy is we charge 6%. And if you charge anything less than 6% without getting my, you know what, you can negotiate. We allow you to negotiate with the client. But if you negotiate anything less than 5%, you need to get the broker's written permission. Otherwise, it's coming out of your end of the commission because you're taking money out of the broker's pocket now. Okay. So the broker may have, they may or they may not have a written office policy. You got to check with what your office policy is. Okay. All right. So the commission requires the following statement be included in all listing contracts or sales contracts if there is no listing contract on the property. Wait. So what are they describing with that sentence? The commission requires the following statement. They're talking about the real estate commission. Requires that the following statement be included in all listing contracts and sales contracts if there is no listing contract on the property. They're describing a for sale by owner. Can we put an offer in on a for sale by owner property on behalf of a buyer? Yes, we can.
Yes. Yeah.
However, there was no listing. And because there was no listing, there was no agent who went over all the required disclosures about commissions and all that. And because of that, we need to make sure that we are in compliance with the law because the seller is going to pay us our commission still. Buyer doesn't pay the commission, the seller does. So we have to write this into the contract if we're making an offer on a for sale by owner property. As seller, you have the right to individually reach an agreement on any fee, commission, or other valuable consideration with any broker. And no fee, commission, or other consideration has been fixed by any governmental authority or by any trade association or multiple listing service. So right next to that, for FSBO offers. And then write page 51 as a cross-reference. And then you know what we're going to do? We're going to turn to page 51. And I'm going to temporarily advance to the next slide that talks about this topic. By writing that statement into the contract, we are stating that we do not engage in an illegal practice called price fixing, which is a violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act. So look at the slide I have here. When preparing contracts on FSBO properties that never had listing agreements or disclosures provided, we must inform the owner that we do not engage in an illegal price fixing. This means our commissions are not set by any governmental authority, trade association, or MLS. That means we're not colluding with anybody. You know what collusion is? It's when you're working with somebody. There's nothing wrong with working with somebody, right? Well, it is when they're the competition. Price fixing is a practice of agreeing, it's an agreement between competing firms to establish an industry standard on commission rates that are charged to the public. And look, let's just say you work for one major real estate firm in the city, and I work for another one, and we agree with each other. Now we work for two different brokerages altogether, but we agree. We sit down and we agree. Hey, listen, let's never charge less than 10% commission on our listings. And if we get enough brokerages that do the same thing, nobody's going to be able to list their property for sale with a real estate company for less than 10%. Okay? Good for the real estate company, bad for the public. It's illegal. It's against federal law. What law? They call it the Sherman Antitrust Act, which prohibits price fixing, where you're trying to set an industry standard on the pricing that you charge. Or it could be that we get together and say, hey, listen, everything on my side of Main Street if you get a listing opportunity on my side of Main Street, you refer them to my office. And if I get a listing opportunity on your side of Main Street, I'm going to refer them to your office. So we're going to divide up the territory amongst each other. Okay. That's a violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act as well. They call that allocation of markets. You could also do that through pricing. Hey, we only take listings above 350,000. Everything below 350 will refer to you. Okay, that's illegal. It's a violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act. It's allocation of markets or price fixing. It makes illegal. It's also prohibited by the Real Estate Commission and New Jersey laws as well as the federal laws. So on page 51, where it says antitrust laws, I want you to write this: Sherman Antitrust Act, like it is here on the slide. Sherman Antitrust Act. I want you to write that next to the title that says antitrust laws. Sherman Antitrust Act. And then I want you to go down to the second paragraph here on page 51 under antitrust laws and highlight it. Illegal price fixing occurs when brokers conspire to set the prices for services they perform rather than letting those prices be established through competition in the open market. Continue highlighting, real estate licensees must disassociate themselves immediately from the slightest discussion of commission rates with any member from a competing firm. And then I also want you to underline the words competing firms. Within your own agency, you could have training on how you charge commissions. You could do role playing with other agents. But if it's with another agent from a competing firm, you can't even enter into the discussion with them about it. That's a violation of state and federal laws, because it could be misconstrued that you're trying to set an industry standard. You're colluding with them. So what should you do if put in that situation? Avoid the conversation. Walk away. You get a question about this on exams. And let's see some of the answer options that they could give you. A licensee from ABC Realty goes out to lunch with licensee from XYZ Realty. The agent from XYZ Realty starts talking about how they should or how they charge their clients commissions for the fees for the services they provide. What should agents from ABC Realty do? Call the police? Report them to their broker? Report them to the Real Estate Commission? Or walk away? Walk away.
Walk away.
Walk away would be the correct answer. If you avoid the situation, there's no problem, right? So skip the next paragraph, the following paragraph after that. It says individual firms, however, may establish their own fee schedules and allocate sales territories to their salespeople. There's nothing wrong with that. Highlight, violations occur only when competing firms agree to act together in these matters. Competing firms, once again, should be the key there. Competing firms. Now, what are the penalties for a violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act? Well, I don't have it on this slide, but later on in chapter 3, I go over and I have all those details. Highlight on that first line there, Sherman Antitrust Act, people who fix prices or allocate markets may be found guilty of a misdemeanor, punishable by a maximum $1 million fine and up to 10 years in prison. Damn, rapists don't even get that. See what happens when you mess with other people's money? You mess with people's money, the law comes after you. You beat them, they don't care. They give you a slap on the wrist. But you mess with their money, that's when you go to jail for a long time. All right? So this will be without a doubt on school and state exam. You have to understand what price fixing is. and how to avoid it and what the penalties are. Okay. Go back to page 17. Licensees. Are you back on page 17, everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Okie doke. So licensees can prepare sales contracts only for 1 to 4 family homes and single building lots. Highlight that. Wait, didn't I say that we could sell commercial real estate too? Yes, we can, but we can't prepare the contracts for them. Only an attorney. Look at this slide. I moved back to this slide here again. Licensees can prepare contracts only for 1 to 4 family homes and single building residential lots. Commercial contracts must be prepared by attorneys. Agents start the process by selling or leasing commercial real estate by writing a non-binding intent to purchase or lease, also referred to as a term sheet. When I say non-binding, what do I mean? I mean not legally binding.
Not legally, yeah.
Okay. So written offers. So is there anything to highlight there? No, not really. Just the first sentence. Licensees can prepare sales contracts for what kind of properties? 1 to 4 families and single residential lots. Anything else is considered commercial, and who has to prepare the contracts on them?
Attorneys.
There you go. Ding, ding, ding. There's another right answer on the exam. Now, written offers have to be forwarded or presented to the owner within 24 hours. And any listing has to be entered into the MLS within 48 hours, unless directed by the owner not to. But then we have to cover our butts because licensing law requires us to cooperate with all other brokers. So if we get a listing and it's available for us or any other agent in our office to show, it must be available for agents for other brokerages to show as well, unless the owner directed us not to. And then we got to cover our butts. When somebody tells us not to do something we're supposed to, we can't just say, oh, well, they said it. You need proof. How are you going to cover your butts? Get it in writing, right? Right?
Yes.
Right.
Listen, guys,
Yes,
I cannot
yes.
stress, you're going to be dealing in the contract world now. Everything that you do, you should always follow up conversations with an email or get it in writing. Always put stuff in writing. Always. It could cover your butt in a lawsuit if you make habit of it too. All right. So we need to get them to sign a document called a Waiver of Broker Cooperation Agreement. Okay. That Waiver of Broker Cooperation Agreement is basically them telling us we don't need to cooperate with other brokers. So therefore, we don't need to share the listing or put it in the MLS. Actually, we're told not to. If you look at the Waiver of Broker Cooperation, that's in the next chapter. I believe it's in the next chapter, page 18 and, oh no, it's on the next page. 18 and 19. So here's, if we look at the bottom of the page here, listing, broker, and seller as principal. Here's the Waiver of Broker Cooperation Agreement. You guys see on page 18 at the bottom, it says Waiver of Broker Cooperation in bold. I want you to highlight anytime the seller directs a broker not to cooperate. You must have the seller sign a Waiver of Broker Cooperation form. If you notice here on this slide, I refer to them as the owner, not the seller. Because what if they're a landlord? What if they're operating as a landlord? They're just renting it, okay? And so it's not just the seller, it's also with landlords. So in either case, they would be the owner. So this is the better definition to study of what you see here in the slide. And here's the actual Waiver of Broker Cooperation form that's just written on these pages kind of sloppily here. Here, I'm going to pull up the a sample of these contracts, the waiver of broker cooperation. I think I have one from Middlesex County. Contracts, disclosures, and a waiver. Here we go. Let me pull one up and show it to you. Okay.
Question for you.
Yep.
That bullet point talking about all listings must be entered into the MLS within 48 hours. Where's that on what page? 17, 18? Because I cannot see it.
It's not going to be into a later chapter, I think, not until I believe. Actually, I think it's chapter 3, and it's again in chapter 11, I think.
Okay. All right.
But I like to put this stuff all together. So this is a good, this slide actually has a lot of exam questions on it. Duplicate, what do you need to do anytime you have somebody sign a contract? You must immediately give them a duplicate original, no matter what kind of contract what it's for. You got to give them a duplicate original of it. And what's a duplicate original? Multiple originals, right? In New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. Licensees can prepare contracts for what kind of properties? 1 to 4 family homes. Who could prepare contracts for other properties? Attorney.
Attorneys.
Written offers have to be forwarded to the owner within
24 hours.
And all listings have to be put into the MLS within
48 hours.
Unless
and told by the owner not
unless
to.
the owner tells you not to. And then how do
And
we
you need to get it
cover
in writing. You have to get it in writing.
And so how do we do that? We have them sign a waiver of broker cooperation. Boom. Okay. So here's the waiver of broker cooperation agreement, but I'm going to pull it up and it's written here in the book, but I'm going to pull it up in another form that I already have open here. Here's one from the Middlesex County MLS that you see on screen. All right. It basically says this. I understand that cooperation amongst brokers produces wider exposure of my property, and it may result in it being sold or leased sooner and at a higher price than would be the case were my broker not to cooperate with other brokers. I further understand that when my broker cooperates with other brokers, I could still have all the arrangements for the showing of the property and all negotiations with me or my attorney made only through my listing broker's office, should I so desire. However, despite my awareness of these factors, I directed this properties to be marketed only through the efforts of the listing agency, the listing broker, and this listing is not to be published in any multiple listing service. I will only consider offers on this property which are obtained by and will only allow showings of this property to be conducted by the listing broker or their duly authorized representatives. The listing broker is hereby directed not to cooperate with any broker. In all capital letters, what does that mean? Not just capital, but it's also bold. That means they're shouting at you, right? So by signing below, the parties hereto confirm that no pressure or undue influence has been exerted upon the owners as to how this property is to be marketed by the listing broker. The owner further confirms the receipt of the fully executed copy of the listing agreement of this property and this waiver of broker cooperation form, because it's a contract, right? We got to give them the duplicate original, and then they sign it.
So would this be considered like a exclusive listing, what they call it?
Yeah.
Since it's not going to be on MLS.
This is an office exclusive listing. Now, the word exclusive gets tossed around a lot because we have actual listing types, and we only take listings that begin with the word exclusive, which means only our agency is hired to market the property. However, other agents can show it. But if it's an exclusive, meaning that only your agency can also be the only one that shows it.
Right.
In that regard, if you mean it like that, yes, you have to have this form signed.
Okay. Right. With that being said, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So anybody within the shop, right? Within the broker, within the agency can only show it.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And we are never to produce this form and suggest that an owner sign it. Only after they mention to us that they don't want us to cooperate with another form do we pull out this form and have them sign it to cover our butts. We're not supposed to ever suggest that an owner does this because it's against their best interest to do it. Now, why would they want to sign this? I don't know. Maybe they want uber control over who's showing their property. You know, I don't know. Maybe celebrities do this or somebody famous, you know.
That's what I was about to say. If their property was worth millions, they probably want to control who comes in and out.
But you know what? Even in that case, you could still set parameters for that you have to have appointments. Only showings by people who have proven that they could afford to buy the house by showing a proof of funds letter or a mortgage approval letter, not a pre-qualification letter, but an approval letter. Like there's ways for us to control that. So there really is no reason for this, but sometimes clients bring it up. Okay.
So how, if it's only controlled by the one office, like, and it's being able to be shown by those agents, like, how does that work? Which agent gets it?
Well, it'd be the listing agency. Look, there. I had a scenario one time in Island. There is a there's a I think it's a Catholic church over there in Island, on the corner of Route 27 and whatever that other road is there, old Oak Tree Road, I think. I'm not sure, whatever that road is over there. So there was a church owns a couple properties there. One property is a big building that they used to use it as a school. All right. I wanted to buy it with a couple of friends. We wanted to go in on it. And it was a big Century 21, I believe, had a sign there, and it said exclusive broker on it. Now, when you got a sign that says exclusive broker, that means that only that brokerage can show it. Okay. So I knew that, but I'm looking as the client. Even though I'm a licensee, I'm looking as the client. So I called up and I started asking all kinds of questions about the property. The agent kind of like picked up on it that I knew what the hell I was talking about. So she was like, so she immediately pulled into her. She's like, "Are you an agent?" And I said, "Yes, I am." And then I got this attitude from this lady. She was like, "Well, this is an exclusive listing, and no, we did not convince the seller to sign it. It was at their request. So they're only willing to work with our agency. So if you got a client that wants to see the property, you could tell them to contact us. We're not working with any other agencies." Click, she hung up. Right? You know, so I was like, she didn't let me get a word in edgewise after that. I was like, dude, I'm the buyer here. You know why? I can't be a licensee and be interested in buying the property, you jerk. Right? So anyway, that's the game she played. So after that, I was like, you know what? I don't even want to deal with this lady. Let her choke on the property. She never ended up selling it. However, they ended up leasing it when some careless janitor burnt down a school in Edison. And then they ended up renting that building temporarily until they build a new school. Anyway, let's go down further on this form. There's something interesting I want to show you. And look, they take this, look, they're pointing at this as a reprint of some of the Real Estate Commission rules and regulations called the Administrative Code, 11:5, subchapter 1. All right. It says obligations of licensees to the public and to each other. It says, unless directed not to do so in writing by an owner as provided herein, every licensee shall fully cooperate with all other New Jersey licensees under the utilizing cooperation agreements, which shall protect and promote interest of the licensee's client or principal. Collusion and discrimination with respect to commission rates and splits are prohibited, according to this statute. The obligation to fully cooperate with other licensees includes the requirement that listing brokers, 1, notify the multiple listing service to which the listing is to be submitted of having acquired a listing within 48 hours of the effective date of the listing. Then they have to transmit to their principal all written offers within 24 hours of receipt. 2 exam questions right there. Place no unreasonable restrictions upon showing the property listed with them to prospective purchasers who are working through cooperative brokers. a requirement that all appointees for showings must be made through the listing broker's office is not considered unreasonable restriction upon showings, but you need to have this waiver of broker cooperation signed. And all requirements imposed by the obligations fully cooperate shall comply unless the client in principle, such in writing. Okay, so basically what they're saying is licensees are required by law to cooperate with each other unless told not to do so. By who? The owner. Unless directed by the owner. And what portion of the law says that? Well, it's not the law, it's in actually the administrative code. Title 11, Chapter 5-6.4, subsection F. Okay. So if you were to look that up in the back of the book, you're going to see all this written there. They just did the handy little deal of adding it to this waiver of broker cooperation form here. Okay. Let me close that out. And close that out. And guess what? It's about that time. We're done for today.